8 greyhounds take their place behind these boxes, each with one goal: to win and make it through to the greatest race, the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. It's 515 metres, blink and you'll miss it. The handlers are set, the crowd is ready. Let's go racing.
The spotlight is on Sandown Park tonight for the 2025 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heats. It's a thrilling showdown where the best of the best race for their chance at glory. It's the moment when the biggest names in greyhound racing step onto the track. The excitement is building and the competition is fierce. Join us for a night filled with top-tier action and the best entertainment in racing.
They're set. Racing
as we blaze through 8 nail-biting heats. The 2025 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heats. Let the chase for victory begin.
Hello everyone and welcome to Sandown Park. It is a monster night of greyhound racing here. We've got 8 spectacular heats of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. But before I continue on, I need to welcome in an outstanding panel. James Vandermeer, welcome.
Yes, hello to you, Molly. Happy to be here tonight. Rapt to be here tonight, in fact, because this is the night of nights. I know the Phoenix is awesome, the Melbourne Cup night is awesome, but there's something about Melbourne Cup Heat night. It has its special place in the calendar. Maybe the cutthroat nature of the night. 8 heats of a Melbourne Cup, 8 getting through to the big dance next week, and then you throw in the Bold Trease heats, 3 of those. It's just the perfect match. Good crowd in tonight, beautiful weather. I've even channeled my inner George Ferrugia tonight, and we've nominated a dog for a heat of a Group 1, so it might be a little bit silly. If he happens to run maybe 7th, I won't be on air anymore throughout the night if he can run a race. But looking forward to a really, really big night of racing.
Without a doubt. No, I'm sure we'll all be cheering him on. But George, you have been here and done it on the big stage. You've had greyhounds, some spectacular greyhounds in the past, but you're here to try and find us a winner tonight.
Well, this is our Christmas, isn't it? This greyhound racing fans, this is our Christmas day. Unwrapping the presents, a couple of prawns, Hawaiian shirt on, and a nice day. It's unbelievable. Tipping wise though, I think it's one of the harder programs because the margin for error here is so minimal. You know, you got to get everything right. There's 64 greyhounds in the Melbourne Cup Heats. I'd say about 55 or 60 of them can run 29:30 or better, which means you just got to get everything right. Can't wait for the night. As you said, beautiful weather, much better than it was at the Meadows. So really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. No, thank goodness we don't have the rain like we did have on Top Gun night. But we've got another panel member in Mitch Abaya. He's our Sportsbet representative here. Mitch, welcome.
Thank you, Molly. It's a great night of racing. I'm looking forward to it. Jimmy, George, hello to you. I've still got some little surprise here in my pocket, little pocket warmers just in case the boys or Molly get a little bit colder later on. They were from the Meadows. It was absolutely blowing a Chris Gale, but not here tonight. We're inside and we're ready to rock and roll. Great night of racing. Some of the best greyhounds to go and do business. And I'm with George. This is the Christmas in greyhound racing. All the best to do battle. Soon find out who wins. I've got a couple of promos here on... Well, for Sandown Park, all races tonight run second, get a bonus bet back. Geez, I tell you what, if you like a favourite or if you like something that's quite short and you want to back it with some confidence, you'll get a bonus bet back if it runs second. And then we roll over to my feed. Now, Sportsbet feed, if you're not a part of it, get a part of it because it's absolutely awesome. There's a couple of my plays up there. Actually, they're not my plays, but there's some of my plays up on the Sportsbet feed. So type my name in, Mitch Abaya. You'll see my plays for Sandown Park tonight, but you can follow many of others on there. JJ, Kane Corns, they're all up on the feed.
Well, we know, Mitch, that you are an expert in all things greyhound racing, so make sure you head to his feed. But the man who's going to give us the inside word when it comes to these trainers and the greyhounds heading out for these heats is Jason Adams. Jason, can you get us? I don't think we have Jason.
Great night here at Sandown Park. Obviously, if you guys have alluded to, this is different gravy tonight. 8 heats of the Cup. It is cutthroat. Only the first past the post is going to make it through to the Group 1 final next week and have that opportunity to join one of the sport's most lucrative honour rolls. So looking forward to the night ahead. From a weather point of view, the temperature's dropped in the past half an hour. There's probably a moderate breeze that's coming back towards the 515 metre boxes, which means the greyhounds tonight will have to run into the wind twice. So we'll monitor that throughout the evening. Now, before I get back to you guys at the host set, I'm the first one to put my hand up and say that I can absolutely butcher the English language. Now, I understand that you, James Vandermark, you headed out to Ned McDonald's during the week. Peter Moody was there, and you actually just could not get your words out. This is what unfolded during the week.
I don't normally struggle like this. Group 1 winning trainer in... What am I going on about here? And what was I going to go? We're here at the 1 winning trainer. Sorry. What it takes to run...
Cut it off.
Hang on. Moody, who runs a... What the am I doing, Molly? I've cracked to about running. Here we go. And we've brought a elite to find out what it takes to run a greyhound property. Let's go. I'll come back.
Now, James, what do you have to say about that? Can I just preface also by saying the opener that you just saw, I got the notes for that probably, half an hour before I jumped on, one take.
Yeah,
what's your explanation?
You're the professional. I actually have, I think, a medical problem, to be honest, Molly. I've got a bit of an eye twitch at the moment, and I'm blaming that. It was very unlike me, but not ideal. And I did hear that Peter Moody was sitting in the back of the kennels going, "Is this bloke serious?" Like that is take number 78.
You got through it at the end.
Not really. I think they just cut a little bit of the start, a little bit of the end, put it together, change the camera angle, and that's what the team can do behind the scenes. But it just shows, Molly, that even the best of us can make mistakes.
It absolutely does. But look, the Sportsbet Dream Chasers Festival started a couple of weeks ago at the Meadows. It was rainy conditions, but we had 3 spectacular group races. I think this was accredited. So you're at Ned McDonald's property, but accredited. He was enormous for Ned McDonald.
And he's a beautiful dog too. It was so good to go there and meet him and just see him going about his day-to-day business at home. But George, this was just brutal speed. And I think on the night, as soon as he stepped the way that he did and he broke the first section record, you straight away had the hat saying, send him to the Melbourne Cup, like that you're wearing that hat.
Oh, absolutely, and he's drawn box 1 tonight. Look, there was speed drawn on his outside, but it was a non-issue, wasn't he? Because he began so well, as you said. He set a new time standard. Fantastic effort for a young trainer like Ned McDonald.
Can you drop back from a 600 Hume Cup to win a Melbourne Cup, do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think the dog's probably brimming with a bit of confidence, and if he can nail the start again, might be a big couple of weeks for Ned.
Without a doubt. We also had Without a Trace. She was absolutely spectacular winning for Peter Prosciutto in this Top Gun Stayers. She did it on the big stage, and she did it very well, George.
She's a star. We've heard reports now that Ethanol Water's probably going to retire now in the next couple of weeks, so she takes the mantle as the queen of Australian staying. She's unbelievable. She's got it at both ends, James. She jumps to the front, maybe at a slight flat spot, and then just rockets home.
Is that flat spot? We probably see it right here. Aiden's Warrior's not a real strong 700-metre dog, but he's got mid-race burn. He probably took 3-4 lengths off her through that section of the race, the mid-section. Is that a concern for Without a Trace tonight, based on the fact we've got Copper Rush in box 1, who does have early speed, and I don't envisage her getting that soft lead that she got in the Top Gun.
No, but then, we've seen her come from behind before, haven't we? I mean, she's an absolute star, so I think she'll get the job done. She's a short price favourite, isn't she? About $1.25, so not much value for punters, but you'd expect her to get through.
I'll put you on the spot right now. Ethanol Water, in comparison to Without a Trace, who would be the better tip tonight? The same price?
Probably Without a Trace for me. Yeah.
What about this?
Now, Slick Splits, he was absolutely enormous as well for Team Daly. In as a reserve in this invitational field, you've got a bit of explaining to do, mate.
Yeah, I was part. You're having a crack at me tonight, aren't you, Molly? But I was part of the panel, and to be honest, I wasn't sure he deserved his place in the field, and yet the draw comes out. He goes into a middle alley in a race that didn't have a lot of speed. I end up tipping him on top, and I think that just shows the evenness of greyhound racing. We see it in the AFL in most recent years. It's probably more of an even competition. We're getting that right now. There's no superstar standouts, I don't think. Maybe Without a Trace in the staying, but for the sprint, there's no number 1 seed, I don't reckon, going into this year's Melbourne Cup.
No, there isn't. And look, and he came here and ran 29.09 to back it up after his Top Gun win. Unfortunately, we're not seeing him out here tonight with a bit of an injury. We'll see him back bigger and better than ever in 2026. But a deserved winner, 2-time Group 1 winner at the Meadows.
It's actually gutting that, isn't it? He sustained a little injury in the catching pen. We won't see him for the Melbourne Cup, which he would have been, I think, one of the top 3 or 4 selections, I think, in anyone's selections. And obviously then he has to now bypass the Phoenix as well. So it's awful timing for Slick Splits and the connections.
Yeah, it is.
It absolutely is. And look, a man who knows plenty about Team Daly is Mitch Abaya. Mitch, it was a huge night at the Meadows. What did you make of the Top Gun performance from the reserve?
Yeah, he was brilliant, Slick Splits. He's one of those dogs that, look, he probably needs a few things to go his way on the night, and he did. He got that last time out. I think his draw was absolutely beautiful. We can see off the inside draw, he does tend to push off just a little bit, but when he gets it right and he gets to the front, there's not many greyhounds that are going to run him down. So great night for Team Daly, great night for Slick Splits, and yeah, it's sad not to see him feature obviously tonight and then going forward, but to miss the Phoenix as well, where you would have thought he would have been right in the market, but it does open the opportunity up for something else to put their hand up, and whether it's accredited or something else to run time, win at odds, or create another story of their own.
Absolutely. Is that a little sneaky take, accredited to come out on top in a Melbourne Cup heat, is it, Mitch?
I'm not sure if I'll be tipping him tonight off the red, but I think it wants to push up the track. But, there's greyhounds like Tim Zoo who've been in 9 Group 1 finals, I think 6 Group 2s and 3s. So greyhounds like that still, carry that mantle of the success of the past. And I think it's, we need some young types coming through that can take over that and carry that sport. So whether it's a Mallee Beauty continue at Sandown Park, that form from SA to the Meadows and then obviously to tonight. So we'll soon see. Hopefully something puts its hand up.
Absolutely. Now, a man who's going to bring plenty of entertainment to our coverage tonight is Simon Marshall, and he's here with a special guest.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been a magnificent build-up. Melbourne Cup Heats tonight's going to be fantastic, and then next week, the Melbourne Cup. Oh, boy, but a Group 1 company right here, Brad Hodge joins me, and, well, I wonder why, because Sportsbet have an activation tonight. Hodgie, it's cricket season. You look fantastic. Geez, you're keeping it real for a bloke that's just hit the half-century in your age.
Well, you're 4 years ahead of me, so you're good looking yourself, so I've got to try and keep it real, that's right. But, as past professional athletes and in broadcasting, we did try and make ourselves pretty tight, I reckon.
No doubt about that, and we love you for... Look at the Sportsbet gear going on. Look at the merch going on Hodgie. You wear it well. You're keeping it real. The activations, race 5 tonight, we're going to be asking people to come out here and we're going to put the pads on them, we're going to put the gloves on them, and we're going to whack the helmet on them. What's the strategy to run fast in that gear?
Don't trip over. It's actually not that easy. Depends whether the pads are bulky or not, whether they're brand new, that's another thing, where if they're really brand new and the leather doesn't actually wrap around your legs, then it makes it hard to actually run between the wickets.
Bit of rash?
Yeah, a little bit on the back of the knee, yeah, if you haven't got the right attire. So if you got some shorts on, it's been a warm day, warmish day in Melbourne. If you haven't got the long pants on, you might get a little bit of rash behind the knee. The helmet, if it's not done up tight, like a jockey's helmet, I suppose, that it can bobble around and it's uncomfortable.
Could lose your way, not see where you're going.
Well, they don't have to run. I think it's 22 metres. I'd love to see them actually get it all the way around the track. That'd be fun to watch.
Fantastic. So races 5, 6, 7, and then we'll have the final, race 8. $5,000 up for grabs, would you believe it? But more importantly, the Australian cricket team, the first test is up and about, and the Aussies have bowled them all out. Well, we've got 205 to get.
205 to win, yeah. They bowled England out just before the tea break, so it's tea break now. Usman Khawaja's off injured again with back spasms, so it looks like Marnus Labuschagne will open the batting again with Jake Weatherald, who will be petrified. He's on a duck, so if you get a pair in any match, that's like an absolute disaster. It's hard to come back for that. So fingers crossed for him. He gets off the mark, gets some runs, and fires up for Australia.
We've got to hold for 2 hours tonight. We won't be holding for 2 hours tonight. We're here all night until the last race here, folks. We'll be wrapping up at about 10:15. Hodgie's staying with me all night, and you smell good downwind.
So they say. I hope so.
We're going back to you, Molly.
Thank you very much, guys. It sounds like the team at Sportsbet have a fair bit on their hands when it comes to the activation. So we're looking forward to seeing that. Now we're going to head out to Mitch Abaya for our first market update as we're heading into race number 1.
Yeah, we're not far away, Molly. I tell you, I want to see Jimmy chuck the pads on. I reckon he would be absolutely brilliant. We've seen him kick a footy here at Sandown Park, but let's get him into the pads. Let's have a look. Race 1, Sandown Park. Bebop Jazz is your favourite. $3.90 is the price. Extradited off the red for $80, as is the 4 She's Wired. Highly connected hit or miss beginner, 4 out to $5. Barefoot Ulce is probably the fastest dog in the race, and you're getting a price, $6.50. Slick Badger off box 8, $7. And the only greyhound in double figures is Unleash the Lion, $11. Let's have a look here at the promo, which is your box statistics. Inside draws are massive at Sandown Park. Look at the stats there for boxes 1 and 2 over the 515 metres. Same thing over the 595. Not surprised that box 4's had 19 wins in this data here, because the box 4 runs straight into that first turn, but inside draw dominant when you're having a bet tonight at Sandown Park.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Now, guys, over the 515 metres this first race is. Talk me through how important this speed map is going to be. It's a cracker of a race too, isn't it?
Well, there's only one race that isn't a Melbourne Cup heat or a Group 1 Bold Trease heat, and this is it. So naturally it's going to be strong. But, yeah, it's interesting. She's wide on the speed map out toward the lead. I think highly connected, extradited, with the advantage of those good draws that Mitch just indicated here, the inside two boxes. They might be able to kick through, Georgie, and try and hold the inside initially.
Yeah, this speed map's really interesting. I marked about 6 of the 8 that can run under 5:10 early, James. So it's going to be a battle. We've got highly connected here, and as Mitch alluded to, hit or miss at box rise, but when he gets it right, he can really get it right. 29.69 here.
Yeah.
His splits were great all around.
You know what I liked about this? Brutal early speed, but Quillenbale was the yellow. Easily held Quillenbale.
Yes.
Quillenbale was straight across to lead the Silver Bullet against the greyhounds like Tribeca and Smooth Plains. So I reckon from box number 2, look at the way he stretches to the line too. If he goes straight to the front, highly connected, they don't run him down.
Yeah, no, they won't beat him. I went for a little bit of value here, and I went against probably the cardinal sin here at Sandown. It's really hard to win off box 8, I think, but I think Slick Badger is one of the faster greyhounds in the race. We're watching a video here off box 6 where he just cleared out really nicely, 5:03 early, and then just powered home to win in 29.32. I am a little bit worried about the box, James, but I suppose that's why we're getting $8 for him.
Well, I'm keen on the 2, highly connected. I've given it away nice and early there. I think the key to the race is the 1 extradited. It's been jumping and just going so hard for the inside that it's actually losing ground, because you want to run straight.
Yeah.
It's actually going left before it runs straight. So it's losing ground. If it does that, it's going to lose that length, and then that gives highly connected first run to the rail and the lure. Bebop Jazz is a greyhound that won't veer off, but she won't crash left toward the inside. So with that speed map, I guess that image of the 1 going left, maybe just hesitating a shade, 3 holding the line, I can see highly connected going through and leading, but I am worried about extradited, because if he doesn't go as hard left, he could zip through and lead, and he's only had 1 inside drawn around his last 8 or 9 starts. So he's the best drawn in the race here, Molly.
And George, we've got, look, we could have had 4 heats of the Bold Trease. This is why we've got this standard graded race, I suppose you can say. A little bit disappointing for you, is it?
No, yeah, look, we would prefer to have the 4 heats, but I think the nominations were around 25 or
25. They had 24 last year, and they ran 4 lots of 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I thought that is what they'd go with,
I thought so
to
too.
spread the Group 1 heats and have 4 of them. It was a bit of a strange decision to give these greyhounds a go on a night like this, because I think that's one thing that has made this night special, is it's all Group 1 heats.
Yes. Yep.
Not that this takes away. It's still a very, very good field. And to be fair, Molly, you'd love to own any of the 7 that are going around in this first race. It's a real Melbourne Cup heat consolation, I reckon.
Yeah. Getting our eye in.
Yeah, no, it really is. I was quite surprised when I saw the names popped up. George, who are you tipping us into
I went
tonight?
8, 3, 2 and 6, but I am concerned a little bit about the box draw, but I think if Slick Badger can show that 5:03 early split, he'll be really right there on the corner, and I think he'll be a big chance. But it's a tough race, as I said, James. I reckon 6 out of the 8 of them can nail the start and run about 5:05, and that makes it difficult to tip a winner, I think.
Yeah, very even field. I'm 2 on top ahead of the 1, 6 and the 8. Just noticing Mia Sharp as well, handling highly connected. She handled the other week when Hot Nanu got the job done when we were on coverage for Top
I think
Gun
she
night.
handled a couple of winners that night.
And then I think she went over to Hong Kong or something, I'm pretty sure. Had a couple of days there, came back, and here she is again. So living the dream, Team Sharp at the moment.
She absolutely is, and we are going to head out to Jace for an inside word ahead of this first race.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. I'm in the yard for the first, and a man and a camp is going to have a big night tonight. We expect, without a trace in the Bold Trease seat, is James Prosciutto. But James, this girl here in Bebop Jazz here tonight, and we haven't seen her do a lot of racing lately. So where is she at this point in time?
Yeah, she's had a couple of good trials. It's coming back from season, and she was probably 1 run short last week. So she's trialled good during the week, and we'll see how she goes tonight.
So expectations are high.
Oh, it'd be nice just to get a clear run and get through it safely.
Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
James Prosciutto there with Bebop Jazz. Of course, we wish him all the best with her, but as well without a trace later on, the superstar in her heat of the Bold Trease. David Gill has barefoot Elsa here from box 6. David, firstly, quick word on her.
Yeah, not a good draw, box 6. She needs a fence. Look, if she had 1 or 2, even in a Melbourne Cup heat, if she had 1 or 2, she would have gone real good. You just can't get the fence in Victoria. So it's going to be a struggle, yeah.
On Top Gun night, we spoke to you about Slick Badger. He's got box 8 tonight. How do you feel that's going to play out for him?
Yeah, same thing. He's not well drawn. He went real good here off the 6. But box 8, you know, as we all know, it brings them undone. So, but he is a fast dog. So, and he ran 5:03. So, he could be in the firing line, but you've got to get over. It's pretty hard.
And just before we let you go, now you've got 2 greyhounds in this race. The person handling your other one is Telgi. Of course, the Phoenix winning trainer with Scalacci. What's he doing it?
Yeah, he's helping me out. Yeah, he's we're a bit light on for staff tonight, so
Clearly.
he's helping me out. He's got the Phoenix touch, so, you know, he should go right.
Good luck to David Gill as they head to the boxes, guys, for the first on Melbourne Cup Heats night.
Now we'll head out to Mitch quickly for a final market update.
Yeah, the first on the program, Molly, and your favourite Bebop Jazz, $3.90. Extradited is there as well. If you liked Highly Connected, well, it's a price $5, and She's Wired. That's my on topper. I think can carve across from the inside, or from the middle draw, sorry, and lead. So 4 on top for me in what is a very even race.
They're just about to head into the boxes, but final tips from you guys, James?
Yeah, I'm going 2-1-6-8. I'm keen on Highly Connected. I think the biggest danger is number 1, Extradited. I think the inside draws to the party here in the first, Georgie.
Yeah, we'll know a lot in the first 100 metres in this race, but 8-3, 2 and 6, tough race.
Absolutely. Now we might head up to Dan Hibbard, who is our race caller for the night for the opening race.
Alrighty, companies have 1, 3, 7 at the front and 2, 4, 6 and 8 behind the yellow line, please. Coles and lead off. Front row move in. Back row move in.
Much Bebop Jazz fashion, James Prosciutto. He must be thrilled with the way she's gone tonight.
Yeah, wrapped that run. It was good to see her put it back on the board after a bit of time off.
A little bit frustrating, though, that the way timing has played out, she's not lining up in a cup heat.
No, it's not, but it is what it is, mate. At the end of the day, you've got to be good enough to make it through and win, and she wasn't last week.
She's back to her best now. Is there something on the agenda that she flows onto now?
You'll have to ask the old man.
Well, we'll see him soon, won't we?
Yeah, you might. Yeah.
Good job.
Get around. Bye, mate. Thank you.
James Prosciutto go there, guys, with Bebop Jazz taking out the opener.
What a fantastic start to the night for the Prosciuttos. What did you guys make of that one, James?
It was hot. I tell you, I thought 2 and 1 were a bit ordinary early, but then the time flashed up at 4.99 to the peg. She won that at the jump, 18.67 down the back, and I reckon you could argue she's still not 110% fit either. Second run back from a layoff, and she probably didn't find the line as good as she can, and yet she still took care of business.
You're right, because her PB's 29.11. She went 29.41, which is still a very good run, but 4.99 early, as you said. That's the Bebop Jazz of old, and hopefully she has a good run of it now in the next couple of months.
I was nearly going to say let's just do the 1 and 2 top 4 in the same race multi, and they've run bloody 3rd and 4th as well. But Bebop Jazz, speed wins races, doesn't it? And that's the key tonight, is finding dogs that can bounce to the front. Around 7.10, 3.40 on the local tote. Barefoot Else at 2.50. Good run second. No third extradited. 4th in Highly Connected. You were on that, weren't you, Georgie?
That was my second tip.
Yeah, 6 and 3.
Yeah. It's look, good odds, isn't it? And I think Dan Hibbert alluded to it. It was such an open field that the prices were really good. But look, she's a talent, this girl, by Shimmer Shine, of course, who made a Melbourne Cup final himself. That's her 3rd win at Sandown from 9 starts.
What about the Prosciuttos? I mean, this is a training operation that has just gone to the next level in the last 6 months.
They've got a great team, don't they?
I reckon nearly the best team in greyhound racing, and they're only a small team too, so I love it.
Oh, it's so great to see. I think Natalie Prosciutto was a part of the photo shoot we did with the racing blogger as well, with Without a Trace. So it's great to see all the success that is coming to them.
Yeah, they're going to be unstoppable, I reckon, the next 12 months, because you look at the young dogs they have off the chart, on the prowl. Then you've got Without a Trace, who's got, 12 months of top-line racing, maybe longer ahead of her. And they've still got the old dogs like Bebop Jazz that can come out on Melbourne Cup Heat night and reel off those sections. They are in form,
Good
Georgie.
Good family, good family.
Good
on
people.
'em. Yeah.
They absolutely are. Now it's time to head to our first commercial break, and off the back of that will be race 7 at Ascot. That was race number 7 at Ascot, number 13, the winner. Now, as we teased at the start of the program, James Vandermeer went out to Ned McDonald's place with Peter Moody. We've got a little bit of a teaser piece before we hit you with the big one next time. So this is James with Peter Moody.
There you go. Today we're at Group 1 winning trainer Ned McDonald's place to take a proper look at what it takes to run a greyhound property. And we've brought a man who knows a thing or two about running an elite kennel. Stable. Peter Moody. Moods, you've done it all in the world of horse racing. What got you involved in greyhound racing?
Oh, listen, it's just an exciting sport, and it's something that, listen, I wouldn't say I'm hands-on or anything like that, but I just love watching the dogs go around.
And this dog, his name's Pete. Original name, owned by Pete Moody.
Kennel name Pete, yep, owned by Peter.
One thing about keeping them happy is much the same in our caper is it won't make them run faster, but if you've got happy, sound, healthy animals, canine or equine, they'll do their best for you.
All right, might get the apprentice to hook him onto the walker, which they go on every morning. So
The paddock outside Nettie onto this rotary walker. How long would they go on the walker for?
So they go on the walker for 40 minutes each.
Bit of controlled exercise instead of loose exercise.
My father always taught me, keep it basic, keep it simple. So they just get a full cup of kibble.
Are you surprised with what goes into greyhound training here, Moots?
No, not at all. You know, it's quite extensive what we do in preparing these athletes, and like I said, equine and canine, I think there's a lot of crossover.
Some great success with horses that you've been able to get to that next level.
No, I've made it very clear. I look like a jockey behind the box. He pulled the big windmill out and give the box a bit of a slap, and I said, home you go, boy.
What a great little teaser heading into the big one next week. Make sure you come back to watch that one. But during the week, we lost an absolute legend of our sport in Fernando Bale. George Frugier is out with a special guest so we can reminisce on how spectacular this greyhound was.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. Here with Corey Heinrich, obviously part of Team Daly when Fernando Bale was at his peak. Corey, sad news come through in the last couple of days. How are the family holding up?
I haven't really. Mum and Tom are on holidays at the minute. I had a brief phone call with them, and they're pretty upset. So I'm sure not a great start to their holiday, but he was 12 and a half, and we had the privilege of training him, and I'm sure they're very, very appreciative of that.
We seen him as public as a champion. How was he like at home? Did he have any quirks, or is he just a northern other dog?
Loud. Oh, was he? Very loud, yeah. He barked all day. Other than that, he was a beautiful kennel dog. He done nothing wrong. Just good as gold, yeah.
Tell us about his box manners. He had this uncanny knack to just nail the start, except probably maybe the Melbourne Cup. But apart from that, he was pretty flawless. I mean, were you in awe every time he raced?
Pretty much, yeah. I think half of the nation was in awe every time he raced. You can tell by the crowd in the Adelaide Cup, they were just roaring the minute the boxes opened. But yeah, his early speed was phenomenal. Like if you could have a dog that began like him consistently every start, we'd all be happy as Larry.
Obviously he's gone now, but his legacy will last forever. I mean, you've seen him, an unbelievable sire, but he's going to be in pedigrees for forever now. I mean, does that give you a special feeling? Because everybody, well, a lot of greyhounds have got to have Fernando Bale in their pedigrees, so his legend will live on. Yeah,
100%. It makes you feel good knowing that. Like, I mean, everyone loved Fernando as a race dog, and I'm sure just off the statistics of his offspring, I'm pretty sure they'd be pretty wrapped with that as well. So, I think it's a massive thing. I think he'll stay in everyone's mind for a very long time.
That's about it, guys. Look, really sad news about Fernando Bale, but as Corey alluded to, 12 and a half years old, champion sire, champion race dog. His legacy will live on forever, Molly.
Thank you very much, George. He was a special animal, and look, he was there when it came to TV, he was there when it came to radio, and where he's going to be very sorely missed by the Wheeler family, the Westervelds, and certainly the Dailies. Now we are going to head to Mitch for a market update.
I tell you what, Molly, what a dog he was, Fernando Bale. I was down at the Dailies helping out as a young kid just before he was around, but gee, I'd love to have seen him at the peak of his powers. He sounded like he might have annoyed the bejeebers out of everyone, but on the track he was turning heads. Now, Late Night News is your favourite, $3.40 into $2.80. Magpie Hector has had some support as well into $3.70. Going the other way, Passmark 4 out to $5.50. $6 for the 7 Fade to Black. My on top selections had some a little nibble here. 15 into $10. That's Galactic Spartan. Number 1, Sweet Sundown. Second look at the distance. 8 out to 11s. Flying Envy, 15 out to $23, could get up at a price, and $31 for the 6 Magic Snowdrop. The feed, I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. Jump on there, type my name in. Type in Jimmy Vandermat's name as well, and you can check out all the plays that we have for tonight. Little description there as well. If that's a little helping hand to try and find you a winner, but the Sportsbet feed, it's an absolute belter. Get a part of it.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Now, how about Corey leading us into the fact that Fernando Bale was a bit of a noisy fellow at the kennels?
It's interesting, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I didn't know that. I knew Dinah Double One was a bit like that, running around the same time. I think he was a barker, but look, if you're that good, I think you can do anything you like, to be honest.
And you know what I loved about him? Everyone said he was a sound chaser. Like he would just hear the lure, and that's why he could time the start. It was extraordinary stuff. Well, here is the speed map for race number 2. I don't think speed maps really matter as much in staying racing, but it's a tough one to work out. Passmark, Sweet Sundown, Flying Envy, probably the 3 that slide forward, and then the outside brigade come across. Magic Snowdrop, Fade to Black. Late Night News, I don't think will be part of that speed battle, nor will Galactic Spartan. Magpie Hector's the interesting one, just as to where he might get to. But this is Late Night News last start against Ethanol Water. Box 4 Ethanol Water, box number 3 for Late Night News. And it was just a run that sort of said, I can go with Ethanol Water. And Ethanol Water's going to run in the next heat as a long odds-on favourite. So this isn't the strongest heat of the Bold Trees, and based on this run, George, if Late Night News can just whack away and hit the line, you know that it's going to run out 700. He's going to be competitive.
Yeah, I think he hit the nail on the head. He's just one of those greyhounds that keeps coming, doesn't he? So he's drawn out wide. He wants to find the fence, and as you can see here, I mean, Ethanol Water's a terrific greyhound, and he really puts it up to them. He didn't get beaten that far, and yeah, look, he's a chance. I just got a feeling about Magpie Hector. I know he's trained by the great Jack Smith. The pedigree suggests to me that 700 will be right in this greyhound's wheelhouse. So
wasn't long ago though that he had Palawa King, I think, on Bold Trees heat night, for memory, was a long odds-on favourite.
Yeah.
Got beaten, and he said, "Well, the heat night doesn't matter; it's the grand final that matters."
Absolutely, but what matters right now is the opening heat of the Bold Trees. Jason, who do you have for us?
Thanks, Molly. I'm joined by Jack Smith here with Magpie Hector. Now, Jack, fair to say this boy probably hasn't seen Sandown Park?
That's right.
Now, he was really good at when in his last start. He won by 10 lengths. Now, fair to say it's a different level of opposition tonight. What's your gut feel on what he's going to serve up?
You're right about everything, Patch. He's stepping up through the grades and the distances, so we're still working out what he will and won't do. And he has been beginning a lot better, so that's been a bit of a surprise the last few runs. So just hope he runs a good race, and be nice if he gets through.
Box 5 is probably one that a lot of people wouldn't be too thrilled about, but I reckon with him you're probably quite content.
Nah, I'm not that worried about it, no.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Jack Smith there and Magpie Hector. We'll have a chat to Kayla Cottrell, who's got Fade to Black. And Kayla, pretty good last week. What do you feel tonight?
Yeah, I was happy with last week's run. I wasn't disappointed. That was second up over the trip. You know, this preparation, he obviously was in the Top Gun stayers, and second up, yeah, usually can take a toll on him. So, look, just hoping if he does find the front, he's got a bit more at the end. He's got to learn to stay, and yeah, there's only one way to learn. So, yeah, fingers crossed, see what happens.
Kayla Cottrell there with Fade to Black. John Hughes with Late Night News. And John, it was his first visit to Sandown here last week. Is it fair to say expectations are higher in his second visit tonight?
Well, we could have probably had a better box draw, but look, he went great the first look at the track. As long as he doesn't get himself into trouble and give the likes of number 5 too big a start, you never know what could happen. But yeah, I think he took to the track real well, yeah. So we're here, we're hoping.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
John Hughes there, guys, with Late Night News, who gets back in the field, runs on as we know. So we'll see what he serves up in Heat 1 of the Bold Trees.
Thank you very much, Jace. Now, before we get to the boxes, who are we liking, James?
That fella looked like he could be Jason Adams' dad, I reckon. The first heat of the Group 1 Bold Trees, I'm 8 on Top Late Night News. I just think this is the proven stayer of the field. I've gone 5 Magpie Hector for second, really taken by that Winnie win last start. I think Pass Mark's the one that you just have to have something small each way on. Very, very unlucky 2 starts ago in the Top Gun, and just a dog that knows how to win races and make finals, and I've gone 3 Galactic Spartan to run on late.
Yeah, absolutely. Passmark is one of the more consistent stayers in Victoria, but I just got a feeling there's a little bit of X factor here with Magpie Hector. Broke 42 seconds at Wentworth Park, which is a really solid run, and I think he'll just get better and better.
He absolutely will. Now, Mitch, final market update for us.
Yeah, Late Night News still your favourite here, Molly. $2.70 and holding its price. Magpie Hector's had a nibble, $3.80 into $3.60. Passmark's gone the other way, 4 out to $6.50 unwanted, as has the 7 Fade to Black out to $7, and good money around for Galactic Spartan, 15 into 10, now $8. That's my on-top selection, Galactic Spartan the 3.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Do we have any final words ahead of this first Bold Trease heat?
Yeah, look, I just think it's going to be an interesting race. I think Magpie Hector's the runner, George, that we're sitting there going, what is he going to do?
Yeah. If he came out and run 41.50 here, which is a very fast time, I don't think anyone would be surprised. He's that talented. So, yeah, can't wait for this. And James is getting a little bit more nervous because it's closer to his heat. When
and
100
to 1, George,
doesn't matter.
No nerves.
Doesn't matter.
Absolutely. Righto, we might head up to race caller Dan Hibbard for the opening heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trease.
The carnival really kicks into gear now. First of 3 heats of the Bold Trease, and then the 8 heats of the Melbourne Cup. $2.90 for Late Night News, the favourite from box 8, set to run. Heat 1 of the Bold Trease. And away, flying out of the inside, Sweet Sundown, Speed Flying Envy, and also Magic Snowdrop. Fade to Black was 4th on the inside, Pass Mark, way out deep, Magpie Hector. Late Night News is second to last, and Galactic Spartans at the rear of the field. A lap to go, Sweet Sundown by 3 on Flying Envy. They're bunched right up behind this leader. Magic Snowdrop, right wide around, Fade to Black loops as they really bunch up. Magpie Hector's been 4 wide the trip, next to the inside, Galactic Spartan saving ground. Late Night News will need to make up many lengths. Pass Mark was length. They got to Magic Snowdrop, and it's Fade to Black. Fade to Black race to the lead, and Nandy's going to have one in the final of Bold Trease. Fade to Black won it, beat Galactic Spartan, and Late Night News has rattled through on the rail for third. 4th in was Magic Snowdrop from Pass Mark. Next in the field, Magpie Hector. Sweet Sundown got very tired. Flying Envy was back with them, and the time 41 and 94. Number 7.
Fade to Black wins the opening heat of the Bold Trease, and Kayla, different sort of variation of him, wasn't it? He was awesome.
Yeah, it was. That was a different side. Look, over his 650, 660 journeys, he is a dog that does storm home, but 700, look, to be honest, I didn't think he was a dog that would come from behind. Thought he'd be a dog on the bunny and needs a bit of luck behind him, but yeah, he showed a different side, and like I said, he hasn't had much over the staying ranks, and he's got to learn to stay, and yeah, I think it's coming all together, so that's a good sign.
Now, as a very young trainer, he had a fair bit of success at group level. Is he one you think can take out a Group 1 final next week?
Look, he's got every chance. Look, this dog does deserve a big one like that. He's just so competitive and gives his all every time he steps out. So, yeah, it'd be great to see him do it. And, well, we're there next week, so we'll be trying, that's for sure.
Good luck.
Thank you, Ta.
Kayla Cottrell there, guys, after Fade to Black takes out the opening heat of the Bold Trease.
Thank you very much, Jace. Now, that race changed complexions a few times, didn't it? I didn't know where we were going.
They all bunched up sort of as Fade to Black got to the front, and it's kind of fitting that a son of Fernando Bale wins the first heat of the Bold Trease. I mean, it just it shows you what a great sire he's been. Kayla said that probably the second up run was pretty good, and he was going to get a little bit fitter, and he had to work really hard, didn't he? And he was fantastic to the line.
He went the polar opposite to his normal race pattern, which I think would give the kennel a bit of encouragement going into the final. Look, this was clearly, I think, on paper the weakest of the heats, of the 3 heats, but the way that he won suggests that he might be able to impact next week, because you'd want him leading. You don't want him coming from 3rd or 4th.
No.
Magic Snowdrop just ran the race of its life. She took the lead in a Group 1 heat turning for home, and then the big guns were out to play. Fade to Black. Galactic Spartan ran a bit of a race, and Late Night News What do you make of that, George? Late night news. He never really looked like he was going to impact the race.
No, yeah, got a little bit far back, and like you said, he sort of plods his way home. For next week's final, if he makes it, because the third fastest, the two fastest thirds get through, he's going to have to rely on a little bit of luck and a little bit of trouble out in front, because I just think, especially if a dog like Ethanol Water makes it next week, I mean, they're going to be running quicker than what they did there.
And Magpie Hector, I should say, just didn't feature in the race. He just didn't quite get in it.
Yeah, he was caught probably 4 or 5 wide around that corner, and it was really hard to make up. In fairness, he was right behind Fade to Black, who was just too good for them.
And as well, he hadn't seen the track, which was the insight we got from Patch Adams just prior. That might have had an impact, because it's very hard to come here to Sandown first look against the big dogs and try and win a race like that. Yeah, look, it just shows that anything can happen. Fade to Black at about $8 or $9 gets the job done from Galactic Spartan, Late Night News and Magic Snowdrop. And as Georgie said, that third place could be important. The slowest third place getter will be the first reserve. The other 2 third place getters will make up the field of 8, along with first and second in the Bold Trees, Molly.
Absolutely. Now, as Fade to Black has a drink, we're going to head to a commercial break, but we will be back with Simon Marshall and a very special guest. Some fantastic shots we are seeing of Fade to Black as he wins the opening heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trease for young trainer Kayla Cottrell. It's a great start to a big night here at Sandown Park. We've got the dividends on the screen, 7, 3, 8 and 6 to finish out the opening heat of the Group 1 Bold Trease. Now we are going to head to Simon Marshall to see exactly where he is with our special guest.
And bang, here we go, just like that. There's so many people that you run into, sporting champions right around Australasia, but they're right here for the Melbourne Cup Heats. Jackie Higgins is with us here from the Mighty Saints. Jackie, you're looking fantastic. You're in here at clubbies. Now, these are a lot of punters that are getting involved in clubbies because they love their sport and they're getting around industries.
No, of course. We're here to watch the Greyhounds tonight. Such a good event that Sandown's put on. So can't wait, and hopefully get back a few winners.
Fantastic. How's the crew treating you here? They're coming up there and they're going, mate, what about your recruits you got this year at the Saints? What are a couple of the nice questions the punters here are asking you as a St Kilda supporter, maybe?
Yeah, the punters all over me. Obviously got a few big recruits this year, so they're all over me, asking me a lot of questions. How's TDK going? How's this? How's that? So don't worry about that, mate. Worry about how Jackie Higgins is going.
Don't worry about that. Worry about Jackie's boy. Now, what's the go with the pre-season? We're heading into Christmas. So what is the team, the high-performance team, got you doing right now to get fit? Stay fit.
Stay fit. So the older boys head back Monday. So we're doing that, and then we've got a time trial, 2 to 3K on Monday. So getting ready for that. So not a big night on the piss for me tonight. So yeah.
Magnificent. Now the Greyhounds. Do you follow the Greyhounds normally and have a bout amongst the boys, or is it the ponies?
More the ponies. Your expertise there, mate. So normally the ponies, but no, I'll gladly involve myself with the Greyhounds.
Fantastic stuff. There's a bit of atmosphere tonight. Now, the Melbourne Cup Heats are coming up, and we've got some punters there that are going to scan a QR code to get out there. They're going to put the cricket pads on. You run into Bradley Hodge over there. How good's Hodgie looking?
Oh, mate, he's looking $1 million. I wish I was him.
You following the Aussies at the moment in the cricket?
Yeah, I think we got off the good start last time I checked. So, my man Scotty bowled today, so I'm happy for him.
No, would you be a batter or a bowler yourself?
Probably all-rounder and a keeper.
Of course you would be, yes. Go and get your own batting and bowling. That is for sure. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a lot of punters scan the QR code. They're going to go into some heats where they've got to pad up, they've got to put the gloves on, and then they've got to put a helmet on and run. And whoever runs the fastest, they'll go into a heat to win 5,000.
Geez, maybe I should go in that, I reckon.
What would you do if you won 5,000 tonight?
I don't know. There'll be a lot of things I could do with 5,000. Maybe put it towards a mortgage.
Great answer. That's a very good, nice ball, Shane type of stuff there. Now, tell me something about Spring Carnival. What was your highlight?
My highlight was Call for Guineas Day. I love being along that. I was working that day for the kind of people who hired you today. So, no, it was good.
Yeah, good stuff. Your favourite jockey?
J-Mac.
Favourite horse of all time?
Pakistan Star.
A Pakistan star in Hong Kong.
Yep.
Jackie Higgins. There you go. There's one from our field. Now, if you were to pick a colour when we're talking about greyhound racing tonight, the boxes, you got box 1, which is white, and then you got box 8, which is pink, or is it green in between? What's your favourite colour?
I love the box 8 that's cut across the field. Can't lose from there, one you cut across.
Fantastic stuff. And what are your favourite numbers between 1 and 8?
I hate 4 because the barrier draw. I hate them getting the squeeze, so the 1.
Magnificent. Jackie Higgins is around here all night. If you're doing nothing, you're sitting back on the recliner, come out the clubbies here. They're going off here. We got Checkers, the DJ, and you can come and say hello to Jack Higgins, more importantly. Thank you, mate.
No worries. Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Simon. It looks like a lot of fun out in that clubby sports area. I reckon they're thinking over 250 people there.
Well, to be honest, Mol, I'm not sure if it's the clubby sports area, but they've got the old arcade game where you actually jump on the horse called Final Furlong. You get to be the jockey. Now, I'm not sure if that's in the clubby sports section, but they've got that out there. And if there's 5 or 10 minutes where I slip away tonight, that's where you'll find me. I used to love that game.
How much would you pay for it? You said you were looking for it.
Probably
How much?
$2 or $3 grand. If they want to sell it, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
The wife probably wouldn't agree. I'm not sure where we'd fit it into the house, but I love it.
I'm not sure whether Mitch would be buying anything like it, but maybe first you can give us a market update for the next, please.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of riding horses. And the other thing I want to know, Jack Higgins just said he's an all-rounder, so he bats and bowls, but he'd also keep. So maybe he bowls that slow that he keeps to his own bowling. Anyway, let's get to race 3 on the program. Bold Trease Heat number 2. And we've got a shorty here. Ethanol Water, $1.55, trained by Team Daly, is an absolute superstar over the distance. A pillar from SA, $4.60 out to $5.50. Can You Strike has also come across from South Australia at $6.50. Now we get to the dogs in double figures. Payback at $10. Charles 10 has had a little nibble. It's 11s. $23 for My On Top Selection. Star Stay, I think it can run a race at a price. King Ron, $41 and $51 for the 3. Rapido Spirit for Juzzy Bowman. Go on the 3. Race 3. There's your favourite, $1.55, and I reckon it will be included in many a multis tonight.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Now, guys, speed map, I know over the 700 it doesn't necessarily mean too much, but what are you thinking here?
Yeah, well, the speed map's suggesting Ethanol Waters is going to go straight to the top. Now, if that's the case, it's an anti-climax, it's game, set, match. I disagree. I'm thinking that she can lead. I'm not sure she's going to lead the way this speed map suggests, and I don't think Payback's going to be second. So I'm probably going to go head-to-head with the speed map a little bit. Number 3, Rapido Spirit. I think she's a genuine front-running stayer, and the insight that I have is when I was in that race a couple of weeks ago, it was soggy. It was really wet. It poured down rain. She only went 42.68, but I think she's a 42.10 dog.
Yeah.
Here's a replay now of Ethanol Water. 3 starts ago, Victoria Cup from box number 6, and just a dog that knows how to win. You know that she can run out 700 metres, and very rarely, George, would I say that $1.55 looks overs, but look at the way she puts the paw to the floor in a feature race and blows them away, and you could argue this race here was stronger than what she's against tonight.
Look, it's a simple thing that if she runs up to her best, she just beats these for fun, doesn't she?
But she's also on the brink of retirement, isn't she?
Yes, this is her swan song, this series, so hopefully she can get through because it'll be a great end to what has been a magnificent career, Molly. Look, she can jump to the front, she can come from behind, she's a true stayer, and I think it's just a testament to what the Team Daly have done with their breeding ranks. Out of an American mum and very, very fast from over there, and bred from an Irish sire. So they've gone all international with this greyhound, and she's been an unbelievable stayer. Nearly $750,000 in prize money.
If you like a light jockey when you're having a horse racing bet, like you might see a horse with 49 kilos in the Cox Plate, as they were just walking past us here to the parade area, number 2 just laid the biggest egg I've ever seen. So it would be half a kilo lighter, no word of a lie, Molly.
We've got to change the weight on the book here.
You don't mind your toilet chat, do you, James?
No, I love it.
But how about we cut it there and we head out to Jason to see who he's got in this race for us to chat to?
I'm joined by Tim Richards and Kenya Striker, of course, one of a handful from South Australia coming over tonight. Expectations tonight, Tim?
Oh, look, I mean, obviously, you know, you'd like to think we're in the, top 3 somewhere and go from there. We've a bit of a long trip over here. So yeah, let's hope for this. He's obviously performed well here as a young dog, so hopefully now.
And most importantly, stick it up the Victorians from your point of view too.
No prejudice there.
Deep down, I reckon it's different. Tim Richards there, Kenya Striker. Let's chat to Joshy Formosa, who's got Ethanol Water, of course, a grain on everyone's lips in the last 15 minutes. And Joshy, it has been touted, of course, about her career being wound up shortly. Is there a sense of sadness knowing it's probably one of the last times you'll lead her out?
Oh, a little bit, yeah. I actually offered her to Corey to handle for that reason, but like she's a beautiful bitch at home and she's got nothing left to prove. It's just really a week-to-week thing. Like, we expect her to go well, but if she doesn't, it doesn't really matter to us. She's done all she has to.
She raced here last Friday night. What does she do between then and now to prepare for tonight?
Not a lot, just work at home as usual. We don't change anything week to week, so she's ready to go. Hopefully she can just begin and find a spot and put herself in the race.
What do you think she does? What do you think she does after 50 metres?
Yeah, she's a funny bitch. Sometimes she can come out on the arm and just put them to bed, but sometimes she gets back and got to run on. It just sort of what happens in that first 50. If she finds a spot, well, she just wins, in my opinion. But, yeah, just hopefully she gets a bit of luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Joshie Formosa there with the champ, Ethanol Water. Jade Hurley's got a pillar. Now, Jade, we haven't seen her race for a few weeks. What has she been up to in between?
Oh, just the same as usual. What she normally gets up to at home. No, nothing changes.
I spoke to Tim Richards up the queue there about the whole representing South Australia and sticking up the Victorians. Now, you've probably been able to do it a few times in your handling career. Any chance tonight you think that might happen?
I just got to have some luck and hope for the best.
Jade Hurley there with a pillar. They're at the boxes now, guys, for the Heat 2 of the Bold Trease.
Thank you very much, Jace. We are loving the insights here. We are going to head out to Mitch for a market update as he finishes his pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, I need something in the system. Let's look at race 3, Sandown Park. Ethanol Water, your favourite, $1.60. $9.50 now for a pillar, absolutely out the gate. Kenya Striker at $8. Good money for Charlestown, into $7.50 from $13. And Payback, $17. Chance are you about to lose. For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Thank you, Mitch. Now, James, where are we heading here?
Really confidently to Ethanol Water. This isn't the strongest heat. I know I've said that the first couple of times, but there's not a heap of speed. Georgie's got Charlestown, who I reckon could be a bit of a blowout chance if he can bring his provincial form. But I'm 7, Ethanol Water, superior stayer of the race, to beat Star Stay, who will hit the line hard. 4, Charlestown, 5, Payback, who again will hit the line hard. Georgie, what are you with?
Yeah, with the favourite. I think she should be too good for them. 7, 8, 2 and 4. And it'll be good to see her make a Group 1 final for her swan song.
What's your boy going to do here, Charlestown? Because
I don't think he's ready to run out the 700 just yet. He's just turned 2. I think he needs probably another 6 months. I think he'll get a bit tired.
Sandown Cup next year might be the...
That would be lovely. That would be lovely.
He was a dog that came out in a maiden at Geelong and ran the arms off the clock.
And you've seen him have some bad runs here. Like,
yeah,
he's
put in a couple of shockers.
Yeah.
We are going to head out to Dan Hibbard for race 3 in the Bold Trease.
95. So we're at the start. And we're about to get set for race number 3, the second heat of the Bold Trease. 3 heats. The first and seconds automatically go through. The fastest 2/3 will join them. And the favourite here is Ethanol Water at $1.65 on the fixed odds. Just about set to run. First line moving in. Second line join them. Green light turned on. Lure on the move. Set to run, favourite in the black, ready, and away, and slow to go there was Star Stay as normal. Best out was Rapido Spirit. There goes Charlestown around the outside. King Ron was next, further back then to a pillar. Now Ethanol Water's been shuffled back to second last to get it set. And back on the inside, Kenya Striker just ahead of it. Star Stay last. Charlestown well back to you and leads the way. 3 lengths in front. On this second goes Rapido Spirit from King Ron. Next was Payback, well clear on a pillar. Ethanol Water is a minute off the leaders. Then came Kenya Striker and Star Stay, but the leaders are getting tired. It's Charlestown just kicking, trying to get it. Rapido Spirit after it. King Ron on the outside, hit the favourite and a stop, and Payback got to the win. Payback stood up and won the heat. Second is going to be a pillar, and third I think King Ron, but he didn't want any part of the finish. Charlestown was next. Ethanol Water was running home through. It was a mile back at the early stages. Rapido Spirit and Star Stay on 42 and 12.
Cop that. Payback comes from nowhere to win Heat 2 of the Bold Trease. And Terry Reid, what a roller coaster that was.
It was a good run. Yeah, she didn't drop out like she normally does, so it was good. Got in on the fence and railed instead of running wide. Yeah.
Now, she's been a greyhound throughout her career, has had a lot of ability, not necessarily put it together at this level. So this feels like it's a big opportunity for her.
It is, yep. She's always had the ability, but she just, no luck. She had a real bad fall the first start in the race and, it's never got over it. Yep, so can I go and grab her?
No, not yet. You're a veteran trainer. I want to ask you what it means to be back into another Group 1.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Yep. It doesn't often happen. I only got 2 dogs, so it makes it hard to, to get into a Group 1, but I'm happy to be there. Yep, no doubt about that.
Go and give her a kiss.
No worries. Thank you.
Terry Reid there, guys, up the payback. She's the one that's had a lot of ability, as I said, for a period of time, and now she's into a Group 1 final.
Just the 2 dogs in the kennel for Terry Reid, and Payback is one of those greyhounds, makes it into the Group 1 Bold Trease. That race was everywhere, and I really wish we had a camera on George, because he was jumping up and down waiting for his boy Charlestown to finish on top, and it didn't quite get there.
You got a bit tired like I would running around the 700 metres, but look, again, a race that changed complexion completely with Payback sitting on the fence there. Ethanol Water got into trouble early, and that was lights out.
Yeah, just trying to watch Ethanol Water here, because she flicked over heels, but she sort of wasn't going anywhere, and I think she found a little bit more trouble here where the check just sort of wobbled about. Yeah. But at this stage, Georgie, we're thinking, gee, Charlestown's a sneaky chance, and then you could see the back markers, a pillar. Look, the winner, the pink, she's starting to make her move, and Ethanol Water, the old Ethanol Water probably nearly wins from there, to be fair.
Yeah, look, she's...
With the sections they ran home. Rapido Spirit for Justin Bowman. King Ron, who I reckon just about had the race here and then wanted to sort of lay in under pressure, and Payback was just there at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. Payback. Look, she's always been a talented dog. Sometimes she has some runs where you think, oh, that was a bit ordinary, but tonight was not one of those nights. She was absolutely fantastic, deserves her way into the final. Ethanol Water, probably the last time we see her.
I think so.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a sad time, a happy, sad moment. I think we know she did some spectacular things.
There's nothing to prove with her now.
No, absolutely not.
What is she? 35 wins, 88 starts, nearly $750,000. She was the #1 greyhound of the year, staying version last year, only runners up to explicit. So, yeah, her resume is phenomenal, and it's sad to see her more than most likely retire, but what a dog she's been.
She absolutely has, but it's all things Payback as we head into the next break, and off the back of that is race 8 at Ascot. As we hear Shannon Knoll in the background with a bit of lift, we finish out race 8 at Ascot. 1, 3, 4 and 13 are our numbers. Now it is time to head to Mitch Abaya for a market update.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. Without a trace, the big one, the one that we've all been waiting for over the distance, and it is short. Have a look at your price, $1.30 out to $1.45. If you had it in multis at $1.30, I reckon you might consider recharging that at $1.45. Aiden's Warrior, it's had a nibble, $4.60 into $3.90. Mapungalara, good last time out, $8 is your price. Now we get out to the long shots. Copper Rush, $20, not the worst play. $20 also for the 4. Grace in Sammy wants to push up the track early. Miss Mary Jo won a race here at Sandown Park at about 50s. You're getting $26. Moonlight Miller, $46. And Nitrous, $81. The Black Book, the Sports Bet Black Book. Great function. Jump on there. Type a greyhound in you think might be backed off the map and didn't get the result. Might be a massive run from tonight's heats, or you want to back next time out. You'll get a reminder. It is one of the best things going around. If you've got a memory like me, chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the Gambling Help Online number or visit the Gambling Help Online website.
Thank you very much, Mitch. The Black Book, absolutely a great feature to have. But now we are heading into the 3rd heat of the Bold Trease. James, talk us through the speed map.
Yeah, speed map, I think it's without a trace. He'll probably just go straight onto the top. Copper Rush is the dog in box 1 that I think does have the speed to match her early. If you're backing without a trace, that's what you don't want to see, them going to war on each other. If they do happen to go to war, as we see box 2, Aiden's Warrior tracking right up behind the speed, you've then got Miss Mary Jo 3, slow beginner, 4, Grace and Sammy, moderate beginner who likes to get up the track, and then the 5, our boy, who's going to miss the kick. And Moonlight Miller's slow early. Mapungalara's probably got a bit of speed. So breaking that down, I think there's only 3 dogs that can lead, the 1, the 2 and the 6. Here is the top gun, and without a trace, just bang, straight to the lead. Aiden's Warrior driving across, had to work a little bit there. And when you think just here, Aiden's Warrior probably lost 2.5 lengths. He gets within 2.5 lengths of her. So if he gets clean air, he could apply some heat to without a trace. The more you look at this race, she's not a lay-down misère.
I think if she jumps cleanly like that, I mean, she's going to be very hard to beat. The other positive for her is we've seen a couple of the big guns not get through to next week's final. If she comes out and runs fast here, James, she'll start a very long odds-on favourite next week. Aiden's Warrior, you're right. His run was absolutely fantastic. He's in this heat, obviously. I think she'll just lead and be very, very hard to beat. That was a terrific effort. Her time was very, very fast. What can she run here? 41.40, 41.50? Probably.
She's so hard to get past. If she gets the lead, that little mid-race lull, if they can't grab her during that section, you've got no hope of picking her up late.
No.
And I'd anticipate 41.40 to 50, I think, would be about spot on.
Now, George, it's hard to go past without a trace, but was there anyone else that you had your eyes on?
Yeah, look, we're watching Mapunga Lara here off box 4. And look, we tipped her last week and she was very, very good, or the last time we were on air. She backed that up with another victory in 42.56. She's just turning into a really handy stayer.
Getting better, isn't she?
She is. Is she in without a traces class? Obviously not. But look, she's racing really well. She's got a little bit of early speed, and as you said, there's a lack of speed in this race, so she should find herself in a nice position despite drawing box 8.
Absolutely. Look, without a trace, it's going to be really interesting to see what she can do tonight. I think everyone will be celebrating and wanting her to cross that finish line first, because it is a very, very winnable race for this greyhound.
It is, and she's out of Houdini Boy, who was one of my favourite greyhounds. He was so uncanny. He'd miss the start by 4 lengths, zip around them and win, and it's great to see him have a very, very good dog here. Darren Pulio's family of greyhounds are just unbelievable. Another one from this dam line that's produced Poke the Bear and all these type of fantastic greyhounds, and he's got another one here.
Wouldn't you love to be Peter Prosciutto at the moment, though? I think one thing for me, off the chart, he said to me a week or two ago, this is a greyhound who's had 5 or 6 starts, and he says this is a Phoenix contender. That is a big thing to say.
You know what? On that, a couple of the big Phoenix heavyweights have been ruled out.
Yeah.
Who knows?
The door opens. And you know what I like with off the chart is the sections. He's not a genuine 500-metre dog yet. When I say that, he still went 29.80 at the Meadows. But from where he was, I think he was the 7th quickest off the back or something ridiculous like that. And in the company of Fernando Bale, like he has brutal early speed, and that can be what wins you a Phoenix, Molly.
Absolutely. Look, there are a few people as well who have travelled here. I see Miss Mary Jo from all the way from Warrnambool. It was a great story heading to, I want to say, was it the Bold Trease last year, or was it something around about then?
She's one of the genuine stayers in the race too. You know that she's going to run out the 700. Saw the old boy there handling nitrous. This is his moment in the light.
Yes, you've got a dog in this.
To be honest,
us about your dog.
We don't have dogs in races like this, so it is exciting.
Well, you do today.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what we're doing here, to be honest. But I've got a big opinion of a dog that's had 36 starts for 4 wins. We actually say he's arguably the quickest dog we've trained.
We should say we're talking about number 5, Nitrous here.
Yeah, the roughie, the 100-to-1 outsider. But he just cannot get out of a box. He's got no acceleration in the first 50, and that costs him every single week, Molly. But he does hit the line okay.
We are going to head out to Jace to see what he has to say ahead of this heat.
Here in the parade yard, ahead of the 3rd and final heat of the Bold Trees, I will speak to, Bert Vandermark, come over here. You and your son, James, manage this boy, Nitrous. What's your expectations?
Hopefully 4th or 5th.
That's what he says. Good luck.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Holly Thompson has Aiden's Warrior, who was second to Without a Trace in the Group 1 Top Gun Stayers. And Holly, I'm sure you're impressed by what he did in the Top Gun Stayers. Do you think there's more in him tonight?
Yeah, he was absolutely phenomenal in the Top Gun Stayers race. You couldn't ask for anything more. But yeah, no, he's doing everything perfect, and hopefully he gets some luck again tonight.
What's he like at home?
Oh, you don't even know that he's there. Actually, all the dogs at home at the moment are just cruisy, and you just love having them there.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Holly Thompson there with Aiden's Warrior. James Prosciutto yet again Without a Trace. We might let him go. Mapunga Lara here with Christiana. This girl's just hitting this series at the right time, isn't she?
Yeah, no, she's in good shape, so I just got to hope she jumps, and then fingers crossed after that one.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There we go, guys, on the way to the boxes for the 3rd heat of the Bold Trease.
Thank you, Jason. That Mapunga Lara is out of Mapunga Isla. Gosh, wasn't she an animal?
She was a star. She was a group winner. Obviously, the mum of Mapunga Reward, who unfortunately we don't see here tonight with a small wrist issue, but he'll be back soon. But look, Barry Smith, talk about breeders in this sport. He's one of the best, Barry Smith. He always seems to have a fast one, and he's got one here in Mapunga Lara. Whether she's good enough to beat Without a Trace, I'm doubtful, but let's see what happens.
Now, what viewers at home might not be able to see, we're actually in the museum here at Sandown Park.
Yes.
I wonder if Barry Smith is going to have some sort of feature in this wall here.
Well, he'll be hoping. He'll drive all the way down from Warrnambool for it. But look, he's a terrific bloke too. Wish him all the best, as we do all the runners here. $37.40 on Sportsbet. You've had a nibble, haven't you, on Nitrous?
that's tote price. I think he's still 100 to 1, and he's every bit of 100 to 1 shot in the race. But my numbers for the event, I'm 6 without a trace. So I think it's hard to tip against her, but I can see a way that she gets beat. And I think Aiden's Warrior could be the dog that just moves up to her mid-race if Copper Rush applies a bit of heat to this hot favourite. I went 6-2-8-1 in the third and final heat of the Bold Trease, which is clearly, in my opinion, the strongest of the 3 heats.
Now, George, before we get... Oh, sorry, George. Before we get to your tips, I reckon we're going to go to Mitch Abaya for a market update.
Yeah, race 4, Bold Trees, heat number 3, without a trace out to 155 and still favourite. Aiden's Warriors had a nibble. Team Thompson, 380 into 360. Mapunga Lara's $9. Copper Rush still 20s. Racing Sammy, 34. And Nitrous, $91, $6 the place. And if you want to click on more places, a function of the app, $3.10 for top 4, Jimmy. I reckon you'll be piling into that.
No, look, I'm just hopeful that he doesn't run 20 metres last, Mitchie. If he can get up for 7th, I'd be happy. Now, we are having a couple of little tech issues with the broadcast. We are aware of that. At this stage, we have got a backup plan, which is myself calling the Melbourne Cup Heats. But Mitch Abaya, the Peacock, if you go back enough into the archives, into the history, and you look at the Traralgon qualifying trials, you'll hear the voice of the Traralgon qualifying trials right here, right now, calling this heat of the Bold Tree. So I'm going to let you take this one away, Mitchie. I've got a runner in it.
But before we head to Mitch for this, we're going to get George's tips quickly as they are behind the boxes.
Yeah, 6-2-8-1. I think she'll lead and be very hard to beat, obviously.
Now, Mitch, how are we feeling ahead of this this call here? Pressure's on with James here.
Being a part of SEN track, obviously we weren't able to take feed, so we had to call a few of our own and got a bit fruity with them. So
don't go too well, because I like my job, Mitchie, and I reckon this is your moment.
I don't want your job.
I think we might have to have
the worst part, 715 metres to call a race. I don't reckon I've called one at that long before. But anyway,
I think we also might have to have a camera well and truly fixed on James Vandermark, because if he's anywhere near the front, he will absolutely be jumping around. Now, the Greyhounds are heading into the box for the final heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trease. We're going to head to Mitch Abaya to call this third and final heat.
Well, this is a worry. Race 4, Sandown Park, Sportsbet Bold Trees, heat number 3. Amber light is turned on, flashing away. Favourite is number 6, without a trace, out to $1.60. Little nibble late for Nitrous, $81. Green light is turned on. Good luck to all that have had a wager. Set. Racing without a trace, steps well. Speed on the inside, Aiden's Warrior looking to hold out, and Copper Rush trying to slide up the fence, but without a trace. Looking across Aiden's Warrior, those two pair off. 2 lengths back to Grayson, Sammy running wide. Miss Mary Joe up the inside, and round the outside would have been Mapunga Lara. 3 lengths back to Copper Rush, Moonlight Miller and Nitrous rounds them out. Down the back, Aiden's Warrior puts 2.5 on without a trace. Running on into third was Grayson Sammy, charging the fence, Mapunga Lara, and the rest probably can't win. But out in front, Aiden's Warrior, 2 lengths here, comes without a trace. Aiden's Warrior's 2 in front and gonna hold on. Aiden's Warrior beats without a trace. Third, charging late, Mapunga Lara. Behind that would have been Grayson Sammy, Miss Mary Joe, Moonlight Miller, Copper Rush and Nitrous. And the time is 41-7.
Just a bit off.
2 beats 6, beats 8. An upset in race number 4, heat 3 of the Sportsbet Bold Trees.
Mitch, how about that? What an absolute effort to call that one home. It was a bit of a surprise, but we're going to head down to Jason with the winning trainer. We don't have Jace, unfortunately, but look, what an effort, guys, that was. That was absolutely how's your heart, first of all, James?
You can interview the owner of the 6th Greyhound across the line, I think. No, we actually jumped old Nitrous. He's never jumped like that in his life.
Just
squeezed out the back.
What an effort by Aiden's Warrior to hold out without a trace.
This is the key, isn't it, right here? Because we said without a trace has the flat spot. Once Aiden's Warrior went through to hold the lead, was always going to take some catching.
There's your favourite and second favourite for next week's final.
Yeah.
Clearly the two to beat. Box draw, I know we say it sometimes over the distance is not as important, but if Without a Trace draws inside of him next week, obviously I think she'll still start favourite, but take nothing away from Aiden's Warrior. Flip the script from last week. It was a fantastic run. 6.09 early.
Yeah, it was enormous.
Yeah.
So
She's
Mitch,
one moving forward.
Mitch, you've called your first heat of a Group 1 race here. Spectacular effort, but now looking back at the replay, what are your thoughts on it?
First and last, I would have thought, but there's look. Aiden's Warrior was brilliant. He's got that ability to chase, and he was tough. He was tough through the first turn. Copper Rush come up the inside, put some heat on. Without a Trace, had every conceivable chance. I honestly think that was just an exceptional run from the two. The greyhound that stood out to me, Mapunga Lara, was absolutely enormous. To come from worse than midfield, go storming past Gracie and Sammy, who's been running over the longs for a while now, and I think she's definitely one to follow going forward. But Aiden's Warrior, great training performance.
One more for you, Mitch. What do we take away from Without a Trace's performance?
I think Without a Trace was good. There's no doubt about it. Last week's run, or a couple of weeks ago's run, was brilliant. Like, got to the front, had it all its own way, and was good at both ends of the race. I think tonight stuck on well. Look, I think should be better next week. And I don't think the Prosciuttos will care whether won tonight or run second. Still making the final. It's not like she's completely missed.
This is her biggest danger, Aiden's Warrior.
Yeah.
Like, they were 1-2 in the Top Gun and they streaked clear rest of the rest of the pack. So, yeah, look, I wouldn't be disappointed Without a Trace. And that was, the more you looked at that speed map, if she didn't get across, there was a big chance Aiden's Warrior was going to get the breaks that he got tonight. So box draw is going to be important next week. Like, this boy here, I think, needs to draw inside if he's going to do what he did tonight.
And we'll have that box draw, obviously, live here in a couple of races' time. And guess what, Molly? Another son of Fernando Bale winning a heat of a Group 1 race. Surprise, surprise.
It is very fitting. Another victory to Fernando Bale's son. As we head into the break, we are seeing Aiden's Warrior have a drink after a huge Bold Trease heat win. This is Aiden's Warrior taking out a heat of the Sportsbet Bold Trease tonight here at Sandown Park for Team Thompson. A huge win. We learnt a lot about Without a Trace running second in that race, and a monster effort for Mapunga Lara, Grace and Sammy, who rounds out the dividends here for race number 4 and the final heat of the Group 1 Sportsbet Bold Trease. Now we are going to look towards the Group 1 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We are here with Rod Pilotta with Intrepidus. Rod, welcome to our desk here on racing.com.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Thank you. On a night like tonight, it's great.
Now talk to us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been in the dogs and how many do you have?
I've been in the dogs probably 30, 40 years now as an owner. As a trainer, probably the last 3 years. We've got around 12 race dogs at the moment and probably about 10 or 12 pups. So it's only a small little thing that we do at home, but the whole family does it, so it's really good.
I don't want to talk too much fluffy stuff. I just want to talk about this dog you've got in a Melbourne Cup heat, Rob.
Okay.
Intrepidus. You and I have both had a very big opinion of this dog from day dot. He's had 3 looks here. This is the replay of when he won the Geelong Derby. And look at that from box 8. He came out like an absolute weapon.
Yeah, look, he's a very, very fast dog. I knew what he was when he was 12 months old. I mean, obviously, we used to run him up the drag and stuff like that, and we used to time him, and he was going as quick as the race dogs then. So, very, very fast dog. If he gets out tonight, it'll give him a really good chance.
3 starts at the Metro track here of Sandown Park. He just has not begun like we all know he can.
No. But look, we've done a few things with him, obviously, trying to get him a little bit keener and stuff like that. But look, he's as keen as mustard. He's the best chaser that I've ever had. He does everything right. He's never done anything wrong, apart from the times that he started here and he hasn't sort of come out as good as what we want him to. But He's very, very good, honestly. I know, look, obviously, if he does tonight, he'll go okay.
I think he can run really well. I've tipped him on top, so no pressure there. But
thanks,
a long time involvement as an owner.
Yep.
3 years as a trainer, as you said.
That's right.
Can you believe that you're in a Melbourne Cup?
No.
The night of nights?
Absolutely not, no.
Rob, are you feeling the pressure, though? James Vandermeer has talked him up for the last, 3 weeks or so. Do you say, James, calm down a bit, or do you embrace it?
I'll do both, actually. and I must admit, look, I do appreciate him spruiking up the dog because he is what he is, and I reckon he's only 2 years old now, and I think he's only going to get a lot better. And sometimes I would say, oh, James, just calm it down a bit. But look, I can understand. But anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm excited about this dog and what he can do. And I'm sort of a firm believer that with a few of these big-name dogs out of the Phoenix, Barefoot Zulu's been withdrawn, Slick Splits isn't going to be there. The door's just left ajar for a dog. I'm not sure if it's going to be Intrepidus. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but something's going to come out tonight behind us at this great venue, do something special in a Melbourne Cup heat, and the slot holders are going to go bananas.
Well, he's got his chance to prove it tonight. I mean, obviously, he hasn't hit his best form here, but it's only around the corner, I think, and whether it's tonight or whether it's another night, I don't know, but hopefully it is tonight, James. Really
now,
good.
Rob, thank you so much.
No,
Good
fine.
luck tonight.
Thank you.
We are heading into the opening heats of the Group 1 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. It's a very, very exciting time, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Good on you, Rob. Well done, mate.
See you later.
Around the first turn, Explicit has gone to the front. Explicit takes over. From in second, Joey the Jet. Then came Buddy Manelli. On the inside, Scalacci. Further back to Big Energy. And then Epitomise. But his moment has arrived. And he's taking it with both hands. Explicit raced away. And Explicit is going to win the Melbourne Cup.
The monkey is off the back. Explicit, the 2024 Melbourne Cup winner. And what a moment this is for the Thompson family.
All we wanted to see him is win one of the big race, and he's done it tonight. I'm just so proud of him.
Let's look at race 5, first leg of the quaddie and the first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Your favourite, number 1, Ross the Boss. Waiting for the graphic right there. $3.50 is the price for Ross the Boss. Sharapova Star, my on top selection, $4.50. Dacey's Rory, he's been here, there and everywhere. He's a star, he's $5. Zelda Cavilla, $5.50 for Team Daly. 2 Poor Vortex, 7 out to 10, a little bit of a drifter. Dear Carla Lou, trained by Kayla Cottrell, $10. $11 for 6, stomping, staggering price for a dog of his ability. And then Webleg Joel is 10 out to 12, as even a race as you will get. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit Gambling Help Online. Let's talk about the same race multi, including more places. This is a great aspect of the app. You can choose a ground to run top 2, top 3 or top 4 to have in your multis to add extra value. As it says right there on the screen, select grades to finish anywhere in the top half of the field at all Australian tracks, and you can build your own to add extra value. Great feature. I'm all aboard, so should you.
Now the importance lies with the speed map in these 515-metre races. We've got the opening heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Talk us through what we're seeing here, James.
Well, they're always hectic, aren't they, Melbourne Cup heats? Sharapova Star's the greyhound that I think does it on the most reliable basis. She normally hits the start. Ross the Boss will be looking to hustle through underneath of her, and then he wants to use a little bit of the track. And then you've got the pace out wide. Weblek Joel, Dear Carla Lou, and the likes of Stomping, who can potentially go well as well from those outside draws, George.
Really interesting speed battle, isn't it, between Ross the Boss and Sharapova Star. We see them race here a couple of weeks ago, and Ross the Boss just beat her off for speed, which we don't usually see against Sharapova Star. She's an absolute star. She won really well on our first night of Dream Chasers. I'm going for a little bit of value in the 5, Zelda Cavilla. Where it sits on that first corner, but I'll tell you what, if there's a little bit of jumbling up in front, it's a very, very talented greyhound.
Without a doubt. Now, James sat me and Todd down and said, I need some me time at the Plasma. So we're going to head to the Plasma and see what James has to say.
Molly, been a while since they let me loose at the Plasma. I just wanted to try and show why I'm tipping number 2, Poor Vortex, in this race. Number 1, Ross the Boss, I think wants to use a bit of the track, and Sharapova Star wants to go in. Now, what we're looking at here, Sharapova Star will jump from box number 2, and you've got box number 6, Ross the Boss. Now, we'll let this tape go. 2 clearly wants to go in, and Ross the Boss clearly wants to stay down the middle of the track. Now, if you try and envisage what might happen tonight, you've got Ross the Boss drawn underneath of Sharapova Star, and they're clearly wanting to switch positions through the first couple of 100 metres. So I see that a problem. We'll try and roll the head-on footage, which will probably paint a slightly clearer footage. There's Sharapova Star. She's hustling to get to the inside. Ross the Boss says, no, 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 no. I'm more than content being somewhere in the middle of the track. So for me, I'm seeing a little bit of contact through the first couple of strides. Ross the Boss, box number 1, as we see here, box 6, content to get to the middle of the track. And then you've got Sharapova Star, box number 3, wanting to go to the inside. Now, you could argue, Molly, that both of these have very, very similar speed. If they come together, Ross the Boss, the bigger, the bulkier of the two, little hip and shoulder, the rails opens for Paul Vortex, and away we go.
James, we love it when you get to the plasma. The enthusiasm is second to none. Do you have as much enthusiasm for this race, George?
Yeah, look, James makes a really good point about these greyhounds and the early speed. And their weakest point, both of them, is their last 50 metres. So if they've got the strong dogs like Dacey's Rory, who ran home in 10:40 here a couple of weeks ago, just to give people a guide, that's a very, very good run home. And Zelda Cavilla as well is a very talented greyhound. And so I'm sticking with James's thoughts, but probably just picking a different greyhound. I think if Zelda can find the fence and get into a nice enough position, I think it'd be hard to beat.
There are so many people we want to hear from in this heat, so we're going to head out to Jason Adams and see what he can get as a bit of an inside word for viewers here on racing.com.
I'm with Tina Woman here in Sharapova Star. And Tina, we saw this girl win well on Top Gun night. How do you think she's feeling this evening?
Oh, she's stubborn. She's
As always?
Yeah, as always, but she feels all right, so I hope she jumps. She's got to really jump past tonight.
Well, that's what everyone's talking about. Of course, Ross the Boss from box 1 has a lead early speed as well. How important it is for her to get out and cross him?
Yeah, she has to get out in front. Pink's got a lot of speed too, so she has to be on her best jumping tonight.
Do you prepare her any different, given the importance of tonight?
No, nothing different. No, still worked the same, still went to the vet, so everything's the same.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Tina Oman there with a pocket rocket. That is Sharapova Star. I'll walk down here and get Tom Zavellis, who, of course, is Queensland. He's one of the GOATs when it comes to training greyhounds in Queensland. He's got Dacey's Rory. He's been a gun up there for a long period of time. Jumped well. Now he doesn't jump that well, but runs on well. What's your thoughts on his chances tonight?
I'd like him to go back to the start of his career. Look, he still can jump. He's just been playing up a little bit in the boxes. We're hoping he settles down, third runner on the track now, and just improves a little bit. If he can do that early, he's a big chance.
Some good dogs in this. Sharapova Star, Ross the Boss, Delta Cavilla. You're a good judge. What's your read on the whole race itself?
Look, it's a good race. I mean, you expect it at this level, Group 1 level, there's no easy races. So he's got to do everything right. If he can park on him, he's close enough. He's very strong. So let's hope we're up there somewhere.
All the best, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Tommy Zavellis there representing Queensland, flying the flag for them. Corey Heinrich down here has got Zelda Cavilla. I'll just get a quick word from Corey. Now, Corey spent a lot of his career as a slow beginner. Now he's getting out okay. What's your gut feel on how he begins tonight?
Box 5, I don't know. He's hit and miss, but hopefully he can jump.
Corey Heinrich there with Zelda Cavilla is one of the powerhouses off this race, guys. And, of course, all that speed drawn down towards the fence.
Thank you very much for that insight there, Jace. Now, before we get the tips from these guys, I want to quickly head to Mitch Bayer for a final sports bet update.
Yeah, on the drift, Ross the Boss, 348 to 450. Your favourite now is the 3 Sharapova Star, my on top selection, jump lead, and hopefully win. It's $4. $5.50 for Dacey's Rory. Zelda Cavilla's been well back late into $4.80, and Paul Vortex, $8 there. The greyhounds in single figures.
Now, boys, I want to hear your tips heading into this opening Melbourne Cup Heat. Winner is the only greyhound who makes it through.
Yeah, Cutthroat, number 2, Paul Vortex. Going to need some luck. 2, 4, 5, 1 my numbers. 1 and 3 come together. The rails opens for the Vortex.
Yeah, I'm going 5, 3, 1, 4. I think Team Daly on nights like this bring their A game. There's no doubt about it. It's a talented greyhound. The speed battle between 1 and 3, as James alluded to, is very, very interesting.
Now, the crowd is heating up. We've got plenty of people behind us raring to go for this opening heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We're going to head to Dan Hibbard because we believe the race call is A-OK. Dan Hibbard, take it away.
Stomping's in good form, but he's going to need a little bit of luck from that green draw tonight. Moving in. Just about ready to go for the first heat of the Melbourne Cup. Thanks, Molly. They're getting set. It's win and you're in. Survive and advance. That's all you got to do. The first heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup for 2025. They're ready. Racing, Sharapova Star began quickly. It is going to lead easily. Going through Ross the Boss, the inside. Dacey's Roaring got it on the inside then from Paul Vortex. Zelda Cavilla, out wide Weblek Joel from Stopping and Dear Carlaloo. It's Sharapova Star, 2 in front of Ross the Boss. Dacey's Rory railing through. Zelda Cavilla making ground. Then came Paul Vortex. Sharapova Star's all out. Dacey's Rory's gone up to her. Zelda Cavilla is flying, but Dacey's Rory, Queenslander into the Cup final. Zelda Cavilla has run second. Third in is Sharapova Star. Fourth home Paul Vortex. Then Ross the Boss. Further back to Stomping. Weblek Joel and Dear Carlaloo. 29 and 24 the time, and the Queenslanders are up and about early.
Aren't they ever? Dacey's Rory, the first through to the Melbourne Cup, and Tommy Savalas, he just said, that's more like it. How good was that?
Mate, that was good. I was just looking to see how close he was to him early, and obviously the 3 burnt him off a bit, but he come out, got into a nice spot, and that's when I was real happy. You know, when he got into third, I was pretty confident then. So, I mean, they're not there till they're over the line, but he's been getting home in 10:40s, which is pretty good. So it's nice. This race I've been coming here since I could walk, mate. Well, actually before I could walk. So it's nice to make a race like this. I think the Melbourne Cup's the best race in the country personally. So it's nice to be part of it.
We know he's a good operator, but how proud are you of him throughout his efforts? I mean, he's been in some of the biggest races in the country to keep serving it up like he has, and now at this stage of his career through to a Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, look, he's made the Phoenix. He made the Brisbane Cup. Unfortunately, we get to race in it, but we made the Brisbane Cup, we made the $1 Million Chase, and now the Melbourne Cup. I don't think many other dogs have made all those races, so let's hope it's 4th time lucky and we knock one of them off.
And you said you've been coming here since you were a kid. This must mean plenty to now be a Melbourne Cup finalist.
Oh, definitely, yeah. My parents used to come here every Thursday, Olympic Park every Monday from the time I was in a pusher, so I know this race very well. Had some good memories here before we moved to Queensland, and to be a part of it's great. You know, that's why we have dogs and go in these races. You got to aim for it, and we're just lucky we've got people like Todd and Tom O'Neill that, they're tremendous. I mean, I couldn't ask any more. They do everything, like you come in and Todd's got everything under control, so they pretty much do everything we do, but they don't have the opportunity to have the quality of dog we have, so let's hope their time comes pretty soon.
We've got a big week ahead, mate. Soak it up. Congratulations, you're through to a Melbourne Cup.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Tommy Savalas there, the pride of Queensland, as Dacey's Rory, the sleeping giant in that field, swoops him and is the first through to the Melbourne Cup for 2025.
A sleeping giant is absolutely what he was. It was a huge performance by Dacey's Rory. But how about an interstate greyhound making it through to the Melbourne Cup? But he's a great fella, isn't he?
Tom Savalas is Victorian. He was born here. Yeah. We're gonna get him as our own Queenslander. Brisbane Lions, Brisbane Broncos. Now they won the first lead of the Melbourne Cup. I'm really happy for Tom. He put a lot of effort into this dog. He wants to push towards a Phoenix if there's a spot available with a greyhound of his ability. Ran 3rd in it last year, and huge run the second dog too, Zelda. But
massive run, Zelda Cavilla,
yeah.
And I actually thought Paul Vortex was okay because Ross the Boss just missed the kick. He just jibbed at the start.
Yeah,
that gave Sharapova the beautiful run to the lead. How were the sections she carved out? 4.96, 18.57. That'll lead the Melbourne Cup next week.
Oh, absolutely. But again, Tom Savalas, Australian Australian Trainer of the Year. He's had an unbelievable 24 months, and this probably caps it up for him. So I'll be hitting him up for a lunch on Friday next week. Don't worry about that.
Absolutely. As we see this fantastic vision, we're going to keep the memento going as we head over to WA for the Railway Stakes. 12, 1, 11 and 8 in the Group 1 Railway Stakes over at Ascot. Now it is time to continue the momentum here at Sandown Park with Mitch Abaya with a Sportsbet market update.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. Race 6 on the program, Heat 2 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And there's a real shorty, zipper on time, 12 wins from 13 career starts, has box number 1, and $1.50 is your price. Valedictorian, 8 into $6.50, trying to get across from the outside might be slightly tricky. Valenzuela's been drifting, $5.50 out to $8, sorry. Urana Xavier for Team Daily, $8. Aston Rayner, the 6, 10 out to $14. Paul Vince, Bernard, kennel name, $16, $31 about the 4 Shadows of Blue. This dog, tell you what, he's impressive at the Meadows, over the 600, and then Poor Ultra is $41. What are you really gambling with? chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the Gambling Help number on screen. Visit the Gambling Help online website.
Now, Zipper on time, she was absolutely spectacular in that Laurel's last start. I think it's 11 on the trot she's aiming for to come out of box 1. But before we head on her, I want to start with the speed map here. Tell me about it, James.
Yeah, look, the key is the draw, I think, for Zipper on time. She wants the fence. She's had the 1, then the 7 when she first come down in the heat of the Laurels, handled it well, and then she drew well box 3 in the Laurels and crossed onto the rail pretty quickly and just went about her business. I think Valenzuela, if he can replicate that 5.03 that he ran last start, Georgie, he could cross her at the start because she went 5.10. And then I think the only other speed really is the 6, 7, 8 from the outside. Shadows of Blue will be slow. Urana Xavier will be slow and Paul Vince will be slow. But here's Zipper on time, box number 3. Look, it was a good win without being an extraordinary win. Like the seas parted for her early. She took the gap and took the win, took the race there. But dashing sleigh was enormous, but the positive, I think, from Zipper on time's perspective is that will to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And the box draw, as you mentioned, I mean, you're going in the Laurels where you're up against your own age and sex. So this is definitely a step up for her, but I don't think there's any query that she's going to be able to handle that. And
shortest favourite of the night, Georgie, at around that 150. If you put her out in box 8, is she still an odds-on favourite? Is she even favourite?
I think she'd still probably be favourite, but not odds-on, I wouldn't have thought. We're having a look at Aston Rayner here, who's drawn box 6. He too can show a little bit of speed, as you mentioned. He went 4.99 at Sandown a couple of starts ago when drawing box 7. He's a very, very fast greyhound, Aston Rayner, as well.
He just found trouble there, I think, in the yellow. He was just squeezed out the back. And look at the company he was racing against.
That's the difference, isn't it? He went 4.99 and the week after he went 5.16. So there's a little bit of hot and cold early. He needs to nail the start from box 6, and we're seeing Slick Splits get the job done in 29.09. Yeah, look, it's hard to tip her against her, isn't it? It really is in this race.
I think you guys could be being a bit tough on Zipper on time, though. I think her run in the Laurels was spectacular. I think she's
What
in
was
the
so,
Thompson.
What was so spectacular
I don't know
about
what
it?
it was. I was absolutely impressed. And the thing is, she is in Team Thompson's care for a reason.
Right now, if she runs like she did in the Laurels, she will not win the Melbourne Cup. She will not win a Phoenix. But I'm backing in Team Thompson to get her to go to that next level.
For me,
and I believe they can.
For me, it's certainly the Team Thompson factor. What about you, Mitch? I can hear you having something to say. What are your thoughts out loud?
Yeah, I disagree. Look, 12 wins, 13 career starts. She loves the inside. You saw that in the heats of the Laurels off a wide draw, then won the final off box 3. I don't know what much more we want. Like, she's running time overall. She's got good early speed, should lead this. Like, the price is not there, but ignore the price. I think she's the best dog in the race, and I think she wins. So
5.5 lengths off the best time of the night last week. Where could she find that 5.5, do you think?
Well, on the first turn, she goes straight to the front. You need any trouble on this first turn here, and she's off and gone. She doesn't have to do everything right, but I think she'll be winning tonight. So I had her as my second best on the program, and Team Thompson will just get her to go to another level.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that she's not going to win tonight. She's also my second best bet of the night, but I'm backing Team Thompson to get her to go to that next level. She was good in the Laurels, do not get me wrong, but I know that Team Thompson have the Phoenix as their grand final with her, if they can get her there. And that's where I reckon you'll see the best of her.
And it's one of those young dogs heading into the Phoenix.
She's on the up, that's the thing, yeah. And I think she will improve, and she's probably going to need to improve to get to that level.
And her early speed at Wentworth Park is really impressive. Like, she's getting down to really good time. So I think she can go a little bit quicker than the 5.08,
That's
5.10.
the key, isn't it?
Yeah, I think she can. Can you believe that Team Thompson are going for their 6th Melbourne Cup? It's an extraordinary performance.
That's why you back them in, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
like on that 29.43, I guess what I'm saying, if let's say that was Cheeky Chompers, who won last week in 29.43 with those sections, would we be mentioning this runner as a Phoenix dog and as a Melbourne Cup dog? Probably not.
You've got to take things into context,
Yeah, I know.
though. I think that's the main thing. I think when you're heading into that, I'm sure Jason would have a little bit to say, but he is actually going to get the word from the horse's mouth here with Luke Thompson. Jason, what does he have to say?
Well, let's find out. Luke Thompson, Zipper on time. Good draw. I assume you agree. We haven't seen her spear out like she has done in New South Wales. Is tonight given the draw?
Oh, we're hoping so, yeah. She's got a good draw and, yeah, pretty map drawn her outside her. Just, yeah, hopefully we can see her get the start right like we think she can and, yeah, get through to the final. It'll be nice.
Now, I know she won the Laurels, but this is obviously different gravy. From what you've seen from her, you sense she's right up to this sort of class of racing?
Yeah, she's done nothing wrong so far. She's a very high up-and-coming bitch. She's already got 2 group wins to her name and hopefully, yeah, a Group 1 beckons for her. But, yeah, got to get through tonight first.
She's done it the hard way somewhat. over the past couple of weeks. What is she capable of running?
I'd like to think somewhere around the 29.15 to 20 mark. Like to see probably the first split more, so if she can get down around 5 dead or so early, that'd be more pleasing.
All the best, mate. Thanks. Luke Thompson there with Zipper on time. They're on the way to the boxes, guys, but obviously it's all about her. If she gets it right tonight, watch out.
Yeah, look, I'm really confident she'll be winning, and she'll be probably taking that next step tonight, Georgie. I'm 1 on top, second best bet of the night, Valedictorian. Your boy Valenzuela, who I reckon if he comes out like he did last week, could really give this favourite a scare, and Shadows of Blue up for 4. A race that I think is, in comparison to normal Melbourne Cup Heats, void of speed. So I think the red gets a gun run from the draw.
Yeah, absolutely. My numbers are 1, 6, 5 and 3. I think, as you said, I think she's an up-and-comer. I think she'll get down to the 29.10s mark eventually, and if she does that, there's Phoenix ringing in people's ears.
What does she have to run, do you think, tonight to be a Phoenix contender? Off the red in a Melbourne Cup Heat a few weeks out from the Phoenix.
Probably 29.20 odd.
Yeah, under 20, I reckon. You give her the tick of approval. Yeah.
Now, before this desk explodes, I'm going to head to Mitch for a final market update before race 6.
Yeah, I don't know if we're looking too far ahead to the Phoenix, Jim. I think she's going to come out and win tonight. Punters agree, $1.30, $9.50 about Valedictorian, $8.50 now Valenzuela in from 9s, and you get out to $16 for Aston Rayner and Joanna Xavier $19, but all the rage, the red, Zipper on time.
Thank you very much, Mitch. We're heading straight to Dan for the call of the second heat of the Melbourne Cup.
Zipper on time. We're just about ready to see them run. Last of them secured. The green light turned on. The favourite for the series from box 1. They're set. Ready. Racing, Zipper on time, jumped very well. There was good speed from Valenzuela, but Zipper on time's got the inside running. They hit that first turn. Aston Rayner's on the outside. Favourite goes clear. Next in the field was Joanna Xavier. On the inside was Paul Vince trying to get through Shadows of Blue, and Valedictorians at the rear of the field. Zipper on time a length. Valenzuela's right there. Aston Rayner 2 lengths away. Zipper on time in front. Valenzuela's coming on the outside. Valenzuela gets there. Valenzuela, George, you're in. Zipper on time is second. Third home Aston Rayner, all on the outside, Joanna Xavier. Next Shadows of Blue, Poor Ultra from Paul Vince and Valedictorian. 29 and 26 the time. Number 3, Valenzuela for Jeffrey Britton and George Ferrugia.
Valenzuela. Christianity, boss. How good was that?
That was really good.
What were you thinking in Ruddy? Because obviously the pressure was on Zipper on time, and when you settled behind her, what was going through your mind?
I was just like, he's right there. I was like, it's right there. But then I thought, you know what, I'm happy with second, but I couldn't believe he got there. I was just blown away. Can't believe that.
What sort of dog is he to you?
He's a nice dog. We had a bit of a rivalry early days, but we've sort of come to an agreement, and he seems to be quite happy when I handle him, so I can't believe that.
And for Jeff and Angela, you must be stoked for them as well. I mean, you know better than anyone how much they how hard they work and what they put into the sport to now have another Melbourne Cup finalist.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm so happy for him. I think Jeff's going to find it hard to go away on holidays this week.
Oh, he's kidding, isn't he, surely?
And he's going away for a couple of days. He deserves it. He works hard. Same with Angela, so...
Well, he's been sensational tonight. Good job to the whole team.
Thank you so much.
There we have it, guys. Valenzuela, the first one through to the Melbourne Cup final. Second, I should say.
That was a huge win. Now, we're not going to come back to the desk because we're getting some spectacular footage of Valenzuela here. But George Ferrugia has just owned a winner. He has ducked off. He said, see you later, guys.
No,
I'm heading out for the photo.
He actually said, can I go get a photo? I said, George, leave right now. Like, go and enjoy that. And I haven't seen George that pumped up either. Like, he was so calm, and then obviously thinking Zipper on time's going to hold on, and then Valenzuela just gritted the teeth, charges down the outside and picks up Zipper on time, who had every chance out in front and was at the end beaten by a better dog.
Look, I think we spent so much time talking about Zipper on time heading into it, we probably forgot about Valenzuela. We thought you had mentioned Valenzuela early on. You said he was a greyhound in your mind.
Well, he was one that could match Zipper on time early. And like I said, I think if Zipper on time had box 8, well, then she doesn't get to the position she gets to, and Valenzuela wins it easier. But, yeah, this was a tough little win. And I guess what I'm trying to get back at, and we spoke obviously pre-race about Zipper on time, and I still think she'll be primed to go towards a Phoenix, because she's going to get better as time goes on. She's still a young dog. She's still on the rise. But at the end of the day, Valenzuela's not even slightly being spoken about in that air. So credit to George Ferrugia. And I think Team Britain probably get maybe not the respect they deserve sometimes with a dog like this. Like, to end up in a Melbourne Cup, they haven't really known where he does his best racing. Is it 500? Is it 600? Back to 500. He stepped brilliantly last week, gave the indication that he's ready to go well in a Melbourne Cup heat, and bouncing up outside of Zipper on time, doing it the hard way, running time. Yeah, that was impressive. 9.40 and 170 for the winner. 110 Zipper on time. $3 Urana Xavier. Just going to break the rules here, Mitchie. What do you make there of Zipper on time?
You've got a little bit of time because we have to head to a break.
You can't ask for much more, really. He's gone low fives early, 18.60 odd off the back, got run down in 29.26. I think if you're the connections, like, yes, you're disappointed not to make the final, but geez, awesome run.
Heading to a break now. Valenzuela wins the second heat of the Melbourne Cup.
Righto, here we're back on trackside.
We've got some spectacular vision of Valenzuela taking out that second heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We've got Christiana having a big celebrate behind the boxes. James, it was a pretty special win.
Yeah, it was, and I think almost an unexpected win. I know he had 600-metre form, and maybe that's the reason why, with a bit of extra miles in the legs, that he's been able to run down Zipper on time. Georgie, you're back from the happy snap, mate. Congratulations, you're a Melbourne Cup finalist.
Yeah, it's a big thrill. I didn't think he was going to get there. I thought she was going to hold on, but his last couple of strides were massive.
She's got a real will to win too, doesn't she? Zipper on time.
It wasn't easy to try to get around her, but I'm wrapped. Funnily enough, Molly and James have the mum, and she's in pup, so James is at home eating popcorn. He'll be pretty happy, but I'm wrapped.
JS making waves?
Yeah, got it from America.
You've done a bit of this, importing from America.
Yeah, a good friend of mine, Tony Cummins, who's no longer with us, helped me facilitate the deal to get her here, and she was a really, really good dog over there. She threw Valenzuela and obviously Summer Quinn, who won yesterday, so it's been a really handy litter. And
how special is it, mate, when you know the work to go into it? Obviously, to take the punt on importing a female to breed with, going to arguably Australia's greatest ever race dog and stud dog, who unfortunately passed away this week at 12 and a half. It must be special to be where you are right now.
Yeah, look, it's not a cheap exercise, but you sort of try to back yourself in. And, as I said, she was a really talented dog in America, and it's turned out the way it has. I'm just wrapped for Jeff and Angela. They put in all the hard work, but I'm just the idiot taking a photo at the end.
Do we lose you off the coverage next week?
Oh, no, definitely. I think I'll be here, yeah.
What, on the here?
Yeah, no, I'll definitely be on the coverage, yeah, for
Do
sure.
you reckon George is going to miss it? Maybe we might let him.
I tell you what, if it was me in the Melbourne Cup, you wouldn't see which way I went.
Wouldn't see? Yeah. No, really good.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
We were absolutely so. I think we spent so much time talking about Zipper on time beforehand. We probably underestimated your big fella, but he was enormous.
Yeah, he was good.
It's the way he likes it too. Georgie, you don't like to pump them up too much, do you?
Now, before we get any more on you, George, and the big celebration of your Melbourne Cup heat win, we are going to head out to Simon Marshall for a Sportsbet activation.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, very excited. You could cut the atmosphere for Chainsaw, that is for sure. We like to do things a little different, Sportsbet, and fire up an activation. And who else to get than the one and only Australian champion cricketer, Brad Hodge, here, to give the boys a little bit of advice about how this activation goes. Brad, over to you. What should they learn?
Well, Simon, what we've got to do is to make sure you undo every strap before you put the pads on. My advice is to put the pads on first, then put the helmet on, and then work out which glove is right or left. So it's important to put your left hand one first, because the thumb has actually it's a bigger glove. So actually just try and work that out. That's my advice.
We've just learned something there. Cricket pads, cricket gloves, cricket helmet, and they run to the end. The first two in go into the grand final for $5,000 in cash. Are we ready, boys? You got the advice from the champion, Brad Hodge. On your marks. Get set, go! In they go, Hodgie now. What do you say again? You've got to put the left button first?
Yeah, you got to undo the straps. Everyone's got to undo the straps. So there was a bit of a contentious tactic in the heat one. Yeah. These dudes are all into it. It depends if you're left or right-handed, which pad you go on first. Everyone's sort of gone. I was always a traditionalist and go for the left pad, left glove. Right. I don't know whether it was a superstition thing or not.
Being a right-hand batsman?
Yes.
Went left first and then went that way?
Left sock, left shoe, left pad, left left glove.
And is it always nice to have the strap undone, the helmet strap?
No, you always got to do the strap up tight. Just like a jockey, you've got to have it tight so you can't, if you're going to run down to the finish line, you don't want it flopping around, getting your eye line.
Can't be having your head wobbling around with the helmet on top of it, that is for sure. Well, we've got 2 pads on now. Lane 2 looks like they're in front. He's put the helmet on, he's got the gloves on. He is the 6-4 favourite. The first 2 that go through go into the grand final and they'll be catching tennis balls.
It's pretty tight here, actually. He's off and running.
Look at him go! Oh, fantastic action. And he absolutely smashed him. What's going on?
It's like lane 3 or box 3. He's got his job done as well. He's off to the finish line. And there's our top 2 through to the final.
Now, that was pretty smooth. You happy with that?
I'm happy with that. Techniques are pretty good. It's actually pretty tight. The boys are actually all at it together. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the pads on these 2 quick enough.
I'm disappointed we didn't have a cricket box, but we'll be back with more activations. We've got another heat to come and then the grand final. I think around race 8. Back to you, team.
Thank you very much, guys. Look, there was plenty of action on track there, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it's good fun. I think they need to run a little bit further. That 22-metre sprint just doesn't cut it for
Not
me.
enough for you?
I reckon
How
they need,
far do they need to go,
well,
James?
The dogs are going 515. Valenzuela just went 515 and won a heat of the Melbourne Cup. So, yeah, I anticipate for the final we make them do at least a lap of Royal Sandown Park.
We need to get Mitch doing it too. I think he's got them covered. I'm hearing $1.40.
Do you know what? Before we make him put on the pads, I reckon he gives us a market update, Mitch.
I reckon $1.40's overs, Georgie. Well done to you, winning a heat of the Melbourne Cup. Let's have a look at race number 7. And Deadly Avenger, we had a chat about this dog before, did George and I. Thought if it's at its best, it should be winning. The market sort of agrees. $2.50 for Deadly Avenger. 4, Vincent Bale, $4.60. 3, Intrepidus, $4.80, as is 8, Colac Kid, the Cranbourne Cup winner. $9.50 up from $6.50 is number 2, Giacomo. 7, Rhythmic Energy, 14 out to 18. Get out to $27 for 5, Ascendic Static. I think that's overs. $27 for this greyhound, who was in the Hume Cup final, is well overs, and $31 for the 6, Cheeky Tony Jones Chompers. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the Gambling Help number on screen, 1-800-858-858, or visit the Gambling Help online website. Fast Form, Sportsbet Fast Form. It's a great feature of the app. Place rate, early speed, in form. You can see it all on there. It's a little tool just to make your life a little easier if you don't have a clue what you're doing.
Very nice. There's a few people who don't know what they're doing here, but that doesn't describe you guys here at all. How about we take a look at this next heat? We take a look in depth. Do we have a speed map that we're going to go after, George?
Yeah, look, this race is really interesting because I just don't know
That's wrong.
Exactly. I just don't know what Deadly Avenger we're going to get, right? Like, I mean, if we get the Deadly Avenger we know, there's no way he would have been $2.40 in this race. So this is the big mystery of this race, James. I'm not sure where you're leaning, but...
Well, this speed map we're seeing on screen is wrong, because
Why is it wrong? Tell us.
Ascender Static, box number 5, cannot lead this race. She can cross Vincent Bale, but she will not cross the 1, 2 and 3. Mark my words.
Yeah, the speed's in the 8 too, isn't it?
Yeah, the speed in box 1, box 2, box 3, box 7, box 8. The middle of the line, 4, 5, 6 are the 3 that will drop away. Now, I want to show you a replay again of the Geelong Derby. This is Intrepidus, who is number 3 in the next race, jumping from box number 8. This is a hot field, provincial sprint, feature race. Let the tape roll and watch this for a beginning. Ready? Box number 8. Bang.
Bang.
Jump beautifully. Wyong Dallas, who's an electric beginner, drawn box number 1, just burns that runner off, goes 3, 4 lengths clear. I might even get you to show that one again, just so we can have a really good look at what this dog can do, just with that brutal speed as soon as the starter lets them go, George.
And to back up what you're saying, just to give people a guide, if you run about 6.50 to the mark at Geelong, you're going really well. He went 6.38.
I know.
It's
and
incredible.
The midsection was nearly on par with Black Magic Opal. Now, we're talking dogs who can go from Geelong, and back in the day, the Geelong Cup used to be a lead-up race to the Melbourne Cup, and Black Magic Opal did the double. Intrepidus, in this next race, he's had 3 starts here at Sandown Park. He has never, ever, ever stepped like that.
Yeah.
Tonight is the night for Robert Pilotta. I can just feel something in the water that he's going to come out humming. Now, Robert did tell me in a little private chat that the dog absolutely flew in a trial at Warragul recently, nearly record speed. So he is a genuine sprinter, 450-metre burn sprinter. I hope tonight for Robert Pilotta is the night that he decides to come out humming at a metro track, because if he does, I'm not suggesting he's definitely going to win the race, but gee, he'll give them something to chase.
Oh, without a doubt. And look, George, we've got Deadly Avenger in this race. He's been an informed greyhound, probably not in the last few months, though.
Yeah, look, we haven't seen sort of the best of him. He's had some injury concerns, but this is the Deadly Avenger at his best. He had box 4 here, burns them off early, James, 29.11. When he gets to the front, he's almost impossible to run down. He's a strong dog. He's one of the best group performers in the country, and if he leads and he's drawn well here, I don't think they can catch him.
One start since the 22nd of August.
Yes.
Pulled out of the Top Gun.
Yes.
What do we think of that?
Well, that's why I think that's why we're getting $2.50 instead of $1.80. Yeah, look, obviously it's not an ideal lead-up, but I don't think he'd have him in if he didn't.
Yeah. What did you make of his first up run? I thought it was neither here nor there.
Yeah, I think he just got slammed out of the boxes a little bit. I think it was a forgive run. Look, he's a very, very talented greyhound. More importantly, his record from inside draws is unbelievable. And I'm willing to roll the dice at the price. I think he's just the right price.
All right, I'm going to give my tips nice and early here. 3 Intrepidus, 4 Vincent Bale, who can get back and fly home. 6 Cheeky Chompers, who I reckon's underrated. And Cole That Kid, who, although it's a tough assignment to cross from box 8, he's arguably going as good as any. Won the shootout, won the Cranbourne Cup. I think he's underrated. Your tips here, George?
I'm going 1, 4, 8 and 7. Wouldn't it be a great story if Vincent Bale was to make it through to the Melbourne Cup? He sort of retired, then he come back, and he's just been a grand old campaigner for Corey Grenfell.
He's building.
Yeah, his last couple of runs have been really good, but I just think if Deadly Avenger's at his best, incredibly hard to beat.
If you want to see a dog win a race that they never look like winning, go back to his Horsham win 4 starts ago. It was in pedestrian time. There were dogs going all over the joint, and old Cole That Kid was just looking for the run. It kept closing, and then he pounded down the outside in true Vincent. I think I said Cole That Kid, but true Vincent Bale style, where he just powers home. You know what you're going to get with him, but gee, I hope tonight is the night for Intrepidus.
Oh, well, you've been pumping him up all week. We've been very interested by it, but I don't know whether we've got the photos handy. But Cole That Kid, who is in this race, box number 8, he had a bit of a media attention during the week.
Maxie Holmes.
He went with Max Holmes down in Geelong for a run down the local athletics track there.
Do you reckon that's a good training? Here we go. Good training lead up to a Melbourne Cup?
No, why not? Why not? Get him on another racetrack.
Nice soft surface.
He's a greyhound who's won a shootout unexpectedly. He won the Cranbourne Cup here on this track, and he did very, very well there. I don't know, is he a greyhound we forget about?
Well, there's something about greyhounds meeting these celebrities and then coming out in their next start and doing bugger all. Old Conqueror for Anthony Azzopardi on the news the next day comes out at Geelong and runs 4th, Molly.
Yes, no, but
So
what
jinx.
about Without a Trace? She met Stephen
blogger?
Stephen Power, the blogger, the racing blogger, and then she backs up and was spectacular in her Top Gun status.
Just on that, guys, racing blogger. I've seen a lot on Instagram, a lot on Twitter. Some people suggesting that the hype around him is over the top. I don't think it is.
No, absolutely
I think the
not.
fact that someone can travel across the world based on what they do on social media and have a following like he does, it can only be seen as a positive for the racing industry.
I think racing has had a bit of a resurgence under it, to be honest.
So.
And wasn't it great to see greyhound racing in the media? Like we had Wizard Watson meeting Nick Watson at Anthony Azzopardi's place. It's all positive outcomes. It's fantastic for the sport. So
that's who it was. Sorry, it wasn't Conqueror.
No,
it was Wizard Watson. Yeah, you're right.
Conqueror was all in
also,
a part
and
of that
he got
too.
beat, didn't he, the other day too?
Yeah,
he did at Ballarat.
Well, if you ever want to do a story with one of my dogs with one of these celebrities, I'll tell you to bugger off.
You'll say no. We might just have to roll those tapes of you and your Peter Moody efforts from the start of the week. But how about we? What about George? You give me your tips. I think James has given me his nice and early. How about we do that before we get to Jace?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the champ. 1, 4, 8 and 7. Deadly Avenger.
Can he rewind the clock to the Perth days where he was dominant? He loved something about Cannington with this dog. What did he go? The Perth Cup, Sandgroper.
Yeah.
2 of their best races for the year and just went bang, bang.
He's just been fantastic. He raced really well at Albion Park when he went up there as well. He's just been a grand campaigner. Well, how far off is he of his best? That's the other thing.
We need to find out with Jace.
We are just about to find out. Jason Adams is down with Joe Borg here. Jace, what does he have to say?
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Molly, I should say. Hey, Joe, I'll get you right. This boy here has had 1 start since August. He scratched from the Top Gun. How's he going?
He's going well.
How well?
Pretty well.
Give me more information. Where's he been trialling?
He had a trial here and a trial at the Meadows Monday.
And how well did he go?
He went super on Monday.
How important is box 1?
Oh, it's important to every dog, isn't it, in a race like this?
Good luck.
Thank you.
There we go, guys. Joe Borg. I wanted to have a quick chat to Mason Kaufman, who's got Vincent Bale wearing the blue rug. Now, Mason, this boy, geez, it'd be special if he was to get through to a Melbourne Cup final. What's your gut feel on the way he's going to perform tonight?
Yeah, it's a Melbourne Cup heat. It's always going to be tough. He started favourite in his heat last year and had no luck, so it's hoping for a bit more this time around.
He's been a star, hasn't he, for a period of time? He'd be deserving if he was to run a good race tonight.
He's the most deserving dog of a group win going around. Yeah, he's champion.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Mason Kaufman there with the big V in Vincent Bale. Let's cruise around. Who else do we have? We've got Corey Heinrich here with Ascending Static. Corey, this girl can get it right every now and then. Can you do that tonight from box 5?
I hope so. I've had 3 box 5s. Hopefully the third one's lucky.
Fingers crossed. All the best.
Thanks, Jace.
There we go, guys. On their way to the boxes for the third heat of the Melbourne Cup.
Jace, look, Joe Borg said plenty without saying too much there. He certainly made you work for your money. But now we are going to head to talk about the money. A final market update from Jason. Sorry, I'm getting my words mixed up. From Mitch Abaya. Give us a final sports bet update.
Yeah, I don't think I look like either of Molly, but Deadly Avenger, George Borg, he kept his cards close to his chest, didn't he? $2.50 is the price. I think it should be shorter than that based on what he didn't want to reveal. 3 Intrepid is $5.50. As is the 4 Vincent Bale and $6.50 Colac Kid off box 8. The rest are $10 or greater.
Good on you, James. James Abaya from Sports. Who was it, Molly?
It was Jason Abaya.
Jason Abaya.
You got to have a laugh sometimes.
Cousin Jason, so we're just a bit different.
All right, let's get into it.
Did that give you enough confidence hearing from George Borg?
I did.
It did?
That song goes, when you say nothing at all. That had me thinking that he is so confident.
What a
Like, it
singing
was almost
voice.
bullish, wasn't it? The way he was just... There was swagger with Joey Borg tonight. I'm with 3 Intrepidus. I love a fairy tale in a Melbourne Cup. Georgie Ferrugia's in there. He won it from box number 3 with his boy, I think, Intrepidus for Robert Pilotta. This, for me, is on par with Scalacci, the pizza shop owner, winning a Phoenix. I'm 3 from 4, 6, 8. Georgie, your numbers?
1, 4, 8 and 7.
I'm with Georgie. I'm with the red. Like it a lot.
Absolutely. Let's head up to Dan Hibbard for the call of this Melbourne Cup heat.
From the wide draw. And they're the top 4 in the market. Double figures the rest. Giacomo at $10 has won its last 2 from the red and draws the 2 tonight. Heat number 3 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. And the first 2 heats have been brilliant races, excellent races to watch. This is heat number 3 and the runners are moving in. Favourite will be box number 1, Deadly Avenger at $2.60. Second line runners are in. The green light is turned on. And the lure is on the move. Heat 3 of the Melbourne Cup. They're ready. Set. Racing. Deadly Avenger only fair to hit the ground. Intrepidus flew out to lead. Colac Kid got across from the deep. Got it over to second with Vincent Bale. And it's in a bit. It checked it. Rhythmic Energy was next. Then came Cheeky Chompers. Deadly Avenger a mile off the lead with Giacomo and Ascending Static. It is Intrepidus making every poster winner. But he might get tired. Colac Kid's trying to run him down. Vincent Bale was next. Intrepidus is all out. But he's 4 in front. And Intrepidus is into the final. Second a photo. Colac Kid and Vincent Bale, nothing in it. Cheeky Choppers was 4th. Then came Deadly Avenger. Further back, Ascending Static, Rhythmic Energy and Giacomo in 29 and 22.
He's done it. Intrepidus into a Melbourne Cup final for Rob Pilotta and Jackie Berry, the handler tonight. How exciting. Terrific performance from him.
Amazing. We're just so excited to have him in our kennel. He's just a beautiful dog.
He got out in front, and I guess the assumption was he was going to get tired in the run to the line, but it didn't really work out that way, did it?
No, look, he's getting stronger and stronger each week. He's only young, so he's just getting stronger and stronger each week.
And we had Rob on the coverage earlier. How happy will he be at this second?
Oh, I can only imagine he'd be screaming his head off.
Go and give him a hug. He was awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Early speed. How vital is that in heats of the Melbourne Cup? And Intrepidus has plenty of it, and now to serve it up next week.
He absolutely does, Jason. What an impeccable performance. James Vandermeer, your head couldn't be any bigger if we tried.
It's nothing to do with me. I'm just so proud for Robert Pilotta. Look, I've been to his place, had a nice Milo, I think, with him one night, one afternoon. He's just a good guy and just a bloke who's only got a couple of dogs. He's been involved in the sport for a long time and he loves this dog. When I went there, this is Intrepidus, he'd say. This dog, there's something about him. And I'm telling you now, George, He should be in the Phoenix, this dog.
Wow. Look,
Hey,
Look at the sections.
was it a hot or cold Milo, Jim?
I can't remember. Might have even been a cup of tea, to be honest. He tried to get a coffee down my throat. I said, I don't drink coffee, Rob.
No,
Just
you know
green
what?
tea.
In all seriousness, good tipping. We showed that video from Geelong, and that's how he began. He went 4.98 early. Deadly Avenger wanted to shift off the track. It was a really weird run, and Intrepid was off and gone. I thought Vincent Bale was the danger on the first corner, but just got held up. And then
Cole, that kid kept on chopping into him.
Chopped into him. Probably cost him the win, but take nothing away from the winner in 29.22.
4.98, 18.51.
Monster effort from Intrepidus here and our tipsters on the panel as we head into a break on the other side. Ascot, race 10. That is race number 10 at Ascot. Wrapping up there, 2 and 15 are the numbers there. But we are heading into Melbourne Cup Heat territory, continuing throughout the night. And we have trainer Brooke Ennis here to talk all things Tribeca. Brooke, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Now, Tribeca lines up after a pretty impeccable win not too long ago. Talk to me about his chances tonight.
Oh, look, you know, to be honest, it's going to be tough. You know, box 5 it's not a great draw at the best of times, but obviously you've got to credit it off the red, who just coming off a Group 1 win, splitting, first split records at the Meadows, and again with Pungatully, who looks to be using a bit of the track lately. So I think, it's not going to be easy, but I think, if he can just begin well enough and get a bit of clean air early, it puts him right there.
We have the vision here rolling, Brooke, of the Silver Bullet. I reckon this would have been a really nice win to sit back and watch and say this boy is starting to mature, because he was a smashing railer and he wins the feature race from box number 8. That must have been pleasing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I think it's just more of a maturity thing. He started off obviously at the Meadows, just beginning and turning hard left, and he continued to do that probably for his next 5 or 6 runs, and it really just put him out of the race. But he had a little bit of time off. He's come back, matured, and he seems to be handling it a little bit better. He's not coming out as bad on a left-hand turn. He does want to be there, but he seems to be gliding across a lot better.
Brooke, you've only got the one runner in. How many runners do you need in the heats in order to win a Melbourne Cup, do you think?
Well, technically you only need one, but, if you could have one in every heat, it gives you a bit more of a chance than just relying on one with a bad box. But, look, you just need one, and, there's plenty of people that have proven that.
And I've just got to mention too, you're in a late race, so a little bit of a boring night for you. What do you do between races 1 and 10? Because my spies tell me you sit in the car, Netflix, trashy TV. Is there any truth behind that?
It's true. Definitely very true. It's kind of my downtime, to be honest.
Yeah.
I do like trashy TV, and I just find it peaceful before a race to just sit in there and enjoy a bit of time to myself.
Does Jamie watch it too with you? Or? No.
Don't worry, I'm a Selling Sunset girly as well. I'm there with you, but I want to bring it back to the racing.
I don't even know what that is, by the way.
It's $1 million listings in LA, and basically I'm just sitting there dreaming.
I only know racing.com, Molly.
No, unfortunately not on racing.com, but I do want to bring it back to Tribeca. You spoke about the fact he had some pretty strong traits out of the boxes. Can you do anything to correct that, or is it something you just sit and wait to pass?
Yeah, look, I don't think you can. I feel like maybe the more we did with him, if we chose to do more, probably could have made it worse. So I think it was just a matter of, racing him, letting him mature into it, and trying to race him more frequently, which we couldn't do. He had a few niggling injuries and things like that, but I guess the more he's gone on and started racing, the better. But I think as a whole as well, we haven't really sheltered him away from these races as such. He won the maiden series, which then kind of outgrades him, and we just kind of threw him in the deep end. And the more we've done it, the more he's come to the task and proven that he's really capable of mixing it with these better dogs.
What's it like training for the owners. Aideen Manalitsis, beautiful lady.
She is beautiful.
What about Mad Harry? What's he like?
No, Harry and Aideen, they are beautiful, and anyone that knows Harry knows how passionate he is for his dogs. And you know, he does all the hard work. If you go back through his breeding, they're all his. You know, he breeds his whole line, and he rears them, and he gives them to you as mini race dogs. And no, they're great people, and if any of them deserve to be in a Melbourne Cup, it's definitely them.
I've got one in your kennel that's got a few kinks in his armour, owned by the Manalitsis family, a dog called Robinson. Could he be a Melbourne Cup dog next year if he channeled everything in the right direction?
The way he's going, it could be a Melbourne Cup dog this year. You know, he's
quick.
He's quick. He's very quick. He does have a few kinks, but I think that, again, maybe with the racing, he'll iron those out. His box manners at the moment are impeccable, which obviously gets you into these big races.
Yeah.
And, you know, if we can sort out a few of those kinks early, I think he'll definitely be exciting through the first half of next year.
Well, Brooke, thank you so much for coming on. Good luck with Tribeca in race number 10 tonight. Hopefully we're seeing your smiling face after a win there.
Thanks, Molly. Thanks, James.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Brooke. Now we have a market update with Mitch Bayer.
Thanks, Molly. Yeah, Tribeca $7.50 in race 10 on the program, $1.90 odd the place. Before that, let's roll over to one of my better plays, and that is number 1, Honk Honk. It is your favourite. I think it gets a lovely run up the inside. It's $3.70, trained by the Thompson Kennel. Dashing Sleigh was enormous last time out, $5.50 into $4 as a result. 2 Wyong Dallas is as fast as any dog going around, but get a little bit weary late, $3.80 out to $4.40. $5 for the 4 Miss Envy. 3 Can You Excite Me. I think Anthony as a party gave it a strong push during the week. It's $7. $9 about the 8 Matlock, the superstar for Matty Field. $26. Number 6 Paul Petrov. And I've missed one there on the end. Sandown Park, all races run second, get a bonus bet back. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Thank you very much there, Mitchie. I'm glad I got your name right there. I felt like my
George
mother.
or Jason or...
I know. I didn't think at 32 I'd be running through names like that. But anyway, here we are, already up to race 8. You couldn't believe it. We got the speed map coming up. What are the chances of this one being right to you guys?
Yeah,
First take.
Well, that's better. That's better. Yeah, I'm not sure. There must have been a glitch, a little gremlin in the system for the last one. And Ascender Static didn't lead either, which was predicted. Can You Excite Me will go out fast. I think Wyong Dallas will be applying the heat. And then you've got maybe Matlock from the outside, the other runner that could have somewhat of a chance to try and clear them. Miss Envy's not going to be as far back as they are electing here, and Dashing Sleigh's the interesting runner because I reckon she was the run of the race in the Laurels, as I've said tonight, by a fair margin. Just want to show a replay of Honk Honk here from box number 8. In fact, it was from box number 6, I should say. A little bit outpaced, and that's the key tonight. She's not going to go with the 2 and 3 Wyong Dallas Can You Excite Me, but if she can just track up, push off the rail, get to 3rd behind, even Matlock as well, get to 4th down the back. Her closing section here, and look at Intrepidus, we just saw what he did.
Yeah.
He flew in a Melbourne Cup heat, and Hong Kong just rolled up on the outside and just went straight on by. So, yeah, look, she obviously needs luck from the inside draw. She's going to push to the outside, but with a clean run, I think she's going to be hard to beat. And George, just before we move on, mate, you live in Melbourne.
Yes.
Traffic's always terrible. If you're lodged on the Monash and you've got to get to Sandown Park for an important night like this and somebody cuts you off in your lane, what would you do?
Oh, Hong Kong, mate. Absolutely. You set me
I
up.
had no idea where you were going.
Set me up perfectly
That's
there.
good.
Or
Are you with it?
ring you to pick me up in your chopper.
Oh,
That's probably the other one.
Hang on, who got a dog into the Melbourne Cup tonight, George? Leviathan owner.
We're showing Wyong Dallas here. I really like this greyhound. There was a stage there probably 6 or 8 months ago. It looked like he was going to take the world by storm. He's been injured. He can run the splits that we just seen Intrepidus run. He's a very, very fast greyhound. His last 50 metres is a little bit weak. Just on Hong Kong, even her sectionals at Wentworth Park, she's not brilliant away, is she?
She's going to need luck.
Before Ariza Sparkles came on the scene, she was the fastest female ever at Wentworth Park, so she's certainly got the ability in the good camp with Jason Thompson. So, Wyong Dallas, the speed in box 3 is my worry. I've tipped him on top, but I don't go in with a whole lot of confidence. It's been a really hard night to tip some winners, but look, he can run 5 dead and then run 18.50 down the back. He's that quick, this greyhound. He's a very, very, very talented dog.
Is he just about the closest replication of Fernando Bale we've seen? Like, as in early speed, similar sections, and just a carbon copy of him when you look at him?
A bit of a lookalike.
Same colour. Yeah. just a little bit bigger. But just on Fernando Bale again, I mean, 10 years on from his racing career, guys, he'd still dominate tonight, wouldn't he?
He's 13.
Yeah, no, as in he'd
his
still
times,
in his time,
Yeah.
like 10 years on, the industry, in terms of speed, he would still be the best dog by a mile here tonight. I mean, what a greyhound he was.
And you know what, he probably goes into your little hoodoo you were thinking when you do your TV appearances and your big thing. Fernando Bale, 3 or 4 days before a Melbourne Cup, he went out and was on with Tony Jones, big old chompers with the glasses and the big photo shoot, comes out, runs second.
Yeah, we got beat. It's the only time. Well, there you go. And if it's going to beat Fernando Bale, it's going to beat every other dog.
The only time he ever missed the start.
I know, it was, wasn't it?
And still find a way to lead.
Well, you know what the problem was? When he met Chompers, he needed to wear sunglasses because the reflection of the sun on those big white teeth.
Goodness gracious.
Poor Fernando Bale had no eyesight for the next 4 days.
Are you trying to get the gig on the Sunday Footy Show? Or
Oh, we might, Didn't think of that.
Now, do we remember old Mitch Abaya? He actually spent it, old Mitch Abaya, who's younger than all of us here, but Mitch, stop. Mitch had said, Mitch actually grew up doing a bit of work for the dailies. So was Fernando Bale around your time, Mitch?
Nah, just before. Oh, sorry, it was after my time there. I was only about 18 when I was there and a bit older than that now. But like the operation that they run down there at the Daily is absolutely brilliant. As we can see some young kids here. That'll be James later.
That's my game.
Mate, I don't know.
We'll take the cameras out there now. I'll show these kids how to do it.
You reckon you're going to jump on these, or are you buying it for the kids?
No chance, mate.
I'll bet those kids $100.
Mate, you'll tear your suit trying to ride them out. But no, down at the Dailies, Fernando Bale wasn't there when I was there. I still remember some of the others. They were back in the Alan Eric and Alan Deed sort of days. My favourite greyhound. So, look, I would have loved to have seen him in the flesh. Obviously, by the sounds of it, he rung a few ears, but that's what good dogs do.
Just on this, how cool is this, what they're doing?
Absolutely. It looks like we've got a great crowd there. We've got Clubby Sports who are absolutely doing an outstanding job to get people here to the track.
I was going to say, thanks to you, Molly, you set most of that Clubby Sports up. We've got 90 new owners there in greyhound racing, and they're already looking to buy another dog, which is absolutely fantastic. So they've got Conqueror in on Monday off box 1. I sort of wet the blanket a bit because the greyhound in box 2, I think, can beat it, and they sort of booed me a little bit, but you've got to be honest when you're dissecting it.
As long as they don't do any interviews or anything like that in the lead up, they should be right. But,
as you can see behind us here, so behind that Sandown Park sign, that is where they're looking at about 200 or 250 people in there celebrating all things greyhound racing. I think I can spot Will Taylor, the greyhound whisperer. Remember when we went out to your place? Your mate Will Taylor thought he was an expert in all things greyhound racing.
He did.
Doesn't even have a dog in the Melbourne
They're all
Cup.
young too. That's the great part about it. These guys are all young.
Absolutely. Now, how about we take a look? What about your selections now, James, before we get to Jason?
Yeah, I'm not as keen on this race because there's a big element of luck required, but I am one honk on top. I just think let the 2 and 3 slide, let them cut at each other and just camp on the back of them and pounce. I've gone Dashing Slay for second. I feel if the run opens for her, she'll win the race. 4 Miss Envy, she can just do this. She can do this tonight. And number 6, Paul Petrov. I'm leaving Wyong, Dallas and Kenya Excite Me out, even though they're probably the dogs that you'd normally look for in a Melbourne Cup. They're the right type of dogs. But I just feel they're going to cut each other up through the first couple of hundred.
I think you made a good point with Dashing Slay, eye-catching last 2 weeks. But she's just racing a little bit different, probably lacks a little bit early now and getting to the line a little bit better. Miss Envy seems to find a way to win races, doesn't she? Her PB here is 28.98. One of only a couple of females to break 29 seconds.
What did you make? Did you guys see her trial here? I think actually we've got Jason. Well, he might be able to answer that for us. Here we go. Jason Adams, tell us a little bit about Miss Envy.
Well, she's a rocket, isn't she? She's been a star for a long period of time. And Steve, good to see you back. Now, she's had 11 starts in a row at her home deck at Cannington and WA. Does that play on your mind at all to, 1, be at a different track and 2, interstate?
No. Well, she's come over. She's been with Cal for a week and a half and she's had a trial here again and probably happy to be away on holidays like we all are, mate.
Now, she won on this night last year and made it through to a Melbourne Cup. How do you compare the way she's going between then and now?
Yeah, look, we've had a couple of little niggles along the way, but I think she's got her A-game on tonight. She'll be back to her best.
All the best, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Steve Shin is there flying the flag for the Sandgropers in Western Australia. Tell you what, all these runners are making life really difficult for me. Down the other end of town, I do want to have a chat to Kayla Cottrell, who's got Dashing Slay, so I'll get on my bike and quickly get a comment from Kayla. Kayla, must be a bit frustrating at the moment with this girl here. How well is she going compared to guess, the peak of her powers back in sort of April, May.
Yeah, no, she's been going super. Last week's run was enormous. Take nothing away from the winner, but yeah, she got a few interrupted runs and stormed home late previous the week before. No, she's going well, Jace. Box 5, not too much of a worry. It's not the best box to have, but she does like to use a bit of the track, so hopefully a clear run for once would be nice.
There we have it, guys. Word from the yard ahead of Heat 4 of the Melbourne Cup.
Thank you very much, Jace. Now, before we get the final thoughts, I want to go to Mitch for a market update, a final one before this heat.
Yeah, interesting, the market here. Dashing Slayer's been backed. It's $3.90 into $3.70, and your favourite, 2 Wyong Dallas is $4. As a result, Hong Kong out the gate, $3.60 out to $4.80. Now $5 for Miss Envy and $7.50 for the 3 Can You Excite Me.
Thank you very much, Mitch. I just realised you're on steps here.
Oh, thanks.
Us.
No.
Shorty
yeah,
here.
didn't realise duck's disease runs in my family.
Before we tackle that, last numbers, please.
I went over to the plasma and I stood on them and nearly went through the roof. Yeah, I'm 1, 5, 4 and 6.
Old Yao Ming Vandermark.
I'm with Hong Kong. Gonna need luck. Camp behind them. Leaders back can go well. Georgie?
Yeah, 2, 5, 4, 1. Speed battle 2 and 3. Where are the 4 and 5 going to lob?
Just on that, Miss Envy, 5 starts here, 4 wins and 1 placing. She loves the place.
A very good record. Up to Dan Hibbert for the next Melbourne Cup heat.
Ready, and it's going to be a cracking final with the 3 that we've got running already, but this is heat 4 and another ticket to be punched, set to run, ready. Racing, speed from Miss Envy, Dashing Slay goes wide, pushing through Wyong Dallas, and also Can You Excite Me, going through Wyong Dallas and got away. Up to second goes Dashing Slay, closes to 4 lengths, 2 to Paul Petrov. Oh, going a miss, Wyong Dallas. Wyong Dallas went a miss, and it's left Dashing Slay 5 in front. Paul Petrov, then came Matlock, further back then to Miss Envy, then came Paul Fabian, but Dashing Slay's in front, and Dashing Slay, the launching pad winners into the Cup final. Paul Petrov, Miss Envy ran third. Then came Matlock from Paul Fabian. Can You Excite Me? Hong Kong was never in it, and the other one's been collected. Wyong Dallas pulled a muscle down the back straight when leading, and the time is electric again. It's 29.23.
First and foremost, fingers crossed with Wyong Dallas with the latest on him. But in the meantime, Miss Dashing Slayer, should say, has won the race. And Kayla, unfortunate circumstances, but she deserves this, doesn't she?
She does deserve it, and yeah, unfortunate. Hopefully Wyong Dallas is right. I always say it when that happens, and yeah, you win the race, but you don't like seeing that happen, so hopefully that dog's all right. But yeah, after last week's run, yeah, she deserves it. She deserves it. She is a classy bitch, and I put her right up there with the best of the bitches, and I know that's a big statement, but being so young and doing what she's done when she was under 2 years old, yeah, she's a real deal. She's a real deal.
Now you've got her courtesy of Gavin Harris from South Australia. I'm sure he's pretty thrilled with making her way through to a Melbourne Cup final.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's wrapped. Gavin's a great bloke. He, just leaves us alone, and yeah, we just sort of amongst each other make plans with her. But he's just so cruisy, Gavin, and yeah, congratulations to him. He's done a super job with this girl, breeding her and starting off in her career, and yeah, we've made a Melbourne Cup, so yeah, wrapped.
Well, she's dominated in a big race here at Sound in the past in the launching pad. Fingers crossed she can go again next week, Kayla. Good job.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Jace.
Kayla Cottrell there, guys, after the Cup Heat win for Dashing Slay.
Thank you very much, Jace. A deserved win there. Kayla Cottrell, isn't she a fantastic trainer?
Yeah.
Under 30 years of age, and she's got a greyhound like Dashing Slay in her kennel.
She sounds exactly like her old man too, to be honest. But no, really, really impressive win. And obviously sad news with Wyong Dallas sustaining an injury, so hopefully all is okay there. But to be fair, take nothing away from the winner. She would have gone straight past Wyong Dallas, even if he was okay.
Yeah, and we mentioned it, really eye-catching her last couple of weeks. So we've got 2 Victorians, a Queenslander and a South Australian greyhound in the Melbourne Cup so far. Look, it's funny. Look, she's still nominated for the laurels. I didn't realise how young she was. She seems like she's been racing for a while, Dashing Slay, but certainly deserves it. And I guess again, Fernando Bale. It's as if the heavens are talking to us. Another Fernando Bale into a Melbourne Cup final.
I spoke about this girl on the podcast, the Green Light On podcast, about just how young she is. She's a July 23 whelping, so she's not even 2.5 years of age, and yet it feels like because she burst onto the scene in the launching pad that she's been around for a year and a half, and you'd almost think she's in the ladder to twilight part of her career, but that's not the case. And I think that's why Kayla Cottrell is speaking so positively about her, because she is the real deal. Like, you only have to look at the Laurels replay last week. She should have won that race.
Absolutely, but look, we can see some tears from Kayla Cottrell here. This is incredible to have I don't exactly know how old, I know she's under 30, but to have an under 30-year-old female trainer backing up with a greyhound in a Melbourne Cup, that is an enormous effort. And look, I can't wait to see what she does this week. I know that we're going to have plenty to talk about.
Yeah.
But before we get any more, I think we're going to have to head.
Just quickly, she also worked in the gallops industry as well. Obviously, being here on racing.com, she worked for a couple of big stables here in Melbourne, so a nice crossover.
Probably picked up a few good tips.
Yeah, 100%.
Sure.
And look at her now. She's come back to the greyhounds and she is flying.
She early 20s. She is absolutely, look, a huge effort here, but we are going to have to head to a commercial break. When we come back, we are heading to Simon Marshall, but this is heat number 4 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Spectacular scenes coming out of Sandown Park tonight with Dashing Slay, the South Australian, coming up for a win in Melbourne Cup Heat number 4. I almost won of the Melbourne Cup a week early. But before we head any further, we're actually going to go out to Simon Marshall, who is with our Sportsbet activation. Simon, are you with us now?
Ollie. Yes, we do. We've got you loud and clear, and I tell you what, this is what it's all about. Brad Hodge, Australian champion cricketers with us, and you've been with us all night. What a big build-up. The heats were fantastic.
Simon, I'm actually nervous. There's some big money to be made here tonight for this group, and you can see they've been practicing their techniques behind this triangle here, this Sportsbet triangle, and they're not quite sure how to go about it, but it's big money on for grabs.
So we've had them run in the heats. Yep. We've had them put the pads on, the gloves on, the hat, and then run as fast as they can with the helmet on, I should say. Yep. Now what are we doing for the grand final to win 5,000 cash?
So there's catching, step up to the plate here in this marked circle here. Ball gets shot up in the air. First off, it's a 2-hand catch. Then if you make it through to the next round, 1-hand catch with your dominant hand, and then it's to the non-dominant hand. So,
and last man or woman standing.
Correct.
We have a female in the crew. Shall we go and meet them?
Absolutely.
Let's go and meet them. Step forward. What's your name, please?
I'm Laura.
Laura.
Zach.
Zach.
The Birdman.
The Birdman.
Paddy.
Paddy.
Jeddah.
Jeddah.
Hayden.
Hayden. Anybody like any of these boys and girls up here? Ooh, bit of atmosphere. Now, Hodgie, when we get somebody to step forward, what's the ideal art of catching a ball with 2 hands? What do you got to do?
Well, the key, Simon, is actually to have real soft hands. So you actually want to try and keep your hands together, sort of cup your 2 little pinkies and have what we call soft hands, because a tennis ball, if it's hard, will hit it and bounce straight out.
Right.
So you almost want to cup it and just comfort the ball sort of and just give with it a little bit. That's the technique.
And this is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Hodgie, go and catch one and show them. Australian champion cricketer Brad Hodge underneath it. Hey! Righto, contestant number 1. Out you come. 2 hands. Righto, Hodgie. Here we go.
Yep.
Here, get around him, Australia.
Yep.
Come on.
Big money on grabs.
He stays alive. Next one, please.
Yep. Nice work.
Thank you.
Good technique. Got to the fall of the ball pretty comfortably. That's the key.
Check it up. Ooh. 2 in. No stress there.
Yep.
Great pressure. Here we go. Shoes are off, Hodgie. What are you thinking?
Yep.
His technique?
Don't sit there. Get there.
It. Oh,
went
for the old snapper.
Went for the alligator technique, which is unheard of with a cricket ball, but pretty comfortable with a tennis ball.
The old alligator. Here we go. Contested by you. Ooh, great pressure. Have a look at the dance.
Tell you what, I think I got the hardest one. There was a bit of spin on it.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh!
He's missed it. He got stuck in the lights. Clubby. He's out. Now our female contestant. Up we come. Step right up to the plate. Here we go. Get around it. Come on. Watch it. Underneath it. Oh! The double grab.
Yep.
All right. For those who have dropped it, please step away. Thank you so much. Now, boys, right hand. Up you go. One hand, right hand. Get underneath it. $5,000. $5,000, right hand. Here we go. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, the man.
Good technique.
Steel.
Good technique.
All right. Next up. Righto, Hodgie, what are we doing with the one hand?
Trying to catch the ball up above your eyes.
Oh.
Two good techniques, actually.
Up above the eyes.
Yep. You don't want to let the ball fall to the ground where it falls pretty quickly.
There he goes. Oh. Falling down with the knees as well.
Yep.
Outstanding. We haven't had a drop. And
oh!
The pinger. Oh no. Bad luck. Thank you so much for playing. All right, here we go. Right now we got to catch it. We got to turn around Hodgie and we got to catch it with one left hand. Behind
your back.
Behind the back. Good luck with this. Up. Quick game's a good game. Try and trap it with your hand in your back. Trap it with the hand in the back, Hodgie. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, bad luck. Take a step. It's very difficult. Might want to use the bib, something like that. It's got to land in the hand.
It's pretty tough, actually, because you've got to get to the fall of the ball and just try and get underneath it and use your two hands to try and...
Okay.
Nice, soft hands.
Right. Oh.
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 Go again, go again.
Come back up. Oh.
Hey, can we adjust this?
Left hand, spin, and then catch.
Non-dominant hand, left hand.
Left hand.
Left hand.
Oh, you got to do a full circle.
Well done, yes, well done.
I liked the other way. It was a bit harder.
Yeah, that was too hard.
All right. Spin.
Around.
Left hand.
Oh!
There he goes.
Game on right now. Game on here.
Thank you so much for playing. Enjoy the grass stains. He's turned. He's had it.
Oh, it's down.
Hello. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. We have a winner. Get around him, Australia. Come on. The big fella's got $5,000. Hodgie.
Nice work, nice work, nice work.
Hodgie, come up here, turn around, face this way, in the middle. Righto, Hodgie.
You jump in the middle, mate.
Congratulations. Your name again, sir?
Hayden.
Oh, yes, Big Hayden. Congratulations. Were you feeling confident?
Not in the sprint, in the catching a little bit more.
Fantastic stuff. And how was it when it just landed in the paw?
Yeah, I was happy to see it hit the hand.
What are you going to do with 5,000?
We'll see a few more beers tonight first.
Fantastic. Get around. Hodgie, what about him? Great technique?
Well, he had a good technique. He's got big buckets of hands, so probably a strong advantage of there. And he was pretty confident. I spoke to him early. He said if he can get into the last couple, he's going to win. So good effort.
3 cheers for Hayden, ladies and gentlemen. Hip, hip.
Hooray.
Hip, hip.
Hooray.
Hip, hip.
Hooray.
He's got 5,000.
Fantastic scenes there. There's plenty to get up and excited about. Now, before I get all of your, I suppose, critiques when it comes to what we just saw out there, we're going to head to the Bold Trease box straw. That has just come out, which we will see on the screen very shortly. Now, first thoughts, James, talk us through.
Oh, it's missing a dog called Nitrous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Look, what do we make of that, Georgie? Because Fade to Black could be the issue early for Aiden's Warrior. In jostling for that position, and I don't half mind that draw for Without a Trace, to be honest. Just to stay out of trouble, loop the field, and hopefully ride straight to the front should be hard to beat.
They probably would have preferred to be on the inside of Aiden's Warrior, but with Fade to Black in the 3, the speed's in the 3 and the 4, there's no real speed in 1 or 2.
There's no speed. Killer slow, Galactic Spartan slow, Mapungalara moderate. There's only 3 that can lead.
Yeah. Still, my money would be still on Without a Trace.
Now, I think I can hear Mitch grumbling about some of our comments over in the corner there. Mitch, what are your thoughts on this box straw?
Aiden's Warrior is a big winner for me. No speed in 1, no speed in 2. Fade to Black, look, didn't step that well tonight. Yes, can show some early speed, but I think Aiden Warrior can clear this field, and I think it's drawn absolutely beautifully. I don't think anything will be favoured other than it. Without a Trace drawn sticky out wide, I would have thought if Mapungalara can step, then issues getting across. But for me, I'm seeing the 4 go straight to the front, the 3 maybe cause a bit of trouble. I think the 2 is the one that can run on, but for me, yeah, 4 to beat 2.
You've got an impeccable memory there, Mitch. How about we head back to you for a Sportsbet market update heading into this next heat?
Sorry, Mole, that was me just about to walk away there and forget where I was. Let's go to Kanya Mayhem as your favourite. This is race 9, heat 5. There's not many more chances to qualify. $2.40 is the price for Kanya Mayhem, trained by the great Jess Hopkins. 8 Traumatised, $2.80 out to $3.10. Nigel DeVere's an interesting runner, $3.90, drawn beautifully down near the inside. Scalacci, 9 out to $14, the Phoenix winner. 5-born model is $18, $23 for the 7 Webleg Billy, 26s for the 3 Poor Quinby, and 6 Ethanol Secret, 21 out to 34. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website.
Now we're going to head to the speed map in this race. We got it right last time, not so right the time before. What is it looking like first look, guys?
Yeah, look, I think, again, it's a little bit off. I'm not sure Nigel DeVere will be crossing the red for fun like the speed map is suggesting, but it probably is right in the sense that there's 5 or 6 here that could be jostling for the lead position. For me, though, Georgie, number 1 holds all of the aces, Kanya Mayhem, because we saw in that Cranbourne Cup final off this straw jump well and just wanted to veer up the track, and that's the concern for the whole race, really. But if he can begin well enough, it might cause a domino effect and he shoots through to lead and therefore he wins.
That's why I thought Traumatised probably wasn't that badly drawn if he can get clear running out there.
Nigel DeVere here from box number 2.
Yeah, pushed up, used a bit of the track, then
went in.
Yeah, then went in.
For me, tonight, he doesn't lead. I reckon he lets the red go, Kanya Mayhem. Look, if I was the trainer of Nigel DeVere, I'd be saying, listen here, Nigel, just do what I say. Let the red go, let him veer off a little bit, and then slip through on the inside. Thought this was good because Poor Ike's as strong as the day is long. You've got slick splits in the field, and he holds the whole way. Like, it's a tough little effort from Nigel DeVere there. Again, I'm not super confident because of the red. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Do I tip the 2 or do I tip the 1?
Yeah, because she's going to push off, isn't she? A work friend of ours, Gareth Hall, has got some money on Traumatised to win the whole thing. So at around $23, he'll be very, very keen. We're watching a replay of Traumatised from box 8. Now, this is chalk and cheese in terms of the class is up against
the race too, with the 6 being a hard railer.
And then it's all over. 29.54 at the Meadows. It's obviously got the ability, but where is it going to be on this first corner is my concern.
2 starts ago, jumps from box 4, goes 5.02 here.
Yeah.
Only wins by 3/4 of a length. I would argue, although it's not maybe as impressive time-wise as what he did on this replay, that was the better run. Here, 5.14 to the peg, that was the concern with that win. But I tell you what, for pure speed, he's just about the quickest dog going around over 500 right now.
I think Jason Thompson's spoken about how highly he rates this greyhound. So, yeah, the box draws the worry.
Quickly circling back to Nigel DeVere, do we know how he got his name?
You do?
I do. A Kevin Bloody Wilson song.
Oh,
it's probably a bit too explicit to show on TV.
You can sing it without the...
No, you can have a crack. You've got the vocals.
No. How does it go? I don't know it. You're telling the story, Molly.
No, all right, I wish I wasn't
Molly.
telling the story
Come
now.
on.
It was to do with Nigel being a bloody legend. So
We've got Molly Houston on the left-hand side here.
Well, that's right. And Daniel Powell's had one called Bubbles DeVere from Little Britain, so he does like to name him after some characters. Really interesting race, as you said. What the red is going to do is the key to the race here, obviously.
Is this sorry, Molly, is this a race you don't have a bet on? Like, I know we're probably here to try and generate turnover and try and help punters, make a decision and try and follow us in. But for me, with Kanya Mayhem off the red in this race, for me, this is a race where we don't outlay any units. We just sit back and watch.
Yeah, it is pretty tough. I tell you, the fairy tale of the race would be Scalacci, wouldn't it? I mean, Phoenix winner, probably coming to the end of his career.
Could this just about be it for him if he gets beat tonight?
I hope Talgi's all right with me saying this. I think he's going to run on Phoenix night, whether it's a normal race as a farewell, obviously, for winning the Phoenix.
Yeah.
So,
but I think while he's still going all right, he's still running time when he's winning. He's not necessarily going to have a career at stud with the other greyhounds around, in my opinion. I could be wrong. There's going to be a few females around for him. But is there any need to retire him if he's enjoying what he's doing?
Yeah, and he seems like he still is. He won back-to-back races more recently, but probably a little bit past his best. But
4.5 he is.
Just as a narrative, it would be incredible.
Ripping around the veterans.
Yeah.
Look, I tell you what, this is a credit to Gio Talgi to have him going as well as he is at 4.5 years of age. You'd have to probably go through every runner, but if I'd done my research, I reckon you would probably find out that he is the oldest dog here tonight.
And he's already a sire. He whelped a litter of pups to Absolute Ruby, who's the mum of Bagman, of course. So he's already hit the ground running.
He's by Hardstyle Rico, who won a Melbourne Cup, so it's in the DNA. And we've seen that with Fernando Bale, that helps.
And he was very unlucky in last year's Melbourne Cup on that first corner with Sunset Fraser. Yep.
Now we're going to head out to Jace. He is ready to get the inside word with Jess Hopkins by the looks of it.
Certainly am, Jess. This boy, he was a Cranbourne Cup finalist, and there's a lot of conversation around him moving off from an inside draw. What's your response to all that chat?
Well, yeah, I mean, he did it off box 5 once, but yeah, as a pup, he crashed to the fence. So, look, Cranbourne Cup, probably watch the head on and make an opinion after you watch the head on, more so than the side on. It does look bad, but if it was like a sprint race, he held his line at the turn and then checked off heels, and then Tribeca got up under him, and a bit bigger dog bumped him straight off the track. So it wasn't as bad as it looked, but I mean, yeah, probably, it's funny, like middle draws probably suit him, but that's because we haven't seen him off box 1 and 2 very often, only once.
Confident he can win?
Oh, look, to be honest, just happy to be in it. So if you can run 5 dead to the first mark, you'll be hard to beat. But, yeah, it's a Melbourne Cup Heats, so I'm not too confident.
Go well.
Thanks.
Jess Hopkins there with Kenya Mayhem. Who else we got here? Daniel Powell with Nigel DeVere now. But he hasn't won in his past few. How important is box 2 tonight?
Yeah, it's huge. You see from most of the heat so far, you've got to be drawn inside because it's so tough. It's tough to cross. So, yeah, we've drawn reasonably well down close to the fence, so that's good.
All the best, mate.
Cheers.
Buddha Powell there with Nigel DeVere. They're on their way to the boxes, so I might just let them do their thing, guys. Back to you. Ahead of Heat 5 of the Cup.
Thank you very much, Jace. Nigel DeVere, didn't he look focused?
He did, and so did Buddha Pal as well. Last time Jace interviewed him, he gave him bugger all, but tonight he's warming to the attention, I think, our man Daniel Powell. I'm with 2 on top, Nigel DeVere. I'm not keen to have a bet. 2-1-6-8. If you want to talk to me about who could be a Phoenix dog from this race, it's number 8, Traumatise. Yeah. You just want to see him run that 5 dead first section, Georgie.
Yeah, the box sure is a concern. 2, 8, 1 and 5 are my numbers. And just on that, I think trainers have got so much better at getting interviewed, aren't they? They're media savvy these days, I reckon.
They absolutely are. Mitch, how about we head to you for a final market update ahead of this one?
Yeah, 2 on top for me, Nigel DeVere. I think it maps beautifully. Just get the right run at the right time. But joint favourites, $2.80 a piece. Number 1, Kenya Mayhem, and 8, Traumatise. Nigel DeVere's $4.40. We get out to $13 for Scalacci and $17 for Born Model. All the rage late has been for the 8, Traumatise.
Just before they move in, let's say Kenya Mayhem does cause a bit of havoc like he did in the Cranbourne Cup, pushing up the track. Is a dog like Ethanol's Secret a chance to get back, find the rail and hit the line?
Yeah, if it's close enough, for sure. They've been running on tonight.
$37.80 on the local tote as they move in.
I've got a same racer for you. 2 top 3, 3 top 4, $4.20, an alternate way of playing if you don't like something straight out.
Now we're heading straight up to Dan Hibbert for heat number 5 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Now into favourite. Number 8, the favourite ahead of 1 and 2. The 3 key hopes in the market here for race number 9, heat number 5 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Ready? Racing, Kenya Mayhem jumped cleanly. Nigel DeVere wanted to go up the track, but he goes up to join them. And so does Scalacci, a line of 3. They bump and Kenya Mayhem goes through. Scalacci to second. Third then was Nigel DeVere. Next in the field was Born Model. Further back then 2, Ethanol Secret. Then came Webleg Billy and Traumatise. Kenya Mayhem's 3 in front. Scalacci's trying ever so hard. So's Nigel DeVere and Paul Quimby. But it's Kenya Mayhem in front. Jess, you're in the cup. Kenya Mayhem won it. Beat Scalacci and Nigel DeVere. Paul Quimby. Then came Born Model and Webleg Billy from Ethanol Secret, and Traumatise was last. And there's the benchmark, 29 and 15.
That is the benchmark indeed. Kenya Mayhem gets the job done. Jess Hopkins, tell me how you feel. You are a Melbourne Cup finalist.
Yeah. I'm going to Chris Waller it again here. You know, I've only got 5 in work, and Australian Cup final earlier this year and now Melbourne Cup. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, the last 12 months, can't thank Nick and Frank enough. It's, hopefully Frank's well enough to come down next week, but holy Jesus. Sorry. I'm just so proud of him. Look, he got a clear run of the turn, so I'm not sure how he come out or anything. I've hurt my hand, I bashed the post. Just so proud of him. You know, the top seed sitting at home injured, and Little Sammy, he's 29 kilos. His name's Sammy Walsh because he's blue, and we're massive Carlton supporters. So sorry to Nick and Frank who are Collingwood supporters. But look, he did everything right. I actually want to say what a great effort by Talji with Scalacci too. He's over 4 and he's just run second in a Melbourne Cup heat. Nearly 2 years after a Phoenix, so hopefully I can do that and repeat that effort, maybe because it's fantastic training effort. And yeah, look, as I said before the race, the draws don't matter too much, so obviously I probably don't want to draw 6, 7 and 8 just because it's so hard to get across in a big race. Not that it won't suit him, but look, he'd be the perfect Phoenix dog in that way. If he gets drawn out 6th or 7th and box 3, 4, 5 are left, it suits him down to the ground. So look, he's slowly bringing the times down. When he went to Peter Jovanovic for the Derby, he wasn't quite ready, didn't really want to send him. Peter did a great job, he just looked after him. We knew he wasn't at his top then, and Zelda Cavilla beat him quite easily. But it just helped him grow up a bit. He stayed with Peter. Peter and Leslie made that little bit of... They've only got 2 kennels, so we're able to fit him in. And mentally, he's nowhere near right. Tonight was the first time I haven't given him a stir-up pre-race. I'm still trying to work the dog out. He screams like a banshee over there during the stir-up, so I didn't give him one tonight. And, you know, it's probably not the greatest night to be guessing, but I just went with my own judgment and thought, no, look, after the Derby... And he come back and won. I called Peter and said, what do you reckon about the Cranbourne Cup? He was going to go to the Geelong Derby, but when I said it was worth 5,000, it was sort of, he can win a race in the city and win more money. So, not that money's everything, but for the owners, it was, you know, a better option. I own a tiny bit of him, unfortunately, not enough. But we've picked this race and planned it. Obviously, after the Cranbourne Cup, didn't go to plan. And so when he was favourite tonight, when he drew the red, you'd usually be happy, but there was a little bit of... pessimism there. But yeah, we gave him a trial here Monday night, which sort of wasn't the plan. The plan was to trial here last week and then go to Healesville, but with the races here last Friday, I had to sort of change the plan a little bit. He trialled awful at the Meadows last week, and trialled okay Monday night. Not up to a 29.14 though, so he's a real race dog, this little boy. I don't know how he doesn't have what we call waggy tail, because he doesn't stop wagging his tail. So I'm just, as I said, so proud of him.
Hey, Jess. The people around Australia are so thrilled to see you into a Melbourne Cup. So your mum's with him here. Go give him a kiss. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Special scenes here, guys. Kenya Mayhem, the next one through to the Melbourne Cup.
Spectacular scenes here at Sandown Park. Jess Hopkins, what a deserved winner with this one. Kenya Mayhem was great. The interview was even better. Jace didn't have to work at all.
Well, to be honest, I reckon Jace will cut his invoice by a 12th because he barely had to ask a question. Jess thought she was on the green light on podcast again, and we have plenty of time to chat, but you can just see, Georgie, how proud she is to have made it into a Melbourne Cup with her boy.
Oh, absolutely. I told you they're media savvy, these trainers these days. The key was that first corner, held his line, and even if he pushed off a little bit, he had that length break.
Here we go.
He was over. Scalacci's run was huge, guys. So again, for 4.5-year-old, challenged her down the back and then just checked off heels. I don't think he was going to beat the leader, but it was a terrific run. But the race was over just about here.
Right here.
He had his chance to get underneath. Yeah, just couldn't get underneath, and then the red was off and gone. Really good run home time too, guys. So. Yeah, look,
bit of a statement.
As it is always the case in Melbourne Cups, this box draw is going to be absolutely vital for a few of these.
Well, he actually ran a straighter line, a much straighter line from box number 1. He didn't push up the track like we anticipated that he may, but as Jess Hopkins has said plenty of times in media with this boy, early days he was a hard railer. The box draws, they were just peppering him in with wide draws. So he got to a stage where I think the dog thought, well, gee, I'm just going to find the middle of the track. How about this? Jihad told you, and look, we mentioned that he's coming to the end with this dog. He's 4.5, and as Jess said, second in a Melbourne Cup heat with a dog who's won a Phoenix 2 years ago.
But also one of the first people to go up and congratulate Jess. I think that is
he's a ripper guy.
It is just a great quality to have in a human. I think we're all cheering for Jess. She's just about to walk behind us, I think, and have a big celebrate there. But
I think that photo will be in the pool room, Molly,
I
that
absolutely think it will. But that is Kenya Mayhem taking out the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heat number 5. We're going to head to a commercial break now, but this is Jess Hopkins with Kenya Mayhem. Wonderful scenes here at Sportsbet Sandown Park. This is Kenya Mayhem coming around that home bend to take out a Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heat for Jess Hopkins. Big celebration behind the boxes. It was great to see, guys.
Yeah, and that head-on footage paints a good picture that he wasn't stepping to the outside like he did a little bit in that Cranbourne Cup. And as Jess said, look at that. That's sheer emotion, making it through to the world's greatest race. Yeah, she made the case that he wasn't a reckless wide runner, and even in that instance, he wanted to use a little bit of the track early, but there was after contact which made it look worse. If you backed him tonight, you'll get 280 and 130 on the local tote. Scalacci at 390, ran out of his skin, the old boy. Nigel DeVere 160 and Paul Quinby up for fourth. But Georgie, Kenya Mayhem advances through to the Melbourne Cup. In your opinion, where does he need to draw to win the most prestigious greyhound race in the game?
Probably, the first four, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'd suggest. Yeah, but look, as Jess said, he doesn't mind using a bit of the track, so he's the quickest runner so far. Good first split too.
Now, we've got plenty of people on course here tonight, and we're going to head out to Simon Marshall, who I believe is in the clubby sports area, with some happy punters.
All right, here we go, team. This could get a little bit loose with the boys behind us. Clubby's what it's all about, taking the world by storm in Australia, in particular young folk that want to get involved and enjoy their sports. Zach, you designed all of this. Tell us a little bit about it.
Not so much me, mate. A good mate, Dylan Buckley, designed it through his podcast, Dylan Friends, and I've been lucky enough to be on the journey for the last few years, helping build it, yeah.
Okay, so what are you building? Tell us a little bit about Clubby.
Bit of a sports media company, mate. So podcasts, YouTube, social media, events like tonight, anything we can give back to the local community, to be honest.
Fantastic. And how many roosters have you got here tonight?
A few hundred, I think. Yeah. 300, yeah. It's nice.
And enjoying a punt, enjoying the sport of greyhound racing as well with GRV.
I've actually never been, so this is an amazing atmosphere, mate. And I lost a competition tonight too, so I'm a little bit...
the boys have been giving it to you. You were one of our finalists for the catch. Yeah. The left-hand catch, mate, what happened? You got lost in the darkness?
Mate, it was the two-hand catch. I lost the first one, so... I've got to go back to work, mate, and learn how to do it all again.
Fantastic. So what's coming up in the future? How do we get involved in Clubby?
Mate, just like, follow, subscribe, listen to our podcast. Toronto Plus is the one that's here tonight. Yep. And to be honest, mate, if you do like it, just get around it, to be honest. We're just excited to be a part of it.
Fantastic. Give us a couple of the top 3 podcasts that you're producing and putting out there in Clubby.
Yeah, so we've got Toronto Plus, obviously, tonight. Dylan Friends is the massive one. And then another one called Footy and Friends with Brett Delidio, Mick Barlow and Dill Buckley as well.
Fantastic. And you got into greyhound syndication as well.
Yeah, so through Toronto Plus podcast, the boys love it, mate. Honestly, the community get around this type of stuff. So, yeah, it's been an amazing experience with Conqueror. It's won a couple, it's lost a couple, but they still fun up, so it's been good.
Zach, it's lovely to meet you. Good luck with Clubby. And all the boys in the background there, they're having a good night. Called security, get me out of here. I'll see you next week for the Melbourne Cup final. I'm out of here. See ya.
Oh, Simon, hopefully we can get you out of there all right. You might have to join him for a beer or two. Now it's time to head from one personality to another. Mitch Abaya, how about a market update?
Yeah, race 10. I tell you what, before we get to this, there's a bit of the old 6-7, the old trend going on out there in there. Yeah, exactly. You can see the bloke at the back just doing that as well. But race 10 on the program gets to some of the big boys, and that is Tim Zoo. Would you believe he's $5? $5 Tim Zoo. Accredited is your favourite, though. The Top Gun winner. Sorry, Hume Cup winner, $2.40 is your price. Kenya Tornado, can it cross on the wide draw? $4.60 out to $6. Former Punga Tully, her best is better than $7. Tribeca's $7 in from $7.50 since we spoke to Brooke Ennis. 2 Aston Bugsies, 10 into 9. $16 for the 6 Paul Barton, who can run on his day. And $51 for the 7 Paul Yannell. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. Now, this is the big one. Dream Catchers Cup. Saturday, 29th of November. That is next Saturday night. Entry is free. Dan Gorridge and the Grubs have a crack at the Ultimate Cricket Challenge for your chance to win some cash. Well, we saw a bloke win $5,000 here tonight for taking the catch. I think just did a little spin, a little left-handed grab. Might be a bit harder next week, but this is going to be an absolute belter with the guys on course.
It'll be a huge night. Dan Gorringe is a huge inclusion heading into next weekend. He's actually got a greyhound named after him, Gorringe, a little female trained by Josh Formosa.
Who pinged a hammy tonight too. We won't say too much about it.
Yes.
He went for a gallop and hurt his leg. But here's the speed map for race number 10. Tim Zoo expected to be sitting 3rd or 4th according to this map. Speed out wide, 7, Paul Yanel, 8, Canyon Tornado, who I think will struggle to cross them from the outside draw. I would argue that the speed in this may well come from accredited. Aston Bugsy, I think, will go forward. Mapunga Tully, Tribeca. They're the few that are going to go forward. Paul Yanel with that initial box speed. What happens in the run of the first corner, George, based on that speed map?
Yeah, look, he's got better at it, but you know that Tribeca does like to try to hunt towards the fence. We're watching a replay here of your replay. This is Mapunga Tully off box 8. Look, she's been okay without being at her absolute best, I think, in her last couple of starts, but she just needs to nail the start with Tribeca on her direct right. So it's going to be an interesting little battle. And then where does the old boy Tim Zoo?
Yeah, well, this is the key, isn't it? I feel like Mapunga Tully, she's just starting to build. She's about 5-6 runs back. The only concern is Sharapova started not find the line tonight, and poor Gordy's not a real genuine 500-metre dog. Yeah. So maybe she isn't the strongest dog in the race, and a boy that is accredited, who won the Hume Cup and just speared the lids. He's got the inside draw. He ran a first split record in this Hume Cup. You'd argue all day long that if he can time the start like that, and he actually wanted the rail too at the corner start, if he steps like that, gee, they're going to find it hard to get past him.
Look, and his PB here is 29.13. Ned did mention that he's pretty hit or miss at box riser, so that's the concern. We spoke about it at the start of the show. The margin for error in these races, if you miss the start here, you're in a little bit of trouble. But from box 1, terrific record off box 1, 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. If he begins cleanly, clearly the greyhound to beat. I agree with you with the greyhound in box 8, Canyon Tornado. Just drawn the wrong side of the track.
Take a set against him?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, this
play
heat,
of the night, Molly, the pink.
Yeah, play of the night. Now, this heat is pretty spectacular in itself. We've got a Hume Cup winner. We've got, Tim Zoo, who's won pretty much everything. We've got Mapunga Tully, who's won an Australian Cup. Tribeca won a group race at the Meadows not too long ago. This is a pretty spectacular heat to be in.
2 Australian Cup winners.
I was going to say, back-to-back years. Tim Zoo won it the first year. Mapunga Tully just beat Tim Zoo the second year when Timmy was going for back-to-back. Yes. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Look, we've seen 2 young trainers get in, Jess Hopkins and also Kayla Cottrell, but we've got accredited here in box number 4 as a replay to look at here, guys.
This is a replay that I think shows he can't win the race because of what he was doing early there, just wanting to lag up the track a little bit, George. What did you make of this?
Yeah, but like you said, last week he railed pretty well. So you'd rather, Connections would rather box 1 than not. But look, as you said, he's a strong greyhound. I do like greyhounds coming from the 600 back to the 515. So he just needs to nail that start because, as we said, there's some speed drawn off the track, and if he gets cut off, it's game on.
He's a unique looking dog too, because if you look at him, you're trying to work out, is he a white dog, is he a black dog? Like, he's got that black head, and then portions of his body look like he's going to be all white. He's a unique looking animal, but yeah, for Nettie Mack to have a runner in a Melbourne Cup heat, it'd be a great thrill for him, and doing it as a genuine chance. Like, he's marked $3.40 as the race favourite in the Watchdog. So Nettie's not having a throw at the stumps. He's having a genuine crack at taking a wicket here.
He absolutely is. Now, George, how about you talk us through the greyhound stepping back from 600 over to the 500 metre. This is something I learnt from you when we first started out in the media sphere. Talk us through that.
A lot of trainers will tell you that they put them over the 600 to get their confidence up to begin well, and they get their confidence to start hopping out of a box, and then they drop them back to the 500. So that's their reasoning. Sometimes you get knocked around a little bit over 500. You step over the 600 with predominantly slower beginners. You get their confidence back, then dip back to the 500. So that's their argument.
Yeah, I like it. I think if you can have them confident, feeling good in the lead up to a Melbourne Cup, that's the key. Whether or not that be like Intrepidus, who I believe went to Warragul for a 400, or a greyhound that, like Accredited, that's won a 600-metre race and comes back. There's so many different avenues to training a dog, and there's so many different ways that you can do it. Some will work, some won't, and it doesn't mean that one's right and one's wrong. Like, every trainer out there are doing things a little bit differently. I just had my eye just for a moment just distracted in this Neil Brown Museum where we record, and I'm going to go for a little wander here. Just off camera for a set while we've got a lovely view of the track. Classic Capri, swept Melbourne Cup, 515 metres, 2001. I love this Neil Brown Museum. I know this wasn't the plan, but I've just had a look, and this is a race for the champions, isn't it, George?
Yeah,
the Melbourne Cup.
And she was a long shot, but just nailed the start and got it right, and was too good for them off the sticky draw. I was here when Rapid Journey won it, pushed his prize money to $530,000, which at that stage was the record. Now we've got greyhounds winning $2 million, James. But
what's the greatest Melbourne Cup of all time? For me, it was the Dyna Double One Fernando Bale, just going to war, the kennel mates.
Hard to go past, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. But how about the cup we've got in front of us here?
That Mitchie just gave to a random to take a photo with, mind you.
Look, we're getting...
Now he's my best mate.
Yes, no, we're getting amongst the fans here, but this Melbourne Cup is exactly what people are here tonight for. What do you think the drink of choice would be thrown in there, depending on what do you think Ned
would you be having out of there, James? Kombucha?
Oh, no, I would be going a peanut butter whiskey just straight on the rocks.
sheepdog.
The sheepskin or whatever they call it.
I was not expecting that.
Sheepdog, wild sheepdog.
Well, actually, I think George is the closest. George, quickly before your selection,
actually,
what
you
are
might
you
have a
putting in
chance.
here?
Well, I usually have a low-carb beer, but if I win it, it'll be heavy.
Oh, we hope so. How about you give us our selections, your selections, sorry, George, heading into this heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, I think if he nails the start, he'd be hard to beat. 1, 5, 4 and 3, terrific race. Again, the narrative is around Tim Zoo. He's a terrific greyhound. Love to see him get through as well, but very, very good race.
Light rain starting to fall for the first time tonight. I'm 3, Tim Zoo. I don't know. I said on the podcast, is it my head or is it my heart tipping Tim Zoo? But I just feel like he really bullied poor Ike in the run to the first corner last start at the Meadows. And although he found trouble after that, it was just a signal that he might be building to something. I want to go for another walk soon because this Gary Thomas bookmaker sign that we have here with all of the legends of the sport behind, there's so much cool stuff here in the Neil Brown Museum. But yeah, for this race, Molly, Tim Zoo, who, if he wins the Melbourne Cup, I reckon he might end up here in the Neil Brown Museum. There'll be a lovely big photo of him.
Well, we have an absolute looker here, and accredited, I should say. Jason, what does Ned have to say about the one?
Well, let's find out. Neddy, probably going back a month, 2 months, not your wildest dreams. You thought this bloke would be a favourite in the Melbourne Cup heat, but here he is, dropping back from 600 to 500. What do you make of that for him?
No, it shouldn't be a problem. Like, he's done most of his racing over 500 and only just went up to 600, but it shouldn't be a problem. He can still run as good a time over 500 as he can 600, so not a worry.
Box one's good?
Very good, yeah. It's where he wants to be, so it's got the draw, you know, but he's got to be able to use it.
Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Ned McDonald there with a credit. Paula Bella's got Kenya Tornado, who was, look, safe to say, disappointing last week in the shootout. Paul, this sort of dog from the pink, I want to ask you a question. How do you think he'll go? But he probably got as much idea as I do. None.
Nah, it's like a box of chocolates, mate, isn't he? Who knows what you're going to get, but we had a couple of excuses last week, but we're not making excuses. We put him in the box and that's what happens, but there's no excuse tonight. So the dog's right. He's had a better week than last week. We had to run to race tonight, so I just hope he puts that 28.90 back on the board and we make a Melbourne Cup.
With a dog like him that you never quite know what he's going to serve up on the track, do you get any sense by his manners or anything like that at the kennels as to what sort of Kenya Tornado's turning up tonight?
Oh, sometimes he's a bit quieter, but this week he's been real good. He's had a few problems, but no excuse, and just hopefully he just lets rip down the outside.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
There we go. According to line now, guys, and heading to the boxes ahead of the 6th seat of the Melbourne Cup.
Thank you very much, Jace. Kenya Tornado, a bit of an enigma, but hopefully we see his best tonight. Mitch, we'll head to you for a final market update.
Yeah, the favourite still is number one accredited, $2.35 out to $2.50, $5.50 for Tim Zoo. I think that's a staggering price. I'm with him on top. I reckon he can make his way through to a Melbourne Cup. $6 from a Punga Tully, $7 for the 5 Tribeca, and $7.50 for Aston Bugs Bunny.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Final selections, quick ones, guys.
Tim Zoo for me. The red to jump, lay up the track. Tim Zoo to miss the kick, hug the rail, and just go bang.
Yeah, 1, 5, 4 and 3 for me. Tough little race.
Thank you very much, guys. This is an action-packed and a star-packed heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We've got accredited jumping from box number 1, who won a Hume Cup last start. We've got Mapunga Tully, who's won an Australian Cup. Tim Zoo's won absolutely everything, and Canyon Tornado has put some time on the board. We also can't forget about Tribeca there either. Let's head up to Dan Hibbard for the call of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup heat number 6.
Behind Sharapova start, she's been very honest. And Tribeca is another one that shows very good ability. He's won 12 of 23, 2 of 6 over the trip, and was 4th behind my boy Bingo in a prelude last start. He was the winner of the Silver Bullet on Melbourne Cup Eve at the Meadows. A very deep heat. This is heat 6 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Ready? Racing Accredited, jumped pretty well. Speed out wide. Paul Yannell's gone up to Accredited, but he's going to lead. Favourite in front. Paul Yannell second. Railing Aston Bugsy underneath of Tribeca, who closes in. Tim Zoo was next. Further back to Paul Barton. Well back Mapunga Tully, and Canyon Tornadoes at the rear. The leader was Accredited, and he goes well. 3 lengths clear. Trying to run after him was Aston Bugsy. Next in the field was Tribeca, but it's all Accredited, and Accredited right away. 5.5 on Aston Bugsy and Tribeca. Paul Yannell. Next in the field was Paul Barton with Tim Zoo and Mapunga Tully. Canyon Tornado, and now he's the fastest qualifier. 29.06.
Hume Cup winner goes bang, Accredited. In the clubhouse is the fastest Melbourne Cup heat winner, Ned. That was painless, straight to the front, game, set and match.
Yeah, I was sort of standing right behind the box, and I see the two shift up a little bit like I thought it would. Not as much as what it did, but it did. And when he punched through and found the front, his 600-metre form showed that he wasn't going to get run down.
And how do you feel, mate? I mean, we heard from you after you won your first Group 1 going back a couple of weeks. You're into a Melbourne Cup now. So for you as a kid, you've seen your dad go through this many a times. Now it's you. How does that feel?
Oh, mate, that's, like I said it last week, these are the races we want to be in. This is what we do it for. And, yeah, it's just the build-up now for the week is just phenomenal, and it's just going to be a real good ride.
How do you handle it with him? What do you do? Is there anything different? What sort of work do you put into him?
No, nothing different, mate. Just keep everything the same. It's obviously working for him, so don't change nothing.
Go and get him, mate. Good job.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
There we go, guys. A fairy tale a couple of weeks ago with Ned taking out his first Group 1, and who knows what's possible next Saturday night.
What an amazing performance there by Accredited. Ned McDonald is on fire at the moment. Talk us through this one, James.
Yeah, he jumped beautifully. We were looking for Tim Zoo to seeing, and once Aston Bugsy sort of hugged the rail behind the speed, Tim Zoo was too many backs behind, I guess. And once Accredited led, 600-metre form, George, you like this drop back? They're not going to run you down.
No, nailed the start. The two shifted off. Perfect. Had the room to run. Fastest so far, 29.07. His run home was enormous. Box draw again, James.
Yeah.
Really important for this boy. But he's stepping really clean. His confidence is up. And can Ned McDonald replicate what his dad has done and win a Melbourne Cup?
I think if he draws inside, Molly, the way he's going, if he can bounce in 5.01, he can win a Melbourne Cup. If he draws out wide, I just can't paint a picture where he can cross and get to the lead. So, yeah, Neddy, what a story this. We went out, obviously, earlier in the week, you and I, Molly, and did a story with Ned McDonald.
And you mucked up a few times.
Yeah, once or twice. But he puts these dogs on a rotary walker. They've got this lovely soft surface. The dogs go around a rotary walker for 40 minutes a day, George. A little bit of a unique training regimen, I reckon you could say, but it's working so much so I've just made an inquiry via email as to where the hell you buy a rotary walker.
Mitch, how about Tribeca, I think it is, in box number 5, crossing straight to the rails there?
Yeah, I thought the run was enormous. If you go back and watch the whole race of Tribeca, well, cost a few early, went hard to the fence, wiped out the 4 and you'd say Tim Zoo as well, but ran on strong at the end. I thought Tribeca was definitely one to follow. Sportsbet Black Book, it's a function. Chuck it in there for a next start or next couple of starts, but Accredited was awesome, wasn't he? The dog's absolutely flying at the moment. Neddy McDonald, what a story. He's following in his dad's footsteps. The family just keeps producing good dogs, and this dog, well tipped by Georgie, 29.07's absolutely flying.
And
Georgie.
guys, another Fernando Bale. I mean,
we should have just gone through the form tonight and just ticked the Fernando Bale, surely.
That would have been easier.
You know what I reckon people forget with this dog? He was always so hit and miss, but he has got 1860s that he's ran here in the past. So that's not a complete shock what he did tonight.
No, it wasn't. Just probably the early split 5.01. That's his PB. What a time to bring it out now.
I just want to mention too early, take nothing away from the winner, but Aston Bugsy in box 2, just wanting to roll up the track a little bit, gave Accredited that room, and I think Accredited's a dog that needs that room, that ping. But how good for the McDonalds. What a great story this is. Into a Melbourne Cup with a dog who just won a Group 1 over 600 metres. And you know one thing, George, next week, if he gets any clean running, he's going to give the Melbourne Cup a hell of a shake next Saturday night.
He absolutely will. And look, I'd say we might be a fair chance of having Peter Moody here. We're out with him, like you said, during the week, and what a great time we had.
As you see his head, he looks like he should be a black dog. And then you look at his body and you're like, no, he's a white dog. Then you look at his back and you think he's bloody Batman.
A bit of a split personality here, I reckon, we've got for Accredited. Actually, I think his kennel name's Wayne, from the top of my head.
Wayne. You know what? Another great thing that Fernando Bale brought to greyhound racing, colours in greyhounds. There's no more blacks. We had white and brindles and everything. So.
The other great story, Ned's young son, Sonny, same name as my little fella. He goes into the kennels most mornings and he walks in and he looks up at the big poster of where Wayne, this dog won the Group 1 Hume Cup, and apparently he points up and he goes, Wayne, Wayne.
Brilliant.
It's a great story to have a young family into a Melbourne Cup. I mean, if he was to win this next week for Ned McDonald and his family, 110% life-changing.
It absolutely would be. Sorry, George, but we might head to a break as we see out Ned McDonald, another young trainer making it through to the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. We are absolutely loving the scenes at Sandown Park tonight here. We've just seen Accredited and Ned McDonald make it through to the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Gosh, I'm having a good time watching these guys go around.
Yeah, look at that. It's always so good to see, and as I said, a young family too. Clint Anderson looks like he's got a, what's that on his
I think
on his
it's a
rear
bit
end?
of grass.
Oh, I thought it was, what are those green bugs? Grasshopper. I thought he had a grasshopper latched onto his rear end. Anyway.
That was race number 10. 1, 2, 5 and 7 to take out the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup heat number 6. But look, we've seen 6 heats go by so far tonight. We asked you guys to give us a replay from these heats that you want to dive into, take a look at, and James, no surprise, you hit us with Intrepidus.
Well, I just love this dog. I mean, you'd think I'd have a little vested interest in him, but this is what I love about him. Check him out. Box number 3, lids open. He comes out like a jet, straight to the early lead. He probably had to jib just a moment to miss the 2, and then accelerated. Sections were as quick as you see dogs go in a Melbourne Cup heat. Broke them up. Colac Kid, you look at the second dog. This is a dog who had won the Cranbourne Cup. He's won the shootout, which is arguably the race designed for the fastest dogs in the country.
Had a photo shoot with Max Holmes.
Well, that what might have got him beat. But anyway, as it turned out, Intrepidus held him safely. Vincent Bale was probably the hard luck story. I think he would have got really close if he didn't get held up on the tail of Colac Kid. But I just knew tonight was the night for this dog to go and do what he did on the provincials. He's now had 4 looks at Sandown. I think he's one of those dogs, a little bit. There's a few that have made it through that are the up-and-comers. Zipper on Time's another one that missed tonight, but I think moving forward will be an up-and-comer. Intrepidus is as quick as any dog in the country right now for at least the first 70% of the Melbourne Cup.
So do you give him a good chance no matter what box? No matter what box shore? Is it dependent on his box shore? Let me finish.
Sorry, Molly. Yes, he would need, like anything in a Melbourne Cup.
That sounded harsher than what I intended it to come across.
Jace, that's all right. Just put me back in my place. Jason, not Jason, I'm calling him Jason, Mitch Abaya now. He came out at the start of the night with the Sportsbet box stats, and it all said you need to draw 1, 2 and 3 here, and I think that is even more important in a Melbourne Cup. So, yes, I think the winner will come from 1, 2 or 3 next week because there's a fair amount of even speed. Even Georgie's boy, Valenzuela, if he draws 1, 2, 3, huge chance. Kanya Mayhem, huge chance. Accredited. Dacey's Rory could even get through the field and hit the line hard. So, yeah, can he win it? Yes. Can he win it from box 8? Probably not, but nor I don't think any of the others can either.
Absolutely. George, talk us through Dacey's Rory's run and why you wanted to highlight this one.
Hang on. Why is he not showing Valenzuela?
No, because he's objective. He's not. Hit us with it, George.
Yeah, look, Tom's mentioned that this greyhound hasn't been nailing the start, but he got it right enough. He didn't lead, obviously, but he got into a nice enough position. A little bit sketchy moments here because he's got to find the fence, but once he does, his run-home times are getting better and better and better. Of course, he ran 3rd in a Phoenix. He's made nearly every big race final. He's a terrific greyhound. And again, like James is talking about, if he can draw a box next week and he lobs behind one of these greyhounds, he'll run them down. He's just a very, 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 very talented greyhound. And as we said, the Queenslanders are having one hell of a year in sport. And look, Tommy Savalas has had probably the best time in training in his last 2 years. He's always been a good trainer, but the numbers and the winners he's had on the new Q track have been outstanding. They really have.
They call him the Prince.
They do.
I'll be devil's advocate to Dacey's Rory, suggesting that he can't lead the race. Is that fair to say next week?
Yeah.
How does he catch a dog like Accredited if he lands in front of him?
Yeah, Accredited he wouldn't catch. But
Who could he catch, you reckon?
He could catch your dog, Intrepidus, I think.
I thought you meant Nitrous. I think anyone could catch him.
No, I think if he sits behind Intrepidus,
you're right,
he's going to be pretty hard to beat. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of strength in this heat.
There is.
Like Dashing Sleigh won't get run down. So Box Draw all important, obviously.
Now, Mitch, did you have any of the heat winners so far that really tickled your fancy?
Yeah, I was Dacey's Rory. I was taken by the run. Yes, obviously had something to chase out in front in Sharapova Star, but I think can go quicker than what it did early tonight. So let's have a look at on screen here. I think this is... Who's this out in front? No, that's race 1 on the program. Sorry, that's Bebop Jazz out in front there, I think. But the greyhound that I was talking about I was with Georgie, Dacey's Rory, that I think the greyhound can improve. I'd love to see what they went first split tonight, 29-20 odd overall. I think it's shown numerous strings to the bow now, that it used to be just jump and run. Then it got to the stage, get a bit of strength. Put that together, I think can definitely win next week. I thought I really was taken by the run tonight. And look, there's going to be probably a couple of dogs that is going to be in front of him, and he's just going to have to work out a way of picking through. But I think the chasing ability and the strength is now there.
Absolutely. A Phoenix, James has just put down here. Where does that line for you, Mitch?
Yeah.
For Dacey's Rory?
Well, just for what the question I wanted to ask was, of the whole panel here, who do we believe tonight has taken a step forward in potentially being selected for a Phoenix? Starting with you, Mitchie.
Oh, geez, that's tough. Look, I'd probably say Accredited in the sense that obviously has that strong 600-metre form, goes well at the Meadows. If can step like it did tonight, boy, oh boy, put it off box 1 in the Phoenix and, you know, good night nurse, probably just holds on and wins, but can do it off a wider draw as well. So I don't think it's not a greyhound that crashes down to the fence, not a greyhound that, you know, necessarily needs box 1. So for me, I'd say Accredited is the one that I'd be looking to take towards the Phoenix out of tonight thus far.
Are you still looking at Zipper on time? Well, we know the Thompsons have got a say in some of the picks going forward for the Phoenix.
Well, let's break that down. Who's the number 1 seed for Team Thompson? Because they have a slot, and chances are they're not going to go with the kennel outside of their own. Who do you think would be the number 1 pick right now?
I think tonight probably put a line through Tim Zhu, I'd say.
Yep.
For the Phoenix, they might think differently. She's probably the number 1 seed, isn't she?
Traumatised? The outside draw maybe cost him tonight.
Yeah. He's probably the quickest, but I just think with her early speed, they might still look at her. Yeah.
For me, the dog who I reckon took a huge step is Intrepidus. Like, I know I'm going on and I'm banging on about this dog, but those sections, Molly, just sort of proved to me that the Meadows could even suit better than Sandown Park. So early speed wins races. You don't need to run 29.50 to win a Phoenix. 29.75 off a 5 dead, 17.50. That's what'll win you a Phoenix. And for me, the dog who took the step forward tonight was Intrepidus. A young dog on the rise too.
Absolutely. And look, Dashing Sleigh really impressed me tonight. If that is worth anything.
It's a good question from me, wasn't it?
A great question, Mitch. Devil's advocate. Hit us.
Devil's advocate with James when he mentioned about Intrepidus tonight. You look, Deadly Avenger missed a kick, 2 Giacomo missed a kick, Slow Beginner in 4 Vincent Bell, Ascend Ecstatic walks out, Cheeky Chompers no speed. Arguably had the heat that with minimal speed. Put it into a Phoenix with high pressure. Does the young type who struggles to run a strong 500 hold up against the big dogs?
All right. Boxing gloves are out, Mitchie. Sections don't lie, brother.
It's true.
Yeah, the only thing is I think the Meadows is clearly a harder run than Sandown.
You reckon? See, I reckon it's more of a leader's track.
It's a tough little run, I think, Sandown. Meadows. I think, I'm not sure. And there's a female in this next race, Mally Beauty. He's just right there for the taking.
He'll win the Phoenix.
If she comes out and wins tonight, even if she doesn't, I think she's certainly on people's minds.
Now we've got 2 more races left of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup Heats. How about we have a look at the market, Mitch, heading into this next one?
Yeah, race 11, the second last chance to qualify. And I tell you what, I'm staggered at the price here for Mally Beauty. Second favourite. Whiskey Whiskers is your favourite, $3.50 as fast as they come. Mally Beauty, $3.20 out to $4.40, back into $4. I think anything around the $4 mark is value. 5 Poor Oswald was super last week off box 1, $4.20. $6.50 for the 2 My Boy Bingo. If you like the 3, keep rolling, you'll get $9. 7 Ritzer Chris, $9.50 out to 11s. 4 Sprightly Shan probably is your leader, 11 out to 17. And 8 Vista Weird, probably drawn half okay out wide at $18. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call that number on screen or visit the Gambling Help Online website.
I think the South Australians will be happy that Mally Beauty is drawing a little bit further out to the track. We heard them say, I want to say in the Top Gun that they didn't want to be in box number 1, jump from box 1. But we will take a look at the speed map to see how this race will pan out.
Well, what this speed map suggests, if you're on the left-hand side of the screen, you're averaging 58 kilometres at the first peg. If you're at the right-hand side, you're hitting that first peg at 68 kilometres, which is pretty quick, let me tell you.
Yeah, it is.
That's average kilometre per hour at the first split. We'll break that down. The speed map here, again, I don't know I don't know what's going on, but they reckon Mally Beauty's not going to be up there. I think Mally Beauty will be up there. I also think My Boy Bingo from box 2 will go forward. Sprightly Sian will go forward. Poor Oswald is a very underrated dog in my opinion, just knows how to win. Ritzer Chris, I'm just not sure where it gets to. Wanted to show My Boy Bingo, box 8. Straight up on the outside of Sprightly Sian. Now, you would argue if My Boy Bingo had the inside, it would already be off and gone.
Yeah.
Had to work really hard. Lost 2, 3, 4 lengths, in my opinion, at that stage. Sprightly Sian gets the break. And this is what I really loved about My Boy Bingo. Now, we only went 29.54 overall, but I reckon he lost 4 lengths at that first corner. That's roughly a quarter of a second. Brings him down to 29.29. He's even had to clip heels a little bit there before balancing and then really shooting through. The way I see this, Sprightly Sian from box 4 jumps, does what it did there. She just rolls up the track a little bit. My Boy Bingo shoots straight through with a paddock on the inside, and it's game, set, match.
I just think, is it in the same class as 5 and 6?
Maybe not.
No, that's where. But I think Paul Oswald, again, he's so underrated, isn't he?
Yeah, let's say, though, that the 4 does check the 5 and 6 the same way it checked My Boy Bingo, then it is. Your replay, Georgie?
Yeah, absolutely. Poor Oswald's just racing in a rich vein of form, and he clocked at 5 seconds dead last week. I know he's got to do it from box 5, but Intrepid is sitting behind him. I mean, we know how speedy this greyhound is, but poor Oswald just holds him and then just wins really impressively. He's a talented greyhound by Feral Frankie. Speed on his inside, speed on his outside, but Mally Beauty, we know, won't cross to the fence. So, yeah, I'm keen on him tonight. I just think he's going to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, and he's a veteran of 62 starts, Molly, 25 wins. And somehow with stats like that, $250,000 in the bank as well. And I think from memory, just touched off in the state final of the Nationals, where he got to the front. And yeah, he's underrated somehow for a dog with his stats.
He absolutely is, but I know that Mitch Abaya is dying to talk a little bit more about Mally Beauty. We could hear him screeching over from the corner saying that this greyhound should be in the Phoenix. Mitch, sell us the story of Mally Beauty.
Yeah, I think everyone would be pretty happy with box 6 for Mally Beauty. 21 of 26 wins have come from boxes 4 outwards. We saw last week box 1 in the Top Gun, a couple of weeks back, and the greyhound's got blistering early speed. We know that. I think tonight's draw is beautiful. Poor Oswald will get down towards the fence just enough. Doesn't have to crash too hard because Mally Beauty doesn't have a lot of speed to its outside. But a greyhound with that record, I thought its run a couple of weeks ago was fantastic. Shows it can bring its game at the Meadows, especially 29 and 70 odd. I think it's the perfect Phoenix dog, but I think tonight it'll be very hard to beat from a draw that really suits, as long as the 4 doesn't get too far in front and gives something else a run at the fence.
Now, George, Venezuela obviously into the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Look at this Sportsbet punter having a fantastic time there outside of the clubby sports area. But back to you, George. We've got Venezuela into that Sportsbet Melbourne Cup next week. Who don't you want winning this heat to give you a better chance?
Were we able to replay that vision just there? Sorry to cut you off.
No,
the last bloke went to Scully's drink and he hadn't actually opened the beer yet. And then he's like, oh, and it was a really awkward moment. And I think we need to show that again.
Probably time to call
Maybe a bit later on. Sorry to cut you off, George.
Well, probably Mally Beauty, and then if she draws closer to the fence, you sort of don't want to be sitting on her outside. But look, she's got heaps of ability. The greyhound, probably the dark horse in the race is Whiskey Whiskers off box 1. He can split quick or he can miss the kick a little bit. He's as strong as the day is long. But where he sits on this first corner with all the speed is my concern with him.
Yeah, I'm not sure he handles the pressure with the fact he does like to get up the track a little bit. But you've got Keep Rolling as well, who's got speed. It's going to be on. This is a huge test for Mally Beauty. This is the moment where, for me, if she does win this, she then becomes a lock in the Phoenix. If she doesn't, I still raise question marks on Mally Beauty.
Yeah?
And just being able to withstand the pressure of the real big dogs in a race like this.
Over in Victoria, outside of the old SA.
Oh, look, I'm a huge plug for her, but I thought her Top Gun run, a little bit like Zipper on Time in the Laurels, was just so-so. I think I'm the only one that thought that. I'm willing to put my mind on the line, and I just thought she wanted to use a bit of the track, which she always does, but when she got clear, she could not go with slick splits, nor could she go with the Rise of Sparkles. So obviously from 6, you're hoping she pings, leads, and just dominates from out wide, but Yeah, I don't know. This is her chance. It's a good race, but again, it's not as good as what a Phoenix is going to be.
Absolutely. Jason, looks like you're down there with David Burnett.
Certainly am, and Keep Rolling, who's a grey and has got a lot of ability. Now, Dave, a few weeks ago, we got on to Melbourne Cup night. He started favourite in a free-for-all here. I thought, I'm not sure if this dog's ready for a race like this. What's your opinion on him in a Melbourne Cup heat?
Again, still green, can run the time if he wants to. Just got to have a lot of luck go his way. And again, if he puts it right, he's going to be right in it.
Do you keep him any fresher, given the occasion, the hope that he gets out a bit better?
Mate, he's just one of those dogs still learning at the moment, and he could ping or he could come out last. So, again, he's got to do it to do everything right tonight to win it.
That's it, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Dave Burnett there, of course. We wind back the clock. 5 years, had almighty success with Simon Solent-Helen, who was a Melbourne Cup finalist as well. Tell you what, might want to get on my bike here to get some last word here. But Joshy Formosa here with Vista Weird. Jade Hurley with Mally Beauty. Jade, quick comment, this girl here at Sandown Park, how's she feeling out of the kennels?
Yeah, she's feeling good.
Good as gold. There's Jade with Mally Beauty representing South Australia as they head to the boxes, guys, for the penultimate heat of the Melbourne Cup.
Thank you very much for that, Jace. You had to work hard for that last interview. Hopefully that means that we have a pretty special run on our hands from Mally Beauty. But can we just go to Mitch Abaya for a final market update?
Yeah, favourite the Red Whiskey Whiskers, $3.40, $3.80 for poor Oswald. I'm staggered at this. Mally Beauty, $4.60, $1.62 the place, $7 for the 2 My Boy Bingo. We get out to $11 for the 3 Keep Rolling, and $15 for the Jason Thompson chain Ritza Chris.
George, how about you tell us about your selections as I've caught you off guard here? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a poor Oswald fan. 5, 6, 1 and 3. Terrific race. Speed drawn in 4, 5 and 6. Can't wait.
My best bet of the night, My Boy Bingo, drawn box number 2 at each way value, about that $7 mark. I just crossed the red, set up shop in front, let Sprightly Sian take care of the greyhounds in 5 and 6. I could be wrong, but I think he's going to run a hell of a race, and this is the moment, I think, for Mally Beauty. If she's going to be a Phoenix dog, a Melbourne Cup dog, she has to do it right here, right now.
I couldn't agree with you anymore. It's a whole different ball game competing over in South Australia, but to come and do it here on the big stage, they are loading into the boxes here now for Heat 11 of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
Is at $7. They are the 4 under double figures for the 7th heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup, and the green light is turned on. Set to run. Ready. Racing, flying out in the centre was Paul Oswald, going deep. Mally Beauty and pushing through Sprightly Sian. Sprightly Sian held the lead on the outside. Paul Oswald bumping with it. Mally Beauty's desperate for the rail. Check Whiskey Whiskers. Going through was My Boy Bingo, finding bother there also was Keep Rolling. Sprightly Sian's the leader by 2. Paul Oswald closes in. Mally Beauty still hasn't given up the fight. They're clear then on Vista Weird. Sprightly Sian in front. Paul Oswald's going for the inside. Sprightly Sian, Paul Oswald, Sian. Oh, maybe the blue. Maybe Sian by a pimple, but Paul Oswald's right there. I'm not sure. Mally Beauty 3rd. 4th home was Vista Weird. Then came Whiskey Whiskers, Ritza Chris, Keep Rolling, and My Boy Bingo. It's 29.54, and there's a breath in it, and the blue gets it.
The blue gets it. Sprightly Cyan for David Gill, who's had a lot of success in this race. Dave, you've been holding your breath for about 20 seconds then.
Yeah, look, Jace, we knew she'd lead. That's a given. But we know that she gets tired that last 50 metres. So, but she's such a mad chaser, good railer, very consistent, and just gets out nearly 90% of the time, and got brilliant early speed. I think when she ran this time, she only went 18.71, but she's probably an 18.60 bitch more consistently. But gee, I'm happy for the owner, Amanda and Tyler Ginn in Dubbo. Oh, they will be absolutely off their tree.
So how'd you get this girl from them?
Yeah, she broke in real good at Dubbo, and they had a couple of races with her, and they just thought she had freakish ability. Cam O'Halloran, a good friend, he had a bit to do with it as well, and they just guided her down to us on some very fast Dubbo wins. And gee, what a thrill for her! God.
they'll be up and about. Now, Dave, as I said before, you've had a lot of success in this race. I know you know what it's like, but sum it up for everyone else who's going to be a part of it for the next week. What is Melbourne Cup week like?
It's massive. It's exciting. It's everything that a trainer can dream of as well, and owners. It's a magical night. It's everything about greyhound racing, what you do in your life. You think about when you're growing up and you're in the dogs, all these little things, it all comes together on Melbourne Cup night where it just means so much. And we've been fortunate, as you say, we've been fortunate to win too. And this girl, okay, she's not as strong as Go Blends and My Redeemer, but by Jay, she goes quick early. Yeah, what a thrill. Yeah.
Well, that's the theme of next week, mate, so fingers crossed you can get it all right for you on Saturday. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Beauty, Jace.
David Gill there, guys, after Sprightly Cian wins Heat 7 of the Cup.
Thank you very much for that, Jace. David Gill knows how to win a Melbourne Cup. It's outstanding that he's got a greyhound through after the scratching of Barefoot Zulu. But let's take a look at this replay.
I really want to look at Mally Beauty. See what she did early, George, stepping to the outside. That's what I don't like about her, but she was awfully unlucky there.
Yeah.
That's 4 to 5 lengths, dragged down another 2.5.
Yeah.
She's probably lost 7 in the run.
Yeah.
She was beaten by a length and a half. So there's a difference of about 5.5 lengths. I reckon she would have gone 29-21 with clean air.
Yeah.
Take nothing away from the winner.
No, and I tell you what, once the 5 lobbed behind Sprightly Cian, I thought it was home.
I know.
Because she does get very tired, Sprightly Cian, but she's done enough to hold on for Tyler Ginn. I know Tyler is a good friend of Camo Hallinan's. They would be absolutely rocking up there in New South Wales. They brought her down, and she's had a good little career here, but a Melbourne Cup winner, heat winner,
Yeah,
unbelievable.
You never would have thought. This is going to be interesting, this head-on, because
She did look for the fence,
wanted the
didn't she?
fence, but then she sort of rolls up on times too, in particular when she gets to that first corner. As you said, where poor Oswald sat down the back, I thought he just blazed
If you
straight past.
freeze frame it there, you'd think poor Oswald is into a Melbourne Cup
and Mally
final.
Beauty runs second, or vice versa. Credit to the winner. She hasn't ran the time, but she's obviously got an undeniable will to win. You can see Mally Beauty finding trouble there. For me, talking Phoenix right now for her, if anything, I reckon she's actually improved, in my opinion, for a Phoenix because of one thing. I don't think she'll win a Melbourne Cup. Obviously, she's not in this year. But she can win a Phoenix because of the way the draw works. You get to pick your own draw, and generally no one wants box 8. For me, she could win a Phoenix only from box 7 and 8.
Yep.
Jam up on the inside, whip around the outside, and she's good enough because she can run the time.
I'm telling you, Connections of Cumbria Jack will be sitting there going, we're a huge chance to win this Phoenix. He is one of the top 3 greyhounds in the country.
Yeah. Is it a concern, though, George, that, as Michael Ty puts it on the Green Light On podcast, the Connections haven't crossed the state line yet, and we're only a couple of weeks out from the Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm hearing he's going to trial soon at the Meadows. Is that
Well, that's
right?
good news,
Yeah, I think so. So he's over his injury concern, but that Phoenix is really interesting. We keep talking about the Phoenix because it's such a big race, but we've got another big race, the Melbourne Cup, coming up very, very shortly.
Well, this is the puzzle piece, I think. The Melbourne Cup Heat Night is the puzzle piece, the biggest puzzle piece to shaping the Phoenix field. And what about that? Like, she's clearly not going to win a Phoenix. She's probably not going to win the Melbourne Cup, but for Connections to win a Melbourne Cup Heat with a dog who's got early burn is such a great achievement. And to be fair, Molly, she could lead the Melbourne Cup.
Absolutely, but these are great scenes, and we do know one thing for sure. David Gill knows how to win a Melbourne Cup. He's done it a couple of times, but I think those scenes will take us to the next break. David Gill takes out another heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. He knows how to win a Melbourne Cup, this guy. Here he is with Sprightly Cian and Rose Gill, his beautiful wife. Gosh, I love Melbourne Cup Heat Night. It's hard to go past it, isn't it, George?
Yeah, it is. Look, amazing that David's looking for his 3rd Melbourne Cup. I mean, he's a terrific trainer, even better bloke, and you're right, Rose is a terrific person. They're always humble, and I think they would have been a little bit surprised at that result. She's a very talented dog, but to hold off poor Oswald from where he was, even in that replay, it looked like he was in front nearly everywhere but the post. So.
Absolutely.
100%.
And look, I think it's great for her to get through. I think with the unfortunate scratching and injury of Barefoot Zulu into that Phoenix, but then heading into this series, he was a serious contender of this Melbourne Cup series.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't see him. We don't see explicit slick splits. There's a few stars out, and I think it's just opened the race up, to be honest.
The door is ajar, Molly, for not only the Melbourne Cup but also for the Phoenix, which we keep on touching on. But I reckon this last race tonight, we're hearing smooth playing is at the end of his career, George, and this could be his swan song, the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
This might be the last time we see him.
He's going to have a date with ethanol water.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's what they are doing. They're going to match those two up.
Do they realise there's no 900-metre racing?
I was going to say, you'd think those pups would have some ability.
How about we have a look here, guys? We've got Venezuela. This is George. I wish we had vision of him cheering him home. But, George, talk us through this replay.
I just didn't know how strong Zipper on time was. I know my boy's strong, but I just thought I thought she was just going to hold on. Look, he just kept trying. It was a fantastic run. I heard Dan Hibbert's call because I think we were on a slight delay on these TVs, so I didn't know that he got up, but it's a big thrill. He deserves it. He ran second in a launching pad. He's a talented dog, and yeah, that's finally we got one go our way.
Where would this sit in the races that you've been a part of? You've obviously won group races. You've been involved in the sport for a very long time, not showcasing your race or anything.
Very
but
old.
Where does a Melbourne Cup sit for you?
Yeah, it's the pinnacle, isn't it? It's right up there, and you want to win your local championship, and it's more of an honour to breed him as well. When you, as James was alluding to, when you take the risk of bringing a dog all the way from America, a lot of things can go wrong. So to have a dog in the final is fantastic.
He reminds me a little bit of Mr. Burns tonight, our man Georgie, because
Mr. Burns, I would not have said that.
I could just
at all.
imagine you're sitting there in the office and you're on the computer. Yeah, excellent. Is that what Mr. Burns used to say?
I think so, yeah.
And it's just such a gutsy move to sit there on the computer and go, this JS making weight. What made you select this greyhound to bring her across?
She made a couple of group finals over there, and her brother is a stud dog, JS Flaming Ace, who's got a couple of dogs racing in Australia. The family was really, really good, and I did what everyone usually does, just take a dog to Fernando Bale, mate.
Yeah.
So there wasn't much skill in that, but he's been a real pleasure for us, and I think his sister is just as quick as him too, but she can do a few things wrong, Summer Quinn.
So rewarding though, isn't it? As you say, like this is a 3-4 year journry to get here tonight. Would you say?
Yeah, it is. It's a long time, and as we said, she's in pup as well, so she's going to have her 4th litter. So really looking forward to it. Christiana there, she's great around the kennels. She's been a really welcome addition, I think, for Jeff and Angela, and always see her at trials, and she's great.
So Christiana is Angela Langton, so Jeff Britton's partner's niece. So they're keeping it in the family, and look, Angela really values kindness and care, and that's exactly what Christiana brings to the kennel here.
Did you happen to hear Oasis just behind us?
Goodness me,
Someone belting it out beautifully.
Fella belting it out.
Bit of atmosphere tonight. I like that for Melbourne Cup Heat night. For those who are tuning in, obviously via racing.com tonight, I would strongly urge to get here next Saturday night.
Yeah.
If you've never been to the Dogs, this is the night of nights. I love the Phoenix for the atmosphere and the tribal community vibe, but this Melbourne Cup night, the club put on an enormous show. The atmosphere will be crazy. The people will be going bananas from start to finish. And I've brought people to this night that have never been to the Dogs, and they cannot believe how good it is.
Yeah.
So chances to win money, like we saw the $5,000 go off tonight for catching a tennis ball. I mean, so many reasons to get to Melbourne Cup night next week.
Absolutely. Now, how about we head to Mitchabaya for a market update?
Tell you what, Jim, if all you have to do is catch a tennis ball to win 5K, I might have to bring the Border Collie along next time. But race 12 on the program, Paul Zuri, I'm real keen on this. I reckon this is one of the hardest chasers in greyhound racing, and has gone to another level lately. $3.20 is the price. 5 Ariza Sparkles, $4.20 into $3.60. 2 Smooth Plain at $5.50. 3 Bagman, well, it depends which dog shows up, but $7 could be overs if he jumps and leads. $9.50 for the 4 Avengement, another runner for the great man G. Ferrugia. $9.50 for the 7 Kanya Ponga. 6 Flying Zulu, who would have thought double figures, $11. And 8 Elite Intention, $51. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call that number on screen or visit the Gambling Help online website. Now, don't forget, this is the big one. I mentioned it earlier, I'll mention it again. Next Saturday night, entry is free, Dream Catchers Cup. Not Dream Chasers, Dream Catchers Cup with the great man Dan Gorringe and the Grubs. The Grubs are awesome. Check out the social media stuff. Have a crack at the Ultimate Cricket Challenge for your chance to win some cash. It's going to be a great on-course experience. Get here, otherwise you can't win it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mitch. It's going to be a huge night next Saturday night. I cannot wait. But we do need to look at this heat. The final heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Fire away with
Are we allowing Mitchie an entry into that dream catches?
I reckon we might have to.
Because every week he says, I could do it.
Yeah, I think
I'm
we
better
need to
than
get
them.
him in. Yeah.
I'd love to see him out there, and I'd love to see him drop one, to be honest. Anyway, the speed...
I'll be bringing some spare clothes too. I'll tell you what, you've got to be comfy if you're going to perform.
Speed map race 12. There's a bit of pace in this. 5, Ariza Sparkles, who is becoming a real, genuine top-shelf sprinter. Flying Zulu, I'm not sure he's going to go as far forward as what it's electing here. And Pause Yuri's the other one. Can show a little bit of early speed. I wanted to show Smooth Playing here. Box number 6. Going forward, Tribeca to the outside. Smooth Playing gets caught up in that drama that took Slick Splits out of this race. Now, he lost 4, 5 lengths at that stage. Tribeca gets the fly on him. But just watch the closing section of Smooth Playing. I know he's at the twilight of his career. Start 91, and if he gets beat tonight, we may never see him on the racetrack again. But this was an exceptional run, and I still think he's going as good as ever. Maybe, just maybe, lost a little bit of that early ping.
He's a bulldozer, though, isn't he? He doesn't care what's in front of him. He just chases his heart out, and I think that's why the Dailies are keen to use him as a stud dog. Interesting to see where he lobs on that first corner. You're right, at his best, he was able to split well. He's probably lost a little bit of that, but he's been a terrific animal.
Now, for the final time tonight, we are going to cross out to Jace to see what the trainers have to say about this final Sportsbet Melbourne Cup heat.
Thank you. I'm with Corey Heinrich here in Smooth Playing. Firstly, Corey, we saw Wyong Dallas go amiss in a race earlier. How is he at the moment?
Yeah, he's good. He's in high spirits and probably just on the road to recovery at the minute. So, yeah, but he's all good.
This boy here is a warrior. Big chance here.
Yeah, he's tough as nails, so fingers crossed.
All the best.
Thanks very much.
There we go, guys. Short and sweet. What I might do is go behind the boxes through the audio variety of this, get the latest here. I want to speak to Christine Shields, who's got Ariza Sparkles. Of course, the Whelan Camp handling her for her stay here in Victoria. Christine, how's this girl been at home?
No, she's settled in a treat, Jason. She's been fabulous since she's been with us. So hopefully she can come out of the boxes and do her thing.
She's an absolute star from New South Wales, and fingers crossed she can do that, guys. Back to you ahead of the 8th and final heat of the Melbourne Cup.
Thank you very much, Jace. Mitch, how about you hit us with any late changes with the final market update?
Yeah, mine top selection, number 1, Porzuri, super keen, and so are the punters, $2.70, $3.50 for Ariza Sparkle, $6 now Smooth Playing, and Bagman's out the gate to $11. But your main mover is the 1, Porzuri.
Now, George, what about your selections into this final heat?
I'm going to go for the old boy and a little bit of value, Flying Zulu. I think sometimes he can nail the start, and he's a terrific greyhound. He never draws well, this dog.
No.
I think he should have something painted on a pink or a green. He never draws the red, but he's a terrific greyhound.
2, 1, 5 and 3, my numbers here. Smooth Playing just to track Porzuri and go bang in the last heat of the Melbourne Cup, Molly.
We'll head straight up to Dan Hibbert for the final heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup.
They're moving in the last heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. On a great night, they're ready to run. Set. Racing Porzuri jumped pretty well. Spindle center riser. Sparkles goes out after Porzuri. They hit the first corner. Tumbling there with the lead intention. It's out of the race. Down the back goes Porzuri. Leads out from Ariza Sparkles. Third then was Bagman. Clear on Smooth Playing. Next in the field, Ponga. Further back then to Avengement. Last Flying Zulu. Porzuri in front. Ariza Sparkles to the outside comes. Porzuri clear though. Trying hard Ariza Sparkles, but Porzuri all the way. Porzuri might have been Ariza Sparkles, Bagman and Smooth Playing. Next home was Avengement. Further back then to Flying Zulu, and a lead intention picked himself up, dusted himself off, chased them all the way to the pen in 29 and 27.
Team Delbridge strike. They almost had it with Paul Oswald in the previous. And now it's Porzuri getting the job done. Mark, she's a handy type, and I guess her form leading up to the series probably says that she deserves a spot in a race like this.
Oh, yeah, look, she's improved every time. That's it. She likes Sandown. The red did help. Hopefully, he could draw near the fence next week. As I said, yeah, I'd prefer the near the fence.
You've won this race before with Yachi Bale going back to what would have been 2021, I reckon. What does it feel like 2022? Correct me if I'm wrong. What's it like to be a part of the Melbourne Cup?
Oh, look, it's a good series. As I said, yeah, well, any race is good to be in it. Just as I said, the Melbourne Cup, ice on top, I suppose.
And for the Wheeler family, we've spoken earlier on about the passing of Fernando Bale yesterday. I'm sure that, as much as it's a consolation somewhat, the lift in spirits at least for them to get one through to a Melbourne Cup again.
Oh, yeah, for sure. As I said, you don't like to lose a dog like that, but he was, well, as I said, he was 12 years old at the time, was going to come, but supposedly it wasn't yesterday, I suppose.
All right, mate, Paul Zuri's through. Good job.
Yes, thank you.
There we go. Mark Delbridge there, guys. Paul Zuri, the last one through to the 2025 Melbourne Cup.
Thank you very much, Jace. Now, I'm not sure whether you guys remember Mark Delbridge, big Tonka truck collector.
Yes, I remember that. Did somebody go and interview him? And yeah, they had seen the collection. But
Absolutely. George, how about you talk us through this replay here?
yeah, look, she held her line beautifully, and Ariza Sparkles really put some pressure on. A bit of a tumble there. The greyhound got up and chased safely. But look, she's had a really good 4 to 6 weeks, hasn't she? And off box one, she was just too good for them.
I'm not willing to say that's the end of Smooth Plain. He was almost leaders back, got checked out of the race.
Yeah.
He's been beaten 2.5.
Yeah.
Press on, press on.
Now
He's got one more big race in him, I reckon, Smooth
Oh,
Plain.
absolutely. He's an old faithful.
you know what,
We
Molly?
love to see him. Tell me.
In the email I sent you with all of my selections, in the podcast earlier in the week, Paul Zuri will win, I'll say. And then the more I looked at the race, I thought, nah, Smooth Plain's going to get the tag and going to run it down, which if it had got through, I think it would have. And that is a lesson for all a punter. Never, ever change your original selection because it's the worst feeling in the world.
It absolutely would be. That's what you were talking about when you said never change your selection. I had no idea what you were talking about after that.
And I tell you what, hasn't he got a helmet of hair on himself now? Oh, Marky Delbridge.
It's a good head of hair, isn't it?
Oh, those ears, they haven't seen the light of day for a while, I reckon.
Poor old Mark.
He's even going to crack a smile, Molly. Look at him.
I know. I'd actually forgotten about Yarchi Bale's win here not too many years ago.
Great.
That was a huge win, big odds, a beautiful fawn greyhound. But here we go. This is Paul Zuri taking out the final heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Now, everyone, we need to stay around because we do have the box draw for the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup coming up not too far away. Jason Adams will host that. We just need to give him a bit of time to get up and ready. But Paul Zuri,
Big.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think we've... Look, I'll probably say this every year, but George, you'll probably back me up here. I don't reckon we've had a Melbourne Cup in a while that has this much just even speed around that 5 dead mark. This box draw is as important as I think we've ever seen a box draw in a big race like a Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, there is. There's going to be a traffic jam at some stage, isn't there, with all that speed in the race. So the closer you can draw to the fence for most of these, I think will suit. I don't think anyone really wants it out wide, but we'll see what happens.
Tip right now, Molly, before the box draw. Who wins it?
Oh, I think accredited will be pretty hard to beat if you can draw well.
Mitchie?
Geez, I'm with Paul Zuri for draws the inside. Mad railer, genuine improver. You know what? I said chase is all what I love, and this thing run through a brick wall.
Now, I'm going to have to cut you guys off here because we've got plenty of time to talk all about this after the...
Intrepidous.
After the... Gosh, it's hard to concentrate here. Come on, guys. No, we are going to head into a commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get to talk all things Sportsbet Melbourne Cup for 2025.
It is one of the greatest nights of greyhound racing of the year, and it never fails to deliver. Here is the last heat of the Sportsbet Melbourne Cup. Paul Zuri hustling through so hard, holding out Ariza Sparkles, who I think will lose no admirers, with a very gutsy second, and a couple of the back markers. Smooth Plain, desperately unlucky, but it was Paul Zuri, as Daniel Hibbert would say, stamped the ticket into a Melbourne Cup. And there's Team Delbridge looking to do it again after winning with Yarchi Bale a couple of years ago. 310-160 for the winner. Ariza Sparkles at $1.40. And Bagman, he ran a cracking race for Dawny Johnston, $2.40. And I just hope, I cross the fingers, that is not the end of Smooth Plain. The word is that might just about be his last run. As I now welcome the voice of the Melbourne Cup Heats tonight, Daniel Hibbert, to the set. Dan, that night went quick.
It did go quick. Very unusual, but it was a great night. Some really good racing, some fast times. some excellent performances, and it shapes as a crucial box draw in the next few minutes.
Yeah, it was just a night that there was just so much action, and I think that's what you get with Melbourne Cup Heat night. There's always something happening from the moment the races start to the moment they finish.
It was, and it was just each race is so vital because you have to win to get in. And as we saw throughout the course of the night, box draws in the heats are just as important as they will be in the box draw coming up. But those that had the advantage tonight, most of the ones, you can't really say that there was too many outsiders that got in other than Sprightly Sian.
What about this? Dashing Sleigh, obviously Wyong Dallas went a miss earlier. We've heard he's okay, but this is a dog who is the real deal.
Absolutely. Like, she loves this place, launching pad winner. And I just think her last 3 runs have been absolutely brilliant. Now, the times probably don't say that given what she did throughout the Laurel series, but she was a long way off Zipper on time in the final of the Laurels. She was probably even further back in the heat the week before. And I expected her to win tonight. I thought she was one of the better bets on the card in terms of value because I thought she was really flying. She got that bit of fortune with Wyong Dallas, but she made her own luck once she got to the front.
What about Accredited, Georgie and Dan? This is a dog who is just so chock full of confidence right now.
Yeah, he is. And you know, to record the first split of 5:01, Dan, he's just racing really well. I think that 600-metre campaign has held him in good stead. And as you said, he's one of those greyhounds, though, that he'd want to draw well. I think Dashing Sleigh, if she draws out, she's still a winning chance, I think, in the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, I think there's a few in this race that have qualified that are really desperate for a low draw, and if they don't, their chances are going to be hampered. But Dashing Sleigh obviously is not going to be one of those. But this guy's he's just in rare air, and you know, that 600-metre form just makes it so much easier at the back end of these 500-metre races. If you're strong, they're not going to chase you down, and he's just absolutely flying.
Is there anything more mythical, more beautiful than watching a greyhound stretch out in slow motion?
It's just brilliant. It is absolutely
beautiful
brilliant.
to watch. You called him in the Hume Cup. Yep. You're the voice of the Hume Cup. Did he surprise you just how good he was breaking that first section record Accredited?
Yeah, it was. I mean, you and I both know we've called enough races there what times are fast and with the splits and everything. And, you know, when I looked at the clock and saw what he ran, it was just, you didn't want to believe it for a start, but it was clearly accurate. And it was clear because he was so far in front of the others that he'd obviously run something special. So credit to Ned. He's just doing an amazing job. And, dog's happy. Dog's running fast.
Yeah, well, I went to his property for that racing.com little feature through the week with Molly, and I can tell you, Nettie Mac's dogs couldn't be happier. They're running around the paddock. They're on the rotary walker. They are living the dream. But, George, you were pretty big on the fact that he had that 600-metre run, and that's going to be a positive. Now, there'd be a lot of punters, a lot of owners, a lot of trainers who would potentially see that as a negative, that it could flatten the dog, but you're more of the side that it sharpens them up and gets them jumping.
Yeah, I think it's given him a hell of a lot of confidence, and he'll go into next week. I think he ended up being the fastest heat winner, I think, in low 29. So, yeah, he's just racing so well. Again, this box draw is just going to be a make or break for a few of these. There's so much early speed, a lot of greyhounds that can go low 5 seconds, and you know, if you get away on that first corner, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's each of the heats. Like, I looked at those first splits throughout the course of the night. And it was just, you know, 496s early on, and you know, they just got quicker as the night went on. Yeah. And it's so many of these runners need a good box, and unfortunately, there's only so many good draws.
Yeah. That's the key, isn't it? The box draw. We're not too far away from heading upstairs to Jason Adams. I think Molly Haynes has headed up there as well to put together the box draw, which I don't think we've had a Melbourne Cup, lads, that the box draw has been this important.
Yeah, for 4 or 5 of them, if they draw 5, 6, 7, 8, it pretty much makes their chances really hard. There's probably only 1 or 2 that if they do draw wide, it's probably not a bad thing for them. And unfortunately, there's only one red box, and only one can go into it.
Tell you what, they're all going to be lining up to try and get that red. Let's go back to Heat 1, discuss Dacey's Rory. Came from off the speed. It felt like an eternity ago that we're at the first heat of the Melbourne Cup. In saying that, the night went quick. This is a dog that just knows how to win big races.
He does, and his form's really good. And he's had those 2 runs here leading up to his heat run tonight. And he probably should have won the first run. Didn't have much go right the second time around, but when it mattered most, he got the job done. And I think that experience around the track has certainly helped him out. We've seen him in the Phoenix, so he knows how to run in those big races. And probably the box draw's not overly vital for him. Yes, if he could follow the hot speed, he's going to be right in it, but it's not the be-all and end-all if he doesn't draw perfectly.
What about Heat 2? Our Leviathan owner over here, Georgie Ferrugia, with his boy Valenzuela. That was big because I reckon 95% of the punters that have a bet on tonight's meeting, once they saw Zipper on time, uncontested, lead roll, probably put the drink down and said, this is it, she's home. Georgie's dog as tough as nails.
I came and saw George after the race, and I said to him, I thought you were going to win it halfway down the back straight, because she wasn't clear of him, and I knew that he was really strong at the back end. So as they're going into the back, she's only got a length and a half on him, and I just thought he's too close. He's too close, and he really powered over the top in the last 50 metres, and brilliant performance. He deserves his spot, and if he can, get a decent run, George might have a cup on the mantelpiece.
George, how do you feel right now?
Yeah, it's a little bit nervy just before the box draw, to be honest. But look, it's just a great thrill to make the final. We beat a really good one out in front, so it was credit to the dog.
Gives you a bit of extra confidence when you can gun a dog down like Zipper on time, who has got the wraps on her. Like I've been saying, if they pump her tyres up any more, Zipper on time, they're going to burst.
Well, having 13 starts for 12 wins in a second probably helps.
So.
But she just didn't get the job done. But I still think a Phoenix chance. I really do.
Yeah, I think she'll still head that way, especially with Team Thompson, Awesome Lodge with a slot. I love Intrepidus, early speed. That's the key to winning Melbourne Cup, Stan. Yeah,
it was really strange. Like last week, he was gobbled up really late on, but tonight just flew out to lead and's gone 29-20. So again, if he gets things right, he certainly puts himself in the play. And there's a number of dogs in this race that if they get it right, they could be off and gone on that first corner. But yeah, he was very impressive. I will say I was surprised. I was pleasantly surprised, but it was a really good run.
I've been waiting for him to find the front because I think he's a dog that has to lead in a 500-metre race to win. His run home was 10.71, which is on the slower side, especially for a race like this. Kanya Mayhem, we will touch past Dashing Slayer. We've already mentioned her. Kanya Mayhem was outstanding. I mean, this was a run that I think for two reasons was outstanding. The time was hot, and he didn't crash to the outside early, which shows he can win a Melbourne Cup from the inside and maybe from box 2, 3, 4 as well.
I was just saying, he was really good. Again, he probably does. He's not one that's probably going to be desperate for a low draw. If he draws out wide, it's not going to matter too much for him. Very impressive. And he's one that's going to be right at the top end of the market, I would have thought, regardless of where he draws.
Well, accredited, Sprightly Sian at a big price, and then Paul Zuri with the last three greyhounds to qualify for this year's Melbourne Cup. Upstairs, all of the action's taking place. The stewards are preparing for arguably the most important box draw of the year for the Sportsbet 2025 Group 1 Melbourne Cup. Don't go anywhere. This is what we've all been waiting for, the draw for the Group 1 Melbourne Cup. Welcome back. The home stretch on the Dream Chasers Melbourne Cup Heat Night here on racing.com. It's been one hell of a show, one hell of a night. As I said just a moment ago, it's a race night that never, ever seems to disappoint. We'll just quickly go through, before we throw upstairs to the box draw, to the 8 greyhounds that will be taking their part in the Melbourne Cup next week. We've got Dacey's Rory, who won heat number 1. Came from off the speed, 29.25 was a really strong win. Valenzuela for George Ferrugia, and Jeff Britton took out heat number 2, 29.26, and it was a big scalp he took running down Zipper on time. Third of the heats went to Intrepidus, a dog that I couldn't have pumped the tyres up anymore. He went straight to the front, showed that brutal speed, and he was too quick, leading all of the way, 29.23. But it was the 18.51 section off the back, which is in absolute rare air. Heat number 4, Dashing Slayer, greyhound who doesn't have that mid-race zoom, but hits the line like a jet. 29.24 from off the speed. She's won a launching pad here. She absolutely loves the Sandown Park venue. Race number 9, Kanya Mayhem, 29.14. Race number 10, heat 6 accredited, 29.07. And then to round it out, Sprightly Sian, 29.55. And the lucky last was won by the red, Paul Zuri, 29.28. Before we break down that and maybe a couple of the runners that were a little bit unlucky in tonight's Melbourne Cup heats, it is now time for the all-important Group 1 Sportsbet Melbourne Cup box draw. Up to you, Patch Adams.
Thank you, Jimmy Vandermaat. It is the all-important box draw for the $500,000 to the winner. Group 1, Sportsbet Melbourne Cup next Saturday night. The speed in this race is absolutely lethal, so this is so important as to what these greyhounds come up with. We've got representatives for each greyhound coming up here, and what I'm going to ask them to do is come around this table, have a look at the draw themselves from the miniature of which they'll pick up, and then, of course, show the camera because we all need to know what's going on. We've got the Chief Steward from GRV over here, Paul Searle. So the process is this barrel will spin. This gentleman here will draw out a name. He'll read out the greyhound's name and a representative will come up and pick up a miniature. So, without further ado, let's get on with it. They can be make or break these draws, but clearly with the early speed of which all of these greyhounds possess, they can do it from just about any draw.
Dashing Sleigh.
Dashing Sleigh, the first one drawn out, Kayla Cottrell. Box 5. Probably not too bad given the way in which she handles her early split.
No, not too bad. She wants to push up the track, so it's probably a perfect box, but it just depends what draws around her. So you got to make your own luck in these races, so we'll see what happens.
All the best.
Thank you.
Kayla Cottrell there. Next greyhound drawn out is... Of course, Dashing Sleigh ran right through the early part of this year at Sandown. Romped in the launching pad and was runner-up in the Sapphire Crown.
Sprightly Sian.
Sprightly Sian for David Gill, the roughest of tonight's heat winners. I'll get David to walk around the table. A man who knows a thing or two about winning a Melbourne Cup. He's done it twice before and he's come up with box number 4. What does that mean for her, David?
It's better than 5, 6, 7 and 8. Obviously, we needed 1, 2, 3. But 4 gives her a good chance to lead irrespective of what the others draw. So it's not too bad.
Good luck.
Thank you.
David Gill there, of course, his past Melbourne Cup winners been Maya Redeemer and Co Blends, who have both gone on to have an impact in the breeding game. Sprightly Sian in the 4, Dashing Sleigh 5. The next greyhound to be drawn is...
Kenya Mayhem.
For Jess Hopkins, of course, Kenya Mayhem won from box 1 tonight with elite early speed with a sensational overall time. Box 2. First impressions, Jess?
Yeah, happy with that with the 4 and the 5, so... Didn't want to draw the pink, even though he handles it. He's just not going to cross dogs like Sprightly Sand and Intrepidus early. So, yeah, gives him a chance to punch up. And, hey, we'll enjoy the week and, yeah, see how he goes.
A better chance to clear all the notifications on your phone?
No, I haven't even looked. Called Mum to see where she was. Haven't even spoken to Nan yet. So, she's going to be grumpy when I get home.
Clear the Sunday. Good luck.
Cheers.
Jess Hopkins there after Kenya Mayhem is drawn at box number 2. Next one out.
Daisy's Rory.
Up comes the Prince, Tommy Zavellis. As we heard earlier, this greyhound's made many a big races and now it's his time to shine in a Melbourne Cup. And it starts with a box draw. He takes a deep breath, does the Prince. The pink. Probably nasty, Tom.
Yeah, mate, yeah. Would have probably preferred inside. Inside the 4 or 5 would have been good, but it's not to be, so we've got to deal with that now and see what happens.
All the best.
Cheers, guys.
Tommy Zavellis there representing Queensland, and as we heard earlier on and after the win of Daisy's Rory, Tom grew up in this area, so certainly a track that's fond to him, and boy, oh boy, what would it mean to win a Melbourne Cup next Saturday night?
Valenzuela.
Valenzuela for Jeff Britton, G for Rugia. And representative for the camp, Christina Dubos, comes up to select a box for Valenzuela. Come up with the red, my goodness. Angela will be happy.
Yeah, I didn't overthink it. I just came up, picked one, and I'm glad I got the one because that's what I wanted.
I might be jumping the gun, but are you handling next week as well?
Yeah, I am. That's sort of our rule, that if we handle in the heats and they win, we handle in the final. So, yeah.
Enjoy the week.
Thank you.
There we have it. Valenzuela into box 1. We didn't have a camera on Georgia Ferrugia during the race. I hope we had one on him during the box draw. He'll be thrilled to bits. Next greyhound to be drawn out is...
Accredited.
Accredited for Ned McDonald. Hume Cup winner on Top Gun night just a couple of weeks to go, and tonight from box 1 made absolutely no mistake. And he's come up with box 3 in the final. Ned, which I assume you're pretty content with.
Yeah, I didn't want 6 or 7, so 3's closer to the rail, the closer the better. So, oh well, we're in there with the chance. That's the main thing.
You've had an opportunity to share some time with your dad since the win. That must have been pretty special.
Yeah, he knows what it's all about, so I think I was a little bit more excited than him, but yeah, it's good to have family here.
Soak it up, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Ned McDonald, after Accredited, has come up with box number 3 in Saturday night's Group 1 Melbourne Cup. It's the barrel. Takes another rotation. With 2 spots remaining, 6 and 7. Probably not flavoursome for those. Intrepidus for Rob Polotta. Jackie Berry makes her way up. 6 or 7 for the greyhound in this field who's possibly got the most lethal turn of foot. And it is box number 7, Jackie, and you've had some time to spend with Rob since. Everyone's pretty happy with his performance tonight.
Yeah, he was fantastic tonight. As I said, he is only young, so he's got a long career ahead of him.
Initial thoughts on box 7?
Not the ideal box, but it is what it is.
He'll do his best.
He will.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Jackie Berry there representing Rob Polotta and Intrepidus, who'll jump from box 7. And for a matter of process, is it Miles Dalwidge out to come up?
Paul Zuri.
Paul Zuri for the Dalbridge camp, who took out the last of tonight's heats. She's had some terrific form here at Sandown, but clearly it's going to be a tough assignment from box number 6. Miles, she was good, but 6 is probably going to make it tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be definitely tough. We preferred the inside, but you get what you get. So hopefully she can come out in front and then see how she goes around the corner, and we'll see.
You get what you get, and don't get upset, as some say. Hey, pretty cool for the family to be part of another Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Miles Dalbridge there as Paul Zuri comes up with the final draw here in the 2025 Melbourne Cup as we go through the draw. Valenzuela, box 1. Kenya Mayhem, box 2. Accredited 3. Sprightly Cyan, 4. Dashing Slay, 5. Paul Zuri in 6. Intrepidus, 7. And Dacey's Rory in 8. So there we go, guys. The scene is set. The speed's fierce. That's the way they'll exit. And, of course, this is a race that has one of the more significant honour rolls that the sport has to offer. 8 greyhounds, superb tonight, chasing this piece of, I was going to say silverware, it is gold. In next Saturday's Melbourne Cup final. Back to you guys to dissect what's been a very interesting box draw ahead of next Saturday night's final.
I tell you what, as always, Pat, you absolutely nailed the box draw, but I'm not sure about that last quote about the silverware boys. But, Georgie... you went pale for a moment there.
I did.
I was a little bit concerned about your health, but you've drawn the red in the big dance, mate.
Yeah. Christiana just texted me and said, "How do you like drawing box 1?" I said, "I owe you a car." Now, look, that's where we want to be. And you know what? It's a free hit at the stumps. If he's not good enough to win, he's not good enough.
He's good enough to win.
Yeah, but, I mean, if he gets beat, he gets beat. So, Kenya Mayhem, 20. He's got 2 of the fastest heat winners in 2 and 3. Who else wins the box draw? Probably...
I'd say Kenya Mayhem. I think those drawn out wide, you might agree here as well, Dan. Paul Zuri, Intrepidus, Dacey's Rory, they're going to find it hard out there.
Yeah, there's so much speed underneath. I'm still pretty happy with Dashing Slay. She won from there tonight. I think she stays in the middle and shows enough speed. She might be able to sort of get a good spot around that first corner. But, I mean, yeah, George has got to be really happy with the red. Accredited's probably, I reckon, in a decent spot. But, yeah, there's so much early speed. It's a bit hard to sort of confidently say who's going to be in front around that first corner.
Well, we made mention of just how important a good draw is going to be. Georgie, you've come up with the red. You've got Kenya Mayhem, who ran a fair portion of the field off at the first corner in a Cranbourne Cup. Accredited, who I reckon is content being 2 or 3 off the rail. Not only have you come up with a red, mate, but you've come up with a very good red.
Yeah, it's a pretty good draw. Now he needs to use it, and he needs to go low 5-0s. And look, Sprightly Sian, will she lead the race? I don't know. And Dashing Slay, Dan, do you think she's lost a little bit early and got stronger on the back end, or how do you see that?
Yeah, you're probably right there. She probably has lost a touch off that early speed. As we saw through the launching pad series, she was just explosive at the start of her races and broke that 29 in the launching pad. But, yeah, she's really strong at the back end. So, you know, there's a few in there that are going to want a bit of a lead on some of these stronger ones at the back end. And if they don't get it, it's going to be a real swoop at the finish.
What about Dacey's Rory, guys? Do you think he'll get a room to move with Intrepidus trying to cut?
He potentially does with Intrepidus going left, but for me, the concern is you've got Sprightly Sian, who's going to be going forward. You've got Accredited, who's going to be going forward and potentially using a bit of the track. And then you've got Kanya Mayhem plus your bloke off the inside, Valenzuela. So how Dacey's Rory gets from box 8, he wants the rail. He wants to hug the rail. How he gets there in a quick enough manner to still be competitive when the whips are cracking, I can't see it happening.
I think there's the ones out wide. As we've seen it throughout the course of the night, there's not many that have been able to get across. I think Colac Kid got over from wide out and got across to second early on, but there's been nothing that's absolutely blazed from the top of the track and been able to get across and lead. So those out in 6, 7, 8, they're probably going to need a ton of luck to win the race.
Well, just going through the box draws for the heat winners, first heat went to box 4. Close enough to the rail. Heat 2, Valenzuela, box number 3. Box 3, Intrepidus. Then box 5, Dashing Slay, but she sort of can overdo the rule and win from anywhere. Kanya Mayhem jumped off the red, Accredited off the red, and then you had Sprightly Sian with early speed from box 4, Poor Zuri off the red. So nothing won tonight throughout the 8 heats any further out than 5.
Yeah, and she lobbed second, and then Wyong Dulles did what Wyong Dulles did. But
to be fair, in a race like the Melbourne Cup, it's only going to be harder to cross from the outside.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And
we write them off, the outside 3?
I wouldn't write off Dacey's Rory if he
neither.
gets the right sort of run across because he's strong at the back end. If they go, absolute bananas up front, and he can, but he's got to be close enough to get into the action. But he's probably the only one of those wider 3 that I reckon can win it.
I want to find out who can win it. I'm going to give 4 dogs that I reckon can win it. I reckon there's only 4 genuine chances. 1, Valenzuela. 2, Kanya Mayhem. 3, Accredited. And 5, Dashing Slay. George?
Yeah, I think I'm with you. And I'd throw in a Dacey's Rory if he gets a bit of luck. I think my top tip would, people, you're going to say, why aren't you tipping yours? But I think Accredited, the way he's racing at the moment, if he's close enough on that first corner, watch out.
George, how are you going to celebrate if you win?
I don't know.
Night at Crown with the boys?
No, leave me out of Crown.
I think
It'll be in the backyard.
He needs to go and sit down. He looks like he's going to pass out here at the moment.
What about you, Mitchie, the Peacock from Sportsbet? You normally have a fairly decent opinion. Who do you like in the Melbourne Cup first look? Who do you think can win the race? Who can't win the race?
Yeah, there's only 5 shots for me, Jim. 1, 2, 3, 5 and 8. Look, I think Dacey's Rory's drawn well enough out wide that the 6 and 7 will give him a card into the race. It's whether he can split 5 really on the first turn. If he can run low 5s, he's half a chance. But outside of that, I think it's really only 1, 2, 3 and 5. But look, Georgie's drawn beautifully. I think if he misses it, or if the red misses it, I think Kanya Mayhem's really well set up to win the race. And if the red can step, well, then it's race on with those 1 and 2. But for me, I'm probably leaning towards the 2. Just I think has the speed to cross and lead.
Yeah, I think the box draws definitely made it easier for those off the inside. As we wrap up on this wonderful night of greyhound racing, a big thanks to you, Daniel Hibbard, the voice of the calls tonight, and don't forget the Bold Trees as well. Are you without a trace or Aiden's Warrior?
Without a trace, is going to need a fair bit of luck from that pink, but I think she's probably got enough room to get across and find a decent spot, so I'm not going to jump off her, but Aiden's Warrior was very good tonight.
Well done tonight, Georgie. Good luck next week.
Thank you. We'll see you back here.
All right, and over to you, Mitchie. Thanks for your help, mate, from Sportsbet. You nailed it as always.
Anytime, mate. And a big shout out to Molly as well. Hosting skills were A1 on point.
She did a wonderful job. That's it for the Melbourne Cup Heats. Hope it's been a good night on the punt for you. Until next time, safe travelling, happy punting.